2.
What can Gabriel do? Across his borders. The spinning against. He has the ball in hand. Gabriel.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that jet
Close
high.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Osuna.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit held left? Oh! What a HP left. I know. Over.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into the start of the 2025 competitive season for the Pokemon Trading Card Game. We're coming to you here from Baltimore to get things started. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge, ready to set the stage for the beginning of this cataclysmic season. But I am not alone, folks. I'm joined here in the lounge by Jeremy Jallin and Emily Foreman, aka Lyric of Wisdom. Jeremy, why don't you start us off? How you feeling about the start of this new season?
New season, new look for the regional championships. My first time back in a while, so I got my super effective glasses on now. Maybe I can see into the future a little bit, do some more weakness, you know? It's going to be great.
I'm really happy to hear it that you're excited. And, of course, I know our audience at home is excited for Lyric of Wisdom joining our roster of amazing talent here. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, I wanted to kind of give you the floor, Emily, to introduce yourself and let everybody know what you're about.
I'm going to be honest, I had no idea that the social media flood, or the tsunami, if will, was actually going to happen. But hello, everybody at home, and hello to both of you. I'm the newest addition to the North American casting team. My name is Emily. I am super excited to be here because I think I, as a caster, am going to represent the new generation of players that are finding competitive Pokemon TCG. I started finding competitive Pokemon cards. I collected cards ever since I was a kid, like a lot of people.
Me too.
Specifically the full art trainers. I'm a big full art trainer lover, but I found Pokemon TCG through a play lab at an event, and I went through the entire play lab, and I loved it so much. I did the 40 card deck battle at the end. I beat the judge I was playing against, and I was like, So I went home, searched up best Pokemon TCG deck, and then you found me at locals the next week. So honestly, I love playing Pokemon. I'm at 3 locals every single week, and I'm really excited now that I get to kind of bring my passion for casting over here to such a talented team.
I'm so excited that everyone at home is excited for you. A caster that has a stellar reputation already, but to be the epitome of what we've been, I think, talking about, Jeremy, for such a long time, how easy the game is to get into and the great community that can be found for any new players that want to take that plunge.
Yeah, Pokemon's a whole new beast, you know? It's such a great community that we're involved with, and I mean, it's probably hard to walk through the hall without getting stopped a few times, you know what I mean?
Jeremy may have known from the past 2 days at this point of just, and I think for me, I am technically a local player. This was only about a 2-hour drive for me, so I'm seeing the people that I play with weekly, actually here at Baltimore Regionals, already on really solid runs, 2-1s and even 3-0s here, so I'm super excited. Some person actually did stop me, and they were like, hey, what are you playing today, by the way? I haven't seen you at the tables, and I'm like, are you Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of my locals are here, but there are thousands of players from all over the world here, and I'm just super excited to see how the action shakes up.
Yeah, that is a story that certainly is not unique. Everybody has their local community, their own players that they want to root for, especially, again, our audience at home. Couldn't do this without them. And we can jump right into the rest of our top of show introduction with our North American seasonal schedule. We have a lot of events coming up for this season. And again, we're in Baltimore, and it seems like just yesterday, Jeremy, when most of this graphic was grayed out with all of the cities that we had visited already.
Yeah, it's going to be a great season. We got some great cities that we're going to, some that we still have yet to find out, but finishing up in Anaheim, going back since 2017 Worlds. That was actually my first Worlds broadcast.
Wow.
So excited to maybe try to get back there again. But Baltimore, I love this city. It's such a great city. I'm a big sports fan here, so I'm excited to see how things shape up.
Mm-hmm. And any spots that you are excited for, Emily?
Honestly, personally, as somebody who went to 8 regionals to compete last season, I have never been to Louisville before. So that is definitely where I'm going to be competing for sure.
That's exciting. Already at the start of this competitive circuit, we've got some bangers right here at the beginning. But we also have to remind the folks at home about the new champion point system. We're going to break this down, figure out what this distribution is going to be.
Yeah, so the winner for regionals this weekend is going to get 350 championship points. It's a big increase from the 200 that they got last year. Granted, there is no threshold for championship points for this season. It's all going to be coming down to the top 125 players. Granted, it's going to have a little wiggle room with people who get those automatic invites from winning regionals, from getting top placements at ICs. So we could see a little bit more, but it's going to be really tough. We're going to see kind of a smaller Worlds at the end of the season.
The prestige and difficulty to get that invite is going to be even greater than it ever has been before. And here at the start of the season, we've got a ton of players trying to put their best foot forward and lock in some of these points. And who knows how many competitors will be able to put together those invites piecemeal the way we've seen in previous seasons.
Yeah, it's going to be something exciting to watch. It's going back to kind of how Worlds used to be, a little bit more exclusive, and it's going to matter a lot more to be in that top 125 for North America, top different places for each of your regions, and these players are really going to be shown like grinding throughout the entire season. Locals are going to be a huge factor. If you don't max out your cups and stuff, it's going to be hard to make that top 125.
Yeah, our top players in the Pokemon TCG are known for their grind, are known for being a cut above everyone else. Even if they're on the same 60, when you put their back against a wall, they seem to pull off miracles. And that's certainly a lot of what we saw at the Pokemon World Championships recently in Honolulu, Hawaii. We have a nice breakdown video for those of you who missed that broadcast or just want to refresh your memories. Let's take a look.
Over 1,900 TCG competitors across 3 age divisions gathered in Honolulu, Hawaii for the Pokémon World Championships. But only 1 junior, 1 senior, and 1 master were able to earn the privilege of traveling home with the title of World Champion. In the junior division, Logan Bailey from the USA piloted an Iron Thorns EX deck with its disruptive initialization ability to the finals match. But Sakuya Ota's Ancient Box deck put out too much damage and would eventually lead to this young Japanese player's victory. In the senior division, Haruku Umehara brought Gardevoir EX its best performance this year with a finals appearance, but Evan Pavelski with his Regidrago V-Star deck used the attacks of Dragapult EX, Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and Kyurem to lock down the win. The stage was set for a Masters Division match. The battle featured 2 players, both only 17 years of age. Fernando Cifuentes from Chile had chosen Iron Thorns EX as his deck for this event. And Shinosuke Shiokawa from Japan played Roaring Moon EX, featuring the brand new Pecharunt EX as well. Neither of these decks were extremely popular during the event, but that didn't stop these 2 finals competitors from believing in their chances to hoist that Pikachu trophy. In Game 1, Shinosuke was able to take the first KO and found himself in a promising position. But despite a few failed crushing hammers, Fernando was able to find a line to give himself a shot. Eventually, a top deck of an energy card would secure Fernando's final attack and the win in Game 1. The second game was very back and forth, but Shinosuke introduced an interesting new strategy, KOing his own Pokemon. Even though this may seem counterproductive to winning a game, it turns out this was his best way to ensure a Game 2 win and send our final match to Game 3. In the final game, Fernando was able to disrupt Shinosuke just enough through Crushing Hammer to ensure his Iron Thorns would remain healthy for as long as possible. In the end, Shinosuke was left with just a single Roaring Moon in play with no energy cards, and Fernando Cifuentes took that final KO and became the world champion.
Going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
These players have cemented themselves in Pokemon TCG history, and you too could be part of that. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete and begin your journey today.
And we flashed it a little bit quickly during that video, but for those of you who missed it, this is the day one breakdown. The decks that were most popular at Worlds, trying to figure out what was actually going to be strong at World Championships was a tall order for a lot of players. Are there any surprises here for you, Jeremy?
I mean, Iron Thorns winning is always a pretty big surprise. It's one of those decks where if you hit the right matchups in the right metagame, it could take you far. You got to flip a lot of heads with those Crushing Hammers, but Fernando was able to do it very well, take down the entire tournament. I don't know. It's interesting to see the fall of Gardevoir EX.
Certainly. That was certainly a fan favorite. And Lyric, I know you were there as a spectator, actually. Any of these decks stood out to you personally or maybe to the audience as a whole for hype?
Well, personally, Regidrago V-Star was a deck that I picked up right after NAIC.
Same.
That was kind of where it got its great top 16 finish, and that was kind of when the light bulbs went off for a lot of people that we could copy Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive and start spreading that around. And like Jeremy had said, that kind of had seemed to be the fall of Gardevoir at that point, right? Regidrago V-Star was also playing Jamming Tower, so things like Bravery Charm on Drifloon weren't working as much anymore. So it definitely did not surprise me that Regidrago V-Star was at the top. I did want to see Raging Bolt go up a little bit more, though, and it seems like Raging Bolt, not to spoil it for the rest of the broadcast, has a little bit of hype going in for, you know, Baltimore Regionals.
Certainly.
But seeing it so low like that when Charizard is still so high, very interesting to me.
Yeah, when we compare this to how it broke down into day two, I think the Raging Bolt ended up kind of climbing just a little bit. I certainly felt that it was going to take advantage of those Regidragos, but might have just been good matchup luck for them.
Yeah, one thing you're going to have to watch out for, at least this weekend, it's the same format as the World Championships.
Very true.
So the one difference is players have more time to work on stuff, to maybe some of the ideas that they saw at the World Championships, like maybe I'll refine this a little bit better going into this weekend. Ancient Box is one of those that could see a big resurgence in this meta.
Yeah, the fall of Gardevoir, certainly. I know that there's a lot of long-term players that want to play the deck, and it's whatever deck you pick, there's going to be a subset of players that say, oh, this is the secret amazing pick, you've got to bring this. And then there's the other side of the player base. It's like, if you bring this, you're trolling, this is the worst pick. And Gardevoir always seems to be at the front of both of those conversations, I think, for if the deck is good or bad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's feels like a liability to bring Gardevoir right now just because of Regidrago's kind of artillery of just the amount of ways that we can hit the bench, right? We talked about Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive at first. We haven't even talked about Kyurem's Trifrost that goes 110 to 3 Pokemon on the bench, and they are still playing Prime Catcher Canceling Cologne too, so it can be a very, very deadly combo.
You have to be confident in your ability to play whichever deck you settle on, but it has to take into account various matchups as well. Lugia being in the second spot in terms of deck representation for day two just means that if you're the chosen one, if you get that Ultra Ball double Archeops consistently enough, you're set up to beat pretty much anything. But Iron Thorns ended up taking it all. If we take a look now at the top 8 decks for the World Championships, we can see what else managed to go the distance alongside Regidrago.
Yeah, it's just a lot of what we call these kind of turbo decks where Miraidon, Roaring Moon, Raging Bolt, they're all looking to just hit hard and fast, take 2 prizes after 2 prizes after 2 prizes, and after you attack 3 times, you won the game.
Yeah, it's kind of that 2-2-2 prize map that we always talk about, right? How do we want to achieve our victory here? Got to talk about it. The kind of crazy run from Jesse Parker on that Miraidon did not hit a single Charizard all the way up to top 8. So
amazing.
we love to see it there. But once again, it's super exciting to kind of see now what will be the world's meta kind of figured out more and more along the way.
Yeah, it's not just the refined meta that Jeremy talked about, but it's also players thinking about how hard they want to counter the decks based on what did well. Are we going to see more turbo decks? Are we going to see the next layer of anticipation to try to counter those turbo decks with Ancient Box kind of rising to prominence? We'll maybe dig into that a little bit later. But to continue our discussion, our new weekend forecast. We can take a look now at what decks we think are going to be strong, what players to look out for. We've got a nice graphic for that to pull up on the screen. So, standout players. What's your pick, Jeremy?
I mean, for me, someone who has had a lot of success in other card games, came into our scene, had a top 8 under their belt. They're looking for more. Kamal Crooks Valdez. He's a great player, and I'm expecting a lot from him this season.
Yeah, we've got calling our shots this far in advance is certainly going to be a big order. But Emily, who you got?
I got Jesse Parker, if it's not obvious from the Miraidon fan in me. I think Jesse had a great start of the season last season and then had an amazing run at Worlds. And I think because he's already locked up his invite to go back to Worlds, I think it's really impressive when a player still grinds all the way through all of these regionals. I know he's pretty much still going to most of them that we already have. So I am super excited to see where Jesse goes. I know he's on Lugia this weekend, so not Miraidon.
Interesting. I know that he's been doing a lot of testing for newer formats and whatnot, and there has been a rumor going around, you know, that if Miraidon's not good, maybe he can't pull it out. So that is a player that I have my eyes on too, to see if he can prove the haters wrong. If I had to pick a standout player for this season, I think I've got to give it to Cyrus Davis, actually. Really won my heart with the Inteleon, right, the Yoga Loop Rapid Strike box. Known as a very studious player, very well versed player in a lot of different decks, but will just bring some rogue stuff to a big tournament. And if you're willing to evaluate the meta in sort of an out-of-the-box way, I think it's only a matter of time where those factors begin to line up. So when players aren't just net decking or learning from Cyrus, if she wants to bring that A game to a regional, I can't wait to see another big finish from some bonkers list that wasn't on anybody's radar.
Yeah, so speaking of bonkers lists, I mean, you talk about people kind of copying the trends from like the winning decks from Worlds and all that stuff. Sometimes you do it from the decks that don't really get to win or even make day 2. Henry Brand's Banette Dustnorm.
Oh yeah,
is something that has influenced the metagame to no end. My favorite engine right now for almost any deck is Pokestop Night Stretcher with Rare Candy. It's so great to pull off that Dustnorm, and it's kind of found itself in a lot of different decks. Palkia, Arceus, Banette, it's going to be something great going forward.
Yeah, and honestly, to kind of build on that point too, we really did not see the Dusknoir line do anything insane at Worlds, and I think a lot of players have it here. I know Aiden Koos is currently rolling with some spice out there in the Dusknoir line, so I'm super excited to see where we actually find the places for Dusknoir, because it's a tool that we definitely need going forward.
Yeah, the sort of dismantling your opponent's board, more slow, methodical play style is something that our top-level players certainly do enjoy, and it is the vogue over in Europe most of the time. We have some European players I know that are going to be some standouts. Certainly I like to talk about. Stefan Ivanov is here. I believe it's Ivanov.
Ivanov.
It's Ivanov. Thank you. Is also here competing across the pond, trying to make it work, just get points on the board immediately, and hopefully NA can fight back. I know that we always get our bants going on if NA is free for their points or not, or if we can send Azul over there to win some points for us right back. But very, very scary players to be sitting across the table from.
Yeah, a lot of great Europeans here, but also a lot of great North American players here. Andrew Hedrick just coming off a win at NAIC, did well in day 2 of Worlds. Kieran Farah starting off amazing here, I believe 3-0, and always a Canadian always seems to just start off hot the first couple of regionals of the season, you know.
the season start Canada buff, it is real, folks. Yeah, we're waiting to show that to you.
And then Piper Lepine won the last Baltimore regionals here 2 years ago, so maybe looking to reclaim that crown.
Oh, it's actually Lepine.
Is it?
No, it's Lepine.
Yeah.
I'm trolling you. I was trying to get my correction. So funny story there. We had pronounced her name wrong, and then she didn't correct us because she didn't want to make us feel embarrassed or anything.
That's such a younger generation thing.
She's very wholesome, but she is ferocious when she actually shows up to a tournament to play. That's the thing. She takes breaks for school. Very nice gaming life balance. But I think that this is going to be her breakout season, right? For sure.
I mean, can you have a breakout season when you've already won a couple regionals a couple years ago, you know?
Yeah, it's just the regional where she just reminds everybody that they've been living on borrowed time.
Exactly.
Just holding the regional trophies for her to come through. But I think that covers a lot of our top players, certainly. And there's many more names to cover, certainly. And I know that a lot of you at home have your heroes that you're rooting for. Type them in the chat now, certainly. And I have another topic for you folks. Emily, start us off. Reggie Drago.
Yes.
Reggie Drago.
Reggie Drago.
Reggie Drago V-Star.
Yes.
Did very well at Worlds, rose to prominence right after NAIC.
Yes.
And now we've got the run back for this format. Do you think it's still going to go strong, or is it going to be too hard countered here before the meta gets ripped to shreds by the Stellar Crown release?
Well, dare I say that I think people are making adjustments to Reggie Drago to make sure it doesn't get countered in the meta. I think a lot of people are starting to realize what can be taken out, right? We talk about net decking, where we just kind of take a deck and we, copy and paste it and we find our own way with it. But I feel like now people are getting a little bit more comfortable in doing what I like to call freestyling with the deck to really kind of make it play the way that you want it to. So I'm seeing people take out Hisui and Gujar V-Star and putting in the Noivern EX. So we can't get hit by basics. And we're going to talk about what Baltimore regional meta looks like very soon, but I think that's a pretty good call. So right now, Reggie Drago, it's still one of my favorite decks to play. The setup it's a great deck to learn on personally. You know exactly what you need to do, but I just personally think Reggie Drago, just a great pick. It's versatile. It's fun to play also, to be fair. You get that great damage spread with Phantom Dive from Dragapult EX or Kyurem's, Trifrost. And let me tell you, hitting a Trifrost will just never not feel great for 3 prizes.
And Jeremy, when it comes to Reggie Drago, is it overhyped? Do you think that maybe the players are just getting lucky, not hitting enough Raging Bolt? What's going on there?
It's definitely not overhyped. It is the best deck to utilize all of these dragon Pokemon, right? Dragapult was a great deck, right? People used it. You played it with Charizard, Pidgeot. But when you could just attack turn 2 with a Reggie Drago V-Star, copy that Phantom Dive, and all of a sudden, you're just a better deck. And it's true.
You're just better. I was trying to warn everybody that, Dragapult is mid. Reggie Drago's always been the better Dragapult deck. And one thing that really doesn't get mentioned enough is how strong Legacy Star is.
Yes.
You'll see the learning curve of the deck, because when you're first learning the list, you're using Legacy Star just to set up, I'm going to get 2 Energy Switch and get my attack, but better and better players are able to save Legacy Star for the final turn of the game, and it essentially becomes Starbirth, searching your deck for 2 cards, right? Adding it to your hand from the discard pile.
Yeah, searching your discard.
Yeah, and then, so you get your Prime Catcher back to use twice, you're canceling Cologne, just a clutch boss's order sometimes, whatever you need, it's already in the discard pile. The deck is in the discard, so you've got 6 cards left in deck and you're ready to go.
To be fair, though, you also have to kind of take that risk assessment that the fact is, if sometimes you're just throwing 7 cards into your discard, you don't realize what you could be throwing away alongside with it, right? So I've seen a couple of Reggie Dragos out there actually play 2 Super Rod to try and kind of mitigate that loss just in case one goes down. Remember, you get rid of those 7 cards and then there's not a lot of ways to get those cards back, especially if one of your retrieval options goes down. If that Super Rod goes down, you just have to play very, very carefully. So I think what makes a good Reggie Drago V-Star player different from a great Reggie Drago V-Star player is just that risk assessment.
Very well said. No matter how much I try to calculate or practice on the deck, a lot of these turbo lists do still feel pretty difficult to beat, especially with Miraidon potentially rising to prominence for this event. Turbo decks in general have kind of been the talk of the town. And is it a playstyle adjustment or a deck list adjustment, do you think, to help with these matchups, Jeremy?
It's a coin flip adjustment. You just got to try to mitigate going second in a lot of these matchups, maybe even pushing a single prizer into the active, like that Hawlucha, just benching it, pushing it to the active, forcing them to take the knockout there, and having to knock out 4 Pokemon instead of 3 for that entire game. And we've been kind of in this little part of Pokemon where we have a new set. It came out yesterday, I think, in stores, right? And it's not legal yet for this regionals. So before all those new cards come and try to shake up the meta, I think this is Reggie Drago's time to finally take down a big tournament.
Yeah, make its last stand before things go south. It still is slated to be a decent deck in this next format, but nowhere near as dominant as it has been for this format, and certainly at Worlds. And I suppose that leads us perfectly into what the rest of our casters thought was going to do well this weekend. We've got our caster predictions locked in as always, folks. And I want to hear from you. Which caster do you think got it right? Did we miss out on a key deck you'd like to see on this graphic? I've got the Banette. I was certainly wowed by the list by Henry Brand after the tournament. It was one of those decks that, with a little bit more refinement, with a little bit more practice, could maybe take it down. But Jeremy, you've got Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah.
A card that we all hate to see.
Whoa.
What's the pick here? Talk
You
to
say
me.
we all. I don't hate to see it. I love me some Cornerstone. Its ability stops it from getting damaged by Pokemon with abilities.
Oh, no.
And it has an attack that shreds through. So it kind of takes care of 2 problems for a lot of decks. And I love seeing it in different inclusions. So you have Snorlax and kind of Cornerstone maybe. You have Noivern Cornerstone I've seen a little bit. Even Cornerstone in decks like Great Tusk Mill or Ancient Box. It's definitely a card that can be thrown in a lot where, yeah, I'm playing Fighting Energy, might as well try to throw this in. And you got the Banette, I got the Dusknoir, the peanut butter to my jelly. Again, I talked about it in the beginning, but I love that Pokestop Night Stretcher engine. It's so fun to play, and I haven't had fun in Pokemon like that in a while.
Just getting those cards back and immediately going for those big double Curse Blast combos is amazing. And, of course, once Pokemon are getting knocked out back and forth, you've got Pheasantipity to help you recover. Tell me about this pick, Larry.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wanted to come out of the gate swinging with some controversial picks instead of just going for decks, because honestly, I probably would have just picked Regidrago and then kind of gone on with it. I wanted to pick 2 cards that I know are just really good in the meta right now. Pheasantipity EX, everyone's favorite Pokemon to say wrong these days, but Flip the Script is just one of the best abilities I think we have printed right now. A Pokemon is knocked out and you're able to just draw 3, and honestly, in any card game that you play, especially in the Pokemon TCG, just drawing 3 cards aside from your draw for turn just feels really good. But to kind of match Jeremy's flow here, I put a Canceling Cologne. I think Canceling Cologne is just one of our best cards that we have right now, especially playing into this meta. I think a lot of decks are just playing 1 Canceling Cologne just to be safe. And from where I was walking around the aisles a little bit earlier, I saw a lot of Cornerstone Ogerpon. I saw a lot of Mimikyu. There's a lot of stall out there, believe it or not. So you got to be ready for it. And I just think Canceling Cologne is a great card for it.
It's good to see it come back into the metagame. Back in the day, you know, Canceling Cologne was only used to deal with Manaphy to get some cheeky Moonlight Shurikens off, but now it's meaningful to move an obstacle out of the way maybe once or twice. As we continue down this graphic, Kyle Sablehouse does have the Raging Bolt and Charizard. This is kind of an interesting 2-pronged attack on the meta. You think that the Raging Bolt will bully the Regidragos a bit and then open up a path for Charizard. That's kind of my read on it as well. Charizard is a deck that is just straight up consistency. The Infernal Rain ability, accelerating that fire energy directly from the deck into play, means that once you get set up, you're ready to start going and taking prizes, perhaps with the help of the Dusknoir line, but there's also a lot of flexibility there. We've seen players run thinner Charizard lines, trying to put in more control tools, put in more disruption, and play a more reactive style. And we'll have to see which one of these two flavors rises to prominence. And finally, Shelby Boo picks Regidrago V-Star. Doesn't think the counters are going to matter. And to be fair, that is a theme I think we've seen throughout the Pokemon TCG. You've got the top deck in the game. Surely we should be able to counter it, but somehow it's just built different and continues to persist. Do you think that Regidrago has anything to fear from Ancient Box? This is kind of the new way to approach the meta, having a lot of single prizers that hit hard.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough if they're playing Jamming Towers. Kind of shores up the matchup a little bit. It means Ancient Booster Energy Capsule isn't going to be dealing too much or doing too much work in the matchup, and a simple Phantom Dive into Trifrost can really just ruin an Ancient Box player's day if they're not playing around it. So they have to approach the matchup a little bit differently now.
Okay.
And I think they saw that at Worlds and said, yeah, Ancient Box still could be a play this weekend, but it is one of those decks where you need to hit those right matchups, dodge all those Charizard. Even though some players say it's a good matchup, it's not.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to go alongside Jeremy's point on Ancient Box, I think single prize decks are pretty good, especially when you're not, running too many abilities, right? Of course, you have like Radiant Greninja to just keep drawing cards, right? But I think with Iron Thorns actually still out there, like I said, walking the aisles, and I'm seeing some Thorns out there. Definitely not the worst thing in the world, especially when Vengeance Fletching doesn't really rely on anything more than Attach and Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yeah. That is very true. Even when I'm playing Bennett, I'm trying to slow them down. I've got Item Lock. You don't have Dark Patch, and they don't care.
Yep.
They just attach and they hit me, Jeremy. I don't like it. You don't have Secret Box. I gotcha. No, too bad. I have Professor Sada's. And so one final thing I wanted to quickly hit on before we wrap up the top of show and send things over to the casting desk. Lyric, you are the rookie here, and I want to give you a third slot for a caster pick.
Really? You want me to just pick a deck that's out there, right?
Yeah. What's the
I
third
did pick an
card?
item. Listen.
What's the third card that you'd like to give a
Just
quick
like
shout out to?
Either
Yes, ball.
Play it real safe.
Boss's orders. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. Are we going for deck or are we going for like
just maybe another card you want to highlight? Something that people should keep an eye out for. A tech or maybe just a favorite deck.
Honestly, well, I mean, if you know anything about me, my favorite deck's Goldango EX, but we don't have to go there. I think if it's another card, I think I'm going to work off of Jeremy's point here. Night Stretcher is just too good. The combination of Night Stretcher and even getting the Pheasantipity back to draw 3 cards is just to think about all the things that Night Stretcher can do and what we are going to be seeing from Night Stretcher this weekend. I think it's just a great choice.
I love that pick. The meta right now, even though it is on its last legs, does make way for a lot of big brain plays, a lot of interesting sequencing that we're going to be breaking down for you this weekend. Don't forget to follow us on social media. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know what cards, what decks, what players you're looking forward to seeing this weekend. It's going to be great. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon as always so we can keep track of all of your posts and pictures and thoughts about this broadcast. We wouldn't be here without you. I'm glad that they always give me a lot of time to really sell it and thank our audience at home, seriously, because this is the biggest regional ever, and I know we've got our biggest and best audience ever. But that's going to be it from us, because we get to kick things over to the casting desk and get this show on the road with Kyle and Shelby. Take it away.
Thank you so much, team. It's great to be back here on the desk, and welcome in. We're here in Baltimore, Maryland, a place of many firsts. It had the first umbrella factory, the very first post office system, the first dental college, the first telephone line, but we're going to be making history here today. It is our first location kicking off our Pokemon trading card game 2025 season, and you're joining us for it. Let's make history together. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we're excited to kick things off here in Baltimore.
That's right.
Kyle, how you feeling? We're fresh off Worlds. We're back.
Yeah, Honolulu was an amazing experience, but ultimately we're going to start a new season, and what a great place to start off here. Baltimore, Maryland, my real hometown.
Is it actually?
Born right here, yep.
What?
Maybe 10 minutes
Wait, that's
away.
crazy because I was born in
Yeah,
Honolulu.
exactly. We went full circle.
That's so crazy. Wow, that's cool.
And I mean, what an amazing community of Pokemon that they have here. It's just so great to highlight this region because so many big name players that you know come from here. It's Rahul Reddy, John Ang, that whole group. There's world champions, Liam Halberton playing over here. So many big names, and we're going to be highlighting them all, hopefully, over the course of this tournament.
It's going to be epic. I love the fresh slate. I don't think I've ever worked a first event kicking off a season, but I'm always watching it because it really does feel like a fresh moment for all of our players to kind of define their season. And it all starts here. So I'm very excited to get into this tournament. It's going to be some epic Pokemon action. Of course, we have a huge field of players out there. We're playing in an entirely different championship point system as well, but we have a format here that we're going to be getting into, and let's give you a little preview of that.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Who will it be? That is the question here. We have over 2,000 players out there, and a lot of them are here for this first place. They want to be regional winners. Everybody's playing for the most out there, and look at these prizes, Kyle. They have stayed consistent here in our Masters division, which we will be casting over today. $10,000 for first place and $7,000 as well for second. That is huge.
Hey, sign me up for the 5-figure club one time. That'd be pretty sweet, along with those boosters and that guaranteed trip to the World Championship. You know all the players are going to be eyeing that down. Maybe, what, 1 or 2 of them don't care anymore. Jesse Parker's like, maybe. But yeah, I think he'd still probably like to win 10 Gs real quick.
Oh, yes, absolutely. All of our players invest so much into this game, so having such significant prizing for them means a lot out there. And yeah, 108 booster packs. That's what, 3 booster boxes as well, Kyle? You know, crack some packs. Quick math. Crack some packs here. You could, you know, share them with your friends. Always a good time as well. But,
they're mine.
You know, and the Pikachu. Let's not forget the Pikachu, Kyle.
That's true. Sign me up.
A cute little Pikachu as well, medal. And I'm sure a lot of our players out there are looking to secure that too. I mean, we've had seasons, incredible seasons, where multiple regional champions in just one season, multiple Pikachus on the neck. And I'm excited to see if we're going to see that again now in 2025. Or maybe we'll see some newcomers.
Yeah.
We have a lot of seniors aging up into our Masters division that are ready to show what they're made of here in the Pokemon trading card game. And I'm excited. I don't know. I can't emphasize enough. The energy here is so good because it really is a clean slate to make the season what you want.
That's right. We're going to take a look at the day 1 meta here and see what our players are going to be facing off against us. This is going to be pretty important going into the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. We've all been talking about what we think this meta is going to be.
Woo!
Here it is. Kyle, well...
Sign me up. This is it. This is what I wanted. The unclassified doesn't actually mean unknown V-stars going ham. Okay?
I was like, what is that? That scared me so bad. I was like, what am I looking at here?
But where have you been?
I love this. So the unclassified, okay, let's explain this. When a deck is unclassified, it's because it doesn't have that main Pokemon that you would normally see. Like Charizard EX, you know it's a Charizard EX deck. Raging Bolt with the Ogerpon, the Regidrago V-Star, that Roaring Moon with the Ancient Box, Lugia V-Star. But unknown can be just an amalgamation of cards. It's like you open the binder, you throw them together, and you're playing a deck, and I love to see that.
The Baltimore Crabs maybe are going to be hanging out in there. The cloth gamers have been arising. We've seen a little bit of Palkia.
There's a shaman or two roaming around.
Yeah, probably one.
Yeah,
Probably just one.
shaman. Exactly. But yeah, they're exactly the Palkia players all fall under that category as well. It's like a Dusknoir Palkia deck. So that's really cool. We don't see that very often. A 6% there, almost 7% unclassified. But what do you think about the rest of this list, Kyle?
Yeah, this is spot on with what I was expecting. The Raging Bolt and the Charizard, I maybe had those flipped. I thought a little more respect would be shown to the Charizard, but 323 people are going to be playing this Charizard deck. And there's a lot of variety with this. Are players going to lean closer towards the new Tordzard that we've seen, the Rabska? Is it all just hype? Is it cope? Do you have to use the TM Evolution every time to get this out because you're going to lose your board turn 2 anyways?
Exactly.
It's a tough game to play, but many have signed up for it.
Yeah, I know. And we'll see how it works out for them, I guess, here in Baltimore. I was expecting Lugia to be a bit higher up on the graphic, I think, than what we're seeing here. It's actually got the same exact percentage rate as the unclassified. Yep. So Lugia V-Star gamers out there, but I'm happy to see that Ancient Box there in that 4th spot as well. One of my picks, and I think that's pretty notable. I think everyone was kind of expecting a heavy Ancient Box going into this tournament. At least when you go online, that's all I seem to play against. So it's very popular online. There was a lot of posts, social media posts saying, if you're not playing Ancient Box, you're throwing if you're going to Baltimore. But hey, maybe that was people not playing Ancient Box, trying to get other people to play.
Have you heard of meta manipulation?
No, what's that, Kyle?
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around, especially when you see this rock, paper, scissors type of format there with the 2 prize decks, the Raging Bolts, the Charizards, and then the single prizers of the Ancient Box. Of course, they're going to try to inflate the numbers one way. That's how it works.
That's true. That is very true. But yeah, no secret there. Regidrago reigning supreme here in Baltimore. But we saw a ton of them at our top 8 at Worlds, but it was not in our finals there. It was not the winner of the World Championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how these Regidrago players can convert, because I'll tell you what, a very skilled player sitting behind Regidrago and just the power of that deck, that's super scary to think about. They know the lines, they know the outs. I mean, this is a very ironed out format as well, so they know what they're going to be going against. And I think this might be a tournament here for Regidrago finally.
Yeah, it lines up so well, and you think about what this deck is capable of doing. It's a glass cannon. You truly do have 2 to 3 turns to figure out your game plan and make it work from there.
Yeah.
And you have to count every single resource from that point forward. I only trust some of the top minds in this game to get it right. Sure, you can play it well, but can you play it perfect? And that's really what separates the players.
Well, if they were playing the Lost Boxes, I'd trust them playing the Regidrago, honestly. That is way harder there. But
if you've ever had to make the decision with the Comfey before, Legacy Star will rock your world.
Easy peasy. And you get it back, and it's still in the discard. You're chilling. Well, we talked about our players who might be operating some of these very powerful decks, but let's take a look at our standings. Where are these players shaking out so far here in Baltimore? Of course, our regionals, we're going to be starting here with round 4. So all of these players that you're seeing now are 3-0 so far here in the tournament. Make sure you shout out in the chat here anybody you're rooting for, any decks that you know they're playing, because these are our top players right now here in Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to see some new faces as well. There's over 2,200 players at this event, so many players still already 3-0 at this point. But to see Dre on that list, and Rowan Stavenow, Rahul Reddy, Riley McKay, Mr. Antonucci himself showing up here 3-0. We got some great players already flexing some muscle in the opening of the season.
Yep.
And it's just going to get better from here.
Yeah, and I love having some names that maybe you don't see too often. Some people who maybe don't even have Limitless pages as well that are succeeding out here in Baltimore. I mean, yeah, I like this. Michael Meal here cooking out there, cooking a meal.
Sign me up. This is going to be pretty good. Yeah, this is a great opportunity for so many players. And maybe they didn't have that opportunity to go to the World Championships, or it just didn't make sense for them not getting their invite the previous year. So you use the summer to get ready. You see the decks played out, and you follow along the World Championships, and you go, Yeah, that could be made this year. I'm going to give it a shot. And sure enough, you're 3-0 here, ready to potentially make that name for yourself.
Absolutely. I hate to be the Debbie Downer as well, Kyle. You know that's not usually my role, but
okay.
You know, you start 3-0, but you have to keep that momentum as well because it's so easy to let that slip, especially as the day goes on. I'm hoping that the adrenaline of the new season and especially starting 3-0 in this tournament is going to carry these players through to continue being focused on the prize here, but you start to get sluggish. I mean, these are some long rounds, some long days of playing decks, which, I mean, maybe those players who have more explosive decks have a bit of an edge there because it's going a little bit more fast-paced. Of course, you still have to be on your game, but maybe there's a lot less mental stress on you if you're playing a fast, explosive deck that you could just overpower your opponent quickly and then just wrap games up nice and clean.
Yeah, we talked about what was going to happen going into this year. A lot of players were expecting an opening 8 rounds to start off a tournament with the cap space at, I believe, 2048. So if we had just a little bit over 2,000, but not much more, you were only going to play 8 rounds trying to get those 18 match points. This is not the case. 2,200,
almost 23
players out here today. That is 9 rounds. You need a record of 6-0-3 or 7-2 or better to make it into the next day of contention. That is a big ask for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That is huge ask here, and everything has changed with this new season. I'm hoping these players bring that new mindset into this very first regional here, and so far we're seeing it. I mean, there are some stunning names out there in our field, some of which you see here on our graph already. So I think it's gonna be epic, Kyle. I guess let's make a bet here, Kyle, just you and I.
Okay.
Do you think we're gonna have a new name take down Baltimore? Or do you think it's going to be one of our well-versed players? I mean, it's very well-versed meta. What do you think?
I think it's going to be a Canadian we've heard of before.
That's true.
That's just how this works. I've been here for 9 years, and the Canadians run hot. So let them start off the year nice and strong, and we'll applaud them and see if it continues.
Exactly.
What about you? What are you thinking?
I also think with the format being so ironed out as it is right now, I really do think it is the opportunity for some of our players that are playing these consistent lists. They know all the ins and outs of the matchups. I think one of our notable players is going to take it down. But I'm also hoping for the underdog, the no-names.
At least give us one of each, you know? Let's see what's going on.
That is very true. Well, you know, another thing, it is a very ironed out format, but a lot of it comes down to the matchups. So you could still have someone who picked up a deck and runs super hot with it and just takes things down. I mean, we just pretty much saw that at the World Championships with 2 very off-meta decks that we weren't even expecting in the finals. So
to say the least.
Exactly.
those decks were ones that were not on the radar. Obviously, Iron Thorns was a deck that was a bit of a meme going into the tournament, but it does its job. And sure enough, if you can't answer that, you're going to lose, buddy. And they did.
Yeah, you're going to have a bad time. That is very true, Kyle. Well, let's look at our notable matches here that we have coming up. These are players that are going against each other. Of course, we're going to have our stream match that we're about to jump into as well, but we have a ton of super wow, look at this talent here.
Can we pick 8 games? I want to watch all of these. These are so good.
This is insane here. Wow, a lot of names that are very well known, but we haven't really seen in a while. I mean, Jesper's on there, Christian Labella back on the graph here. I love to see it.
Dre and Stefan representing California. Tyler Matthews representing all the wackiness there is up against the Zing God on the other side. Labella loves playing crazy stuff. Not this time, but he's going to play against the consistency of that Charizard and Jesper. Got Rahul trying to run it back one more time for the Lugias flying high. Aiden Koos with craziness.
Exactly. I mean,
man.
That is a ton of talent out there, but of course, we have our stream featured match right at the top here. And I'm excited for this because one of these players already has taken down Baltimore, looking to potentially do it again. Piper Lepine, who we're about to see on our stream, up against Alexander Blake as well. It's going to be an explosive first match to watch.
Yep, Alexander starting with a clean slate. we'll call it. This is exactly what you were calling for.
Exactly.
Giving some of the young blood an opportunity to go out here and start to add some of those accomplishments. And what better way than on stream against Piper, who's defending that title once more.
A little pressure there, but hey, I said I like the underdog story, so I'm rooting for it here. Of course, we're going to get into their decks as well. Our players are still getting set up. It doesn't look like they have their headphones on yet, so we won't talk about them just yet. But these are going to be two decks that are very well known, and it is going to be a match of the ages here. It's going to answer a lot of questions how this matchup goes for both of these decks. We're about to see it, and I expect nothing less except expert play here from Piper.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch this matchup play out. Obviously, can't give away that information just yet as we're trying to get things figured out at the table here. But that gives us an opportunity to fanboy a little bit more. Obviously, it's been a
where's
minute.
Ross Cawthon on this list?
Oh,
that's my.
You're the ultimate Ross fanboy.
I know. Yeah, I am. Okay. That's my number one. I thought you knew this, Kyle.
Congratulations. I mean, he does need a fan club. He's very noteworthy.
Wait. So your pick for the season was Kieran, right?
Oh, at least
Kieran
for the
Farah?
tournament. Yeah.
Oh, for the okay. What about for the season though?
We're picking for the season?
That was assigned to us for the season.
I need a sweat.
For the season.
Who's out here going to everything and just gonna
mine's
fall
easy.
out?
Mine is easy, and I also picked him for our notable players as well, our players to watch here in Baltimore. Andrew Hedrick.
Whatever,
well,
I'll pick Kieran. I'm gonna stick with it. He's just
there you go.
He's gonna embarrass you all.
Staying strong with Canada, huh?
Yeah. He deserves it. Did you see what happened to his apartment? It like completely flooded out. This is the safe haven for him.
I did not see that.
He obviously made a great joke about it because he plays Chen Pao so much that he just said it flooded it unfroze everything and there's water everywhere. But yeah, I'm good on him for being able to bounce back from that, have this opportunity to go and do the thing he loves most, and he is flexing here at 3-0 already.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, Pokemon is a bit of a safe haven for a lot of us here. I was about to say too soon here, Kyle, talking about floods.
Yeah, ruh-roh.
Yes, exactly. But that's exactly how I feel, too. Come out here, you have a good time. I love the confidence sticking with the Kieran pick there. Kieran Farah, very talented player representing Canada. We'll see if those players come out on top here, but I'm excited to see how this match goes down. Of course, we're kicking off the season, so we also have to work out all the kinks here in our broadcast, getting our players set up, getting them familiarized with the being on stream too. Hopefully we don't see any nerves here. Hopefully it's all confidence coming from Alexander Blake going into this matchup, because going up against Piper Lepine cannot be easy here to go into, and on stream that's a little nerve-wracking. I know my palms would be sweaty, Kyle.
Yeah, well, to add to the suspense, we are having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we are going to be right back once we get things figured out at the table. Don't go anywhere. We got Pokemon action coming up.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Garbodor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory, and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Garbodor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garbodor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. this card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma Razorola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Golisopod GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Riotous Beating attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Riotous Beating attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it! Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokemon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Some nice Pokemon TCG history there for y'all, but we're here in Baltimore drawing up our own history books for our 2025 season, kicking off our regional championships in Baltimore, Maryland. We're happy to have you back at the desk. We left off with a couple technical difficulties. Sorry about that, everybody. But hopefully we won't have that too much longer. We can get into our match as soon as possible. We're working as hard as we can back here to get that going for y'all. I mean, the anticipation, it's killing me. It's killing me, Kyle.
Right? We made you wait, what, a month since Hawaii, and now we're here finally with this opening round of action for us. And we've got 2 great players lined up, and it's going to be time soon.
Time soon. It's going to be awesome to get into. But we weren't in the lounge, Kyle. So we didn't get to defend our choices for our it's almost a community picks, our caster picks for going into Baltimore. What we thought was going to succeed here in Baltimore. And I got to say, Kyle, as a casting team here, you and I, we're carrying right now.
If we lose, we are trash.
We are carrying the team, I think. Yeah, hopefully, knock on wood, I don't ruin that there. But yeah, some pretty, I don't know, streamlined picks, I guess you could say. Reggie Drago, I mean, they talked about it in the lounge segment. It's
a fantastic deck. I like to call it the Dragon Grilled Cheese, because you're just, I mean, it's like, you know, those epic gourmet grilled cheese where it's like provolone, the Monterey Jack, you got the cheddar cheese. It's like that, but all dragon Pokemon combined, smashed into one, and then Regidrago V-Star brings them out.
Panini pressed.
Exactly, Panini pressed. Exactly. Of course, Ancient Box as well, one of my picks. I've been actually playing it so much, and I thought I would hate it because I'm honestly so bad at math and counting. Like, I just can't do numbers in my head. So I was really worried to play it, but I've been playing it a lot online. It's so fun to play, and I actually prefer going up against my bad matchups because I like trying to find ways around them. Like, I like trying to prepare as best as possible, line up all my resources. Doesn't usually work out all the time for me, but when it does, it's that much more epic.
Well, we don't have to worry about my caster predictions. We will be featuring them on the main stage. Let's take it down to the table and introduce our players.
Oh, this is awesome. Kicking off our 2025 season. It's a match of the ages here. We have pro player Piper Lepine on the right with Charizard EX, as well as Alexander Blake. Not the first major, but the first regional championship that he's ever been at, going up against Piper with that Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about two completely different sides of the table here. Alexander playing the deck that a lot of players don't get credit for, being able to use all that skill-intensive ability. This is a big hitter. Take big knockouts left and right, throw down your energies, and do some work. We'll see if that's going to work up against Piper, as she's already played against this matchup twice already in this tournament and has been victorious so far. Not to say that it can't be done, as Alexander did win this matchup just last round.
Exactly, won against a Charizard in our very last round, but the prize cards map out a lot of how things are going to go for both of these players. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Pink card.
Pink card. Yeah, that's an easy one to spot. That ace spec in the prime catcher in the prize cards there for Alexander, and it's at the top as well. Our players usually choose from bottom to top with their prize cards, so that's not going to be an option there that I'm sure will be scoped out very quickly. Piper, on the other hand, anything too detrimental here?
Not the worst.
It's pretty balanced.
Yep, you can work with this. It's not too unfortunate. Maybe that Luminion, we've seen players really bank on having that at the right time. Maybe work in that Arvin, as we see one of those already prized, but
I don't know. I feel like it could also be a major liability, potentially.
Isn't everything?
As well. Yeah, that's true, especially in this matchup.
As long as Collapse Stadium isn't gone, we're chilling.
Yeah, that is very true. Well, I'm excited to see how this goes here. Will Piper be able to take out this Raging Bolt EX deck in Alexander Blake, or will Alexander be able to do it once again here in our round 4? Both these players are 3-0 right now. One of them is potentially going to go to 4-0. We're going to have to see what happens here in our round 1 in Baltimore, Maryland. Let's kick off our regional championships. We're starting on the right side of the board here with Piper going first. Ultra Ball, 2 cards out within those supporters there going down.
Thornton.
That's
all
Thornton.
The
that's
shenanigans
Spice.
are already gone.
It's gone. Ultra Balling out those 2 to get any Pokemon here. We're going to start to see this board be established. I never played a lot of Charizard EX, but I played it last night, and
I watched.
Yeah, you watched it, and I was pretty. I feel like I got everything set up, and then I was like, yeah, I'm a Charizard now. I'm swinging, and I was like, wait, I don't even hit that much.
What did I even do?
Yeah. So this is kind of how this deck works. It's a heavy setup deck, but then once everything is set up, and if it's not too far behind in the start of these games, it is so consistent. And it just puts all the pieces together to take down their opponents. So Piper's going to look to start to get that setup here. Going first, of course, to get these Pokemon down. Alexander, on the other hand, what are we going to look for in that initial setup from Alexander, Kyle?
Well, obviously, you want to start with knocking your shocks off to get the ball rolling here. Now, this is a little bit awkward to see this this Pokemon in the active spot. The Sandy Shocks. Pokemon you like to incorporate later on in some other matchups. Doesn't really work here. But to see this setup from your opponent, just the single Charmander, the single Pidgey, there is an opportunity here. To see the prime catcher, however, in the prize cards, as Alexander will soon realize, that means that you're a little bit limited, but there is still potential to knock out that Pidgey on the opening turn.
Yeah, that's true. That would be huge. Start getting at those knockouts nice and early there for Alexander, but is going to take a look at the deck, make sure that all these cards are accounted for, because 6 of them are stuck in those prize cards. Not too bad. A little bit of a good balance outside, of course, that ace spec. You can only play 1 in your deck of those shiny pink cards. So that's going to be gone there for Alexander. But yeah, Sandy Shocks being active, a bit awkward there. You see that hefty 2 retreat cost there. So would have to waste some resources as far as some switch outs potentially to get that Sandy Shocks out of the active that Alexander unfortunately started with here. Of course, we're going to see a lot of energy acceleration. 1 grass in that discard pile already with that earthen vessel that sought out those 2 other energy into the hand. We're going to see that Professor Sada's Vitality to accelerate straight away to that Sandy Shocks. That grass is now on there, but what else are we working with? We need to get some Pokemon out here.
Isn't that unfortunate when you have to use the Professor Sada's for a single energy to Sandy Boy? No way is that what you want to do here, but that is the case. You have to continue to draw cards, and it leaves you in a spot like this, where your best option is Power Gem for a not knockout because there's resistance on the other side.
Oh, that is sad to see, but wow, that's actually brutal.
Yeah, Pidgey withstand all of time to do this.
Pidgey OP here in this matchup so far. This is definitely the fall here of this deck. If it gets clunky and awkward in the beginning, you are looking at a rough time here, but I guess I'll be the optimist here now. Yeah, at least that Professor Sada's Vitality, I mean, it showcases how good that card is. You accelerate the energy. It was just a grass for that Sandy Shocks, but you also draw 3, which is kind of what bailed Alexander out here just a little bit here.
This helps a lot. Seeing the Teal Mask Ogrepon, that acceleration leads to the Magnetic Burst being unlocked. The 3 energies in play can get the job done here against the Pidgey.
There we go. Pidgey is...
Oh, there was a catcher. Surprise! That'll work just fine. Bye-bye, Charmander.
Even better. That is even better. The Pokemon catcher coming out, rolling ahead. We missed it completely, but it brought that Charmander up, knocked it out right away here for Alexander. That is huge because Piper did not have any other Charmander established now. Now we're seeing the opposite of that, of course, now on Piper's turn with that Buddy Poffin pulling out these Charmanders straight away, trying to get them onto the bench and get them secured here so that we can see those future evolutions into that Charizard EX off those rare candies. So important. But Pidgey does survive. Pidgey's still OP here, Kyle.
Yeah, and maybe it's just Pidgey at this point. The Iono, unfortunate resource to see here, but have to do what you got to do. 6 cards to potentially find a way out of this mess. And is that a rare candy? No, not yet.
Not yet.
See the awkwardness of finding these cards like the Forest Sealstone when you don't play Rotom anymore. You don't have those resources, Luminion and the prize cards.
Yeah, this is
so you're not going to accelerate from this point.
This is getting a little dicey here, but as we've said, Charizard is a deck that comes back, and it can come back very strong. We have the Bidoof now from the Iono hand on the bench here, but that's it. All of those unevolved Pokemon are going to be ready to evolve next turn, but Alexander Blake stands in the way here now. Utilizing that Sandy Shocks, not what I expected to see here, but it's working out quite well as a single prize card attacker.
His army of prize lab Pokemon here, he's not getting much done, but it's going to work. It's just attacking into these smaller Pokemon and taking advantage of this opportunity, but you need to find some helpful resources. Maybe another Sada's, anything to get the ball rolling here. Trekking Shoes tries to help. Oh, no,
the Trekking Shoes for Trekking Shoes. Classic. You look at that top card, you decide whether to discard it or keep it, and it's going to be that energy retrieval joining the hand now after 2 Trekking Shoes down now.
Yeah, this is an interesting debate. There's the Pokegear, but honestly, without an additional ancient Pokemon in play, Judge seems like a fair play.
Nice.
You can take advantage of this spot where your opponent has not established a board, remove this Pidgey from play, and if they don't find Bibarel, you're just going to keep on winning with Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, this is definitely an edge that this deck has. The disruption is huge here, especially for so many decks that it goes against in our format that stack up hands here, stack up those resources. Judge is huge. Both players going to draw into 4 cards here, 4 cards only to work with. But this Raging Bolt list is known for its speed. it has these cards. You see this Pokestop in hand there for Alexander Blake that maybe won't be played just yet. Going to start with this Hisuian Heavy Ball to get a basic potentially out of the prize cards in that Ogre Pawn. So now we're actually rolling here. The Heavy Ball's in the prize cards once again, going to be laid out. We have another additional Ogre Pawn. We have the Raging Bolt now, thanks to that Judge as well on the bench. But there was still no supporter.
Well, yeah, we obviously we saw the Judge for this turn, but for next turn, not much going on. The Pokestop in hand, I don't want to see that played here just yet. You can't give Piper an opportunity to draw out of this, find a rare candy, and start knocking you out.
Well, that's going to be now 2 prize cards down. The Charmander was the first. The Pidgey finally being taken out here on the field, never to be evolved. Never going to quick search here for Piper, but let's see if we can see some other evolutions come down here as we see another Pidgey and a Cleffa being established onto the field from that Buddy Buddy Poffin here from Piper. And then there we go. You called it. Yep. That is huge in that Bibarel to get that extra draw here for Piper Lepine.
Yeah, real smart to take an opportunity last turn to search out that Bidoof. Cannot trust the Pidgey. Even if you went for a second Pidgey, you know your opponent has that opportunity to potentially work in hand disruption, and you can't rely on finding rare candies at the right time. And sure enough, can't even find it here. It's just Charmeleon and Prey.
Yep, Charmeleon's going to be the evolution here. At least we're getting somewhere right now. And Piper also working with an Arven as well to search out an item card and a tool card.
I didn't see that she plays that pink card.
Was that Unfair Stamp?
Unfair? Ooh. I thought that was Funfair.
The Unfair Stamp coming out here, as well as that Defiance Band. Whoa, that's cool to see there. Oh my gosh, the counter catcher coming in play, being behind in prize cards, activating that card, shifting that Ogre Pawn into the active here. We're going to see the Unfair Stamp. Now, as soon as there's a knockout taken here, you can use it.
Candy Charizard would be unreal here.
That would actually be crazy to see, and we might actually see it. We do have some cards to draw in here. It's called Unfair Stamp for a reason, because your opponent only gets 2. You get 5. What can we see? We do see the Charizard, but no rare candy. Unfortunately, that means we're not going to see that evolution and the energy come down and that explosive turn that we could have potentially seen from Piper here, but we're still moving through. We're going to see the Ultra Ball here, discarding an Arven as well as that Pidgeot. Oh, we're not done yet.
Not done.
We are flipping a script, Kyle.
That's right. The script says that Alexander takes this decisively and this opening victory, and it is not the case. Pheasantipity going to try for a rare candy. Was that it?
Was that it? Oh, we got it! The rare candy evolving into that Charizard, flipping the script off that Pheasantipity, showing its utility here in our format. Now we have a Charizard EX fully charged up with those fire energy thanks to its Infernal Rain ability, drawing them out of the deck, and Piper Lepine is on the board.
That is quite a way to come back from what was looking like a devastating setup here. Instead now, take a big knockout there on the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, removing one of the only threats to this Charizard. All those grass energies, bye-bye. Good luck trying to set it up this turn.
Yeah, Piper says, hey, now we're tied. Woo! 4 prize cards each for these players to take this win here in our Game 1 Masters Round 4. Alexander Blake is going to have to step up. I mean, that was a crazy turn there from Piper. Got everything needed, and as I said, as soon as this deck starts to become established, it gets very dangerous. There's a ton of HP on the field here. Alexander still needs to build up his board state as well as now, and we might see some flip in the script here on the other side.
Rightfully so.
From these the nest balls here, as well as that Radiant Greninja. So we saw, of course, the Bibarel help so much. The Pheasantipity come down. We're seeing the other side of that. The Radiant Greninja to potentially draw some cards here after that awkward Unfair Stamp, and the Pheasantipity can help out as well. Some recovery.
Well, you think about ways that Alexander can recover from this situation, and it really relies on finding that Sada's Vitality. Instead now, see some energies, so at least there's one more opportunity with the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn to help out. Radiant Greninja could draw a little bit too. Trekking Shoes to find some more resources, but the options are not all there just yet. Squawkabilly's not going to get it done. You have to keep on digging here. 2 more resources to potentially find an answer. It is all on Sada's into that Raging Bolt. There's no way to accelerate enough energies to this Teal Mask Ogre Pawn for the knockout.
Yeah, that is tough here. That Ogerpon went out, and we just have a lone Ogerpon here. Let's see what we get off that concealed cards. Oof, just a Pokemon catcher, as well as a Raging Bolt EX. The cards are not in Alexander's favor here in this matchup, and that is devastating to see when you're staring down a giant Charizard EX that can take quite a few knockouts now on your board.
All the knockouts.
All the knockouts, exactly. We're going to see the Pokemon catcher, though. Will it be as lucky as last time? Nope, not this time. It's going to be Odd, which is a Tails here between our players.
Yeah, I suppose there was an opportunity for Sandy Shocks to knock out the barrel and maybe work in some disruption at this point, but it is not the case, and this is a devastating situation here. Not only do you lose that energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon to potentially knock out the Charizard, but you're going to lose those energies in the active spot unless your opponent takes a 2-prize knockout, which is also bad.
Yeah, that is pretty difficult. The whole way this deck works, it likes to discard those energies to take giant knockouts or at least do a ton of damage for each that it discards with that Bellowing Thunder, 70 for each energy. But if the energy's off the board, you got to figure out how to reaccelerate it, and then you're just a little bit too short there, and that is a difficult spot to be in here for Alexander. We just saw a little bit of damage come off that Charizard EX, but look at Piper now, just running with this hand here. I mean, if we have a full bench established, we're going to see now finally an evolution. It's not the rare candy evolution this time. We got another middle evolution. Hey, that's cool to see.
I mean, it's a good call for this tournament. You think of all the ways to shut down some of these items effects. You see the Bayonets getting a little bit of resource too. So, you know what? I just want to search out my Pokemon. If I get them out, I'll probably win.
Yeah, exactly. It's just setting up that consistency to just take things home. I mean, once you have this Charizard EX that's doing so much damage here in the active, then you're just kind of establishing the rest of the board here. And really, you're putting this giant Pokemon up. Your opponent has to decide what to do. Do I take out your support Pokemon and try to limit you, but you already have this giant Pokemon that I have only damaged a little bit and still have a ton more HP to work through? It's a really difficult position, and Alexander Blake is already so far behind. I mean, this energy is going to get wiped off the field potentially here, and then where do we go from there in this game one? And Piper is just setting things up.
Right. There's no reason to get aggressive, overcommit, and resources at this point. Remove energies from the board. There's no energy on Teal Mask. You're going to be completely fine. Your opponent has to throw away all their resources to knock you out at this point of the game.
Yep.
That's right up your alley.
Yeah, and it was a 4-card hand as well. It's not even a grass energy that was top decked. It was that lightning energy, so we can't even draw more there with that Teal Mask Ogerpon, but we could draw a little more off that Flip the Script. Still not a lot that we're working with here. Boss's Orders here, that Pokegear. We're going to see the Ultra Ball and a Nest Ball off that concealed cards now for Alexander, but it's still awkward.
Would love to see a little more searching through the deck at this point before using the Pokegear. Thin out as much as possible. Maybe find an opportunity to find one of those 2 Sadas that were at the bottom of the deck, and Alexander's going, whoo, glad I didn't burst that bubble a little too quick.
Hey, that's called sequencing, everybody. You love to see it. Nestball getting out that Teal Mask Ogerpon, as well as making that potential Pokegear a lot better here for Alexander. But we might play some cards here first. And did you see how thin that deck is as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're down to sub 15 cards at this point, and that's exactly what Alexander wants to do. Play all the resources, get to a point where even if your opponent does sneak in that late game Iono, you're going to flip the script, you're going to draw resources, you'll find that catcher and maybe steal that last 2 prizes on a Pheasantipity.
Yep, yeah, we're still 4 here. Prize cards to take. That's two prize card knockouts or 4 single prize cards. We're going to see now that teal dance. We're dancing here, Kyle, for some extra draw support. Now, this Pokegear, this huge top 7 cards, can get a supporter card. And there, you said it was 2 in deck, right?
Yeah.
That's one of them. Professor Sada's Vitality finally coming out of the deck here off of that Pokegear 3.0 there for Alexander. That's going to put even more energy out on the field now. Of course, we saw both of those grass, thanks to that energy retrieval as well, getting them out of the discard pile into the hand, reaccelerated, drawing cards. And now the Sada's Vitality we've been waiting for has to have that lightning energy to commit to that Bellowing Thunder on the Raging Bolt EX, and then throws that other energy onto those ancient Pokemon on the bench as well.
Yep, and sure enough, obviously you have to think about considerations for what is my opponent's board going to look like next turn when you take a knockout like this in this situation. You have the Ancient boosters, so you're protected from an attack from a Radiant Charizard, which is a big Pokemon to consider in a spot like this, but your opponent also probably has Boss's Orders in combination with that. So do you remove the energy from the active Pokemon? It's tough to say.
Yeah, that is pretty tough. Well, we saw the attach for turn there now coming down onto that Raging Bolt on the bench.
Doesn't seem too committed to it as it's already it's still on
top
of the
it was
Pokemon.
on top of it. You knew where that one was going. It was about to be discarded here. As I said, Bellowing Thunder on that Raging Bolt. EX allows you to discard these energies.
Wow, this is super risky. You see this point here, Radiant Charizard, if it's in combination with Boss's Orders or maybe another counter catcher at this point,
scared.
It's gonna take those 2 energies.
I'm scared here, Kyle. I'm scared. I mean,
okay, Mr. Randall.
It's 2 prize cards down here. Alexander taking that risk. Now that Raging Bolt EX in the active here, no energy attached to it, was all discarded to take down that Charizard EX. And Piper Lepine setting things up here. I mean, look at that. The Ultra Ball with the 2 candies. I mean, you don't even need them at this point. That's pretty wild. We're going to see the Pal Pad as well. Recycle some supporters back into the deck here, as well as that Super Rod.
Yeah, that was so clean. Obviously, just
that was
counting the resources, you know exactly what you need to close a game out like this. You're thinking about Radiant Charizard. You're thinking about the Charizard EX as well. You only need 1. You already have that.
Yep.
So let's draw, hopefully find some of those resources to help. Pidgeot is found, and that unlocks a world of hurt.
Yes, it does. That Pidgeotto on the bench there, Pidgeotto there, looking to just evolve here. We see the energy being attached to that Radiant Charizard that came out this turn here for Piper, and the counter catcher as well. Yeah, down in prize cards here. It's 3-2.
That's disgusting. There's no knockout on board now to take the win here for Alexander.
Oh my goodness.
I was looking, I'm like, is there a way to search out, maybe find the Collapse Stadium? No, the Turo's just in hand. You can take the Pheasantipity away, and there's no knockout lined up now.
Denying absolutely everything here. I mean, this is what I truly expected from Piper Lepine in this matchup, finding all of the outs. Now we see that Radiant Charizard come in here, take a huge knockout there on that Raging Bolt EX, thanks to, of course, its ability, helping it out here now that we're late game. And that is huge. I mean, that's 2 prize cards down, 1 to take.
Kicking himself at this point.
Yes.
How could I not see this? The energies on this active Pokemon could have been there for me. I would have additional resources. Sure, you're in a lot of trouble here. There's a Charmeleon that's unchecked. And maybe if you were able to knock that Pokemon out, you could avoid your opponent being able to find like the last Boss's Orders, whatever it may be for Radiant Charizard to close out. This is really dangerous. How do you move around in this spot? If you move the Radiant Charizard, it's going to be able to use the Combustion Blast once more and probably knock out anything besides the Ancient boosted Raging Bolt here. There's not much left.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to see, I guess, where Alexander chooses to go with it. We're going to start off with some draw here from that Concealed Cards, energy retrieval, getting those cards, those energy back out of the discard, discarded once again. We have a full hand, but Alexander just has to decide what to do here. Piper, only 1 prize card left to take. This is truly the end game here in our game 1 between these players. And I think just eyeing up the hand, saying, what do I do now as Alexander?
Yeah, just not much that you can really target at this point. You see the combination of the Pidgeotto and the Bibarel. It means essentially checkmate from this point.
Yeah,
Some Pokemon will be able to help out at this point. There's no additional resource as far as a judge to work in the hand disruption. We saw the Pal Pad, and it's just the resources aren't available. It's past the turn and hope.
It's just a pass. Yeah, exactly. That Radiant Charizard, the Combustion Blast, you can't use it unless you reset it, as Kyle mentioned before. If that was moved out, it could just come back up, take a knockout there, and take this game for Piper. But just leaving it in the active here and asking Piper to finish off this game here or not. And Piper, look at this, focusing in on this match, adding up everything that needs to be done here to take this game
in our
Masters round.
Yep, there it is. Pass the turn. It's literally the right answer. It's just don't do anything.
Exactly.
You had him in checkmate last turn. Do it again.
You still do. Yep, that is so true here, Kyle. That's That is so true. The answer's on the ceiling. I love that.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Alexander, he knows exactly the situation he's in. This is devastating from this point. You have all these resources, and yeah, you take a peek.
Look at
and
that.
That's
it's like, oh, Ultra Ball, I have 2 cards.
You want to cut?
Want to cut?
That's about the last real decision he has to make this turn.
That's true. That is so true. Yeah, we have played down here to 2 cards left in the deck. Alexander Blake not able to bring things out. Piper Lepine once again has put her opponent in an absolute checkmate position here with Charizard EX now. And of course, that Radiant Charizard that was utilized that Piper is very familiar with. Took down Baltimore already before.
You think it's the same one? The same
that
card?
It would have to.
I would
like
hope
lucky.
so. Yeah.
It's a lucky one.
It knows how to win. We keep running this Radzard and seeing what happens.
Yes, I love to see that. That was an epic game between both of these players. It really could have gone either way. Let's take a look at what happened in that game. If you're just joining us in the stream, let's give you a nice little recap here.
Yeah, not the best start for either of our players, but
True.
Sandy Shocks getting the job done on 2 early prizes, but that's just exactly where Piper wants to be. Give her an opportunity, start taking real knockouts, and this was the big turn. Pheasantipity
this was
sneaks in that rare candy, and here we go, off to the races.
That was huge. Yeah, wiping that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. It had 2 grass energy on it as well into the discard pile. Those already giving Alexander Blake a run for the money as far as managing those resources. Then, on top of that, the Sandy Shocks with the energy attached to it also went down, forcing recovery there. And then Alexander Blake chose to take out that Charizard EX, but discard all of the energy on that active Pokemon there. And then we saw the counter catcher here from Piper. That was huge. Take out all the energy. There was no recovery left there for Alexander Blake to be able to take this game home. Only 2 cards left in the deck. Scooped it up to Piper Lepine. Piper taking down this game 1. 26 minutes left on the clock here for these players to get into our game 2 now in our Swiss round 4.
Yeah, call it skill, call it luck, but Piper did the job to
passed.
Maybe this one we're going to need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, actually, that is pretty brutal. Did we see prize cards as well? How are those looking? But yeah, Radiant Charizard, that is a late game card. You do not want to star that. And it's just a Radiant Charizard as well as a Bidoof and a pass. Not even a card played there from Piper Lepine, as well as Alexander Blake, the prime catcher once again in the prize cards.
It eludes him once more, and it'd be so good.
But look, this is a much better board state than we saw in our last game, our game 1. There's no Sandy Shocks in sight to knock any shocks off this time. We got the Nest Ball establishing all these Pokemon here. If we have some grass energy, we are drawing some cards here for Alexander Blake. And we do.
We got all of them.
We're dancing. Oh my gosh, 2 teal dance here. The Ancient Booster Energy Capsule buffing up this Raging Bolt EX. As well. And then we got the Squawk, the Seas. We're not squawking and seething. We're squawking and season here for Alexander Blake. Look at that. Wow, that's a really chill hand as well.
We need to throw away some energies.
True. That is true. We need to get... Oh, that is so nice. Pokestop rolling into 3 item cards. You'll love to see it. Fantastic item cards, too. You have the Nest Ball, the Earthen Vessel, and a Trekking Shoes to draw out some more cards, too.
Right.
Gonna sequence it.
Yeah, this is tricky now. You want to find a way to a fighting energy or lightning energy into the discard pile. Radiant Greninja, a great way to do just that. You can guarantee at least one of those resources, and then the Sada's Vitality will take the knockout on this Pokemon.
Beautiful.
Hot
you
diggity
love
dog, we're
to
here.
see it. The Ancient is popping off here. Earthen Vessel discarding that grass energy into the discard pile to get those 2 energy out of the deck within that lightning and that fighting, and that's exactly what we need here for Alexander. I mean, this really shows you the opposite of how this deck can be played here. Concealed cards now coming down, drawing into 2 additional cards here for Alexander Blake, and of course, going second allows you to use that supporter in that Professor Sada's Vitality, accelerate onto that Raging Bolt EX, accelerate from the hand. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, do you want 3 cards, buddy?
Yeah, you should probably take those 3 off that Sada's Vitality as well. And look, epic cards, 2 off of that. Another Sada's, a Pokegear, and an Earthen Vessel. brutal here. Alexander Blake getting a little ahead of himself because this is such a great hand and a great board state.
Obviously, thinking about the clock here, you're already down about half your time. You need to play fast. You need to get moving. But there's a little bit of some missteps that we're seeing at this point. There was the trekking shoes in hand, too. You could have used that and maybe even discarded an energy to find 2 energies with that Sada's. Not going to capitalize completely, but still take a big knockout here on the opening turn.
I do really like this position, though, as far as, I mean, especially compared to our last game. Alexander taking the first prize card here within that Radiant Charizard. It's in the discard pile now for Piper Lepine. Piper finding that Charmander. It's on the bench now, but Alexander does have some play here to pick and choose what he goes after. So Piper, it's going to be all about establishing as much as possible here on Piper's side to make sure there are fail-safes for these upcoming turns.
Right. There's no time to play cute at this point. You can't stop not play down these 2 prize Pokemon. You have to just go all in at this point and throw them down whenever they're available. You're going to need the ability to search out cards with Quick Search. You have to throw down Pheasantipity as a prize card being taken every turn. And when that happens, you're just a Pokemon catcher away, one boss's orders from going down an insurmountable amount of prize cards.
Exactly. Well, we do see the Bibarel here evolving in the active position, so that will allow Piper to draw into a couple additional cards. It looks like a pretty slim hand as well, so hopefully we see some good cards here. Oh, we do see the TM Evolution as well as that counter catcher being played to slim down the hand as much as possible to draw up now with his Industrious Incisors. Finding another Charmander, that's fantastic news, as well as a Pidgey. Yo, that's
Who
great.
needs buddy?
Yeah.
Just draw them yourself.
We got the Beaver.
Do we have an energy, though?
That's a good question.
Help.
Hey, we have an Arvin.
Okay.
We have an Arvin.
I don't think that helps.
Yeah, that actually doesn't. That doesn't.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, it kind of helps. It kind of helps. We'll see what happens here. That Defiance Band being the tool card being brought out of the deck from that Arvin, but we're seeing it nice and early here. Some unfair stamp. Will it be the red? Will it be the green? Piper's going to have a fresh set of 5 cards and limiting Alexander Blake, which is actually huge for this turn. To only 2 cards after we saw how good that hand was for Alexander. And it was huge.
There's a hidden MVP here. If you find the Temple of Sinnoh to counter the stadium here, that'd be fantastic. But
debilitating, really.
We didn't even see the energy.
Oh, no. Could things be falling short here potentially for Piper? At least getting set up here with a Buddy Poffin to bring out another Pidgey onto the bench.
You don't spin the wheel. I don't.
No. No.
There's nothing to find.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, all of these Charmander and Pidgeys just came out on this turn for Piper.
Yep, little disheartening here, but searching out that second Pidgey makes you feel a little bit better about your chances. Yeah, it is pretty likely that Bibarel will fall this turn.
Yup, which is sad, but there was at least some utility there in the Industrious Incisors in the last turn, but now it's up to Alexander Blake to recover. Of course, we were working off the unfair stamp here, but look at this. Earthen Vessel discarding that nest ball, getting these energy out, and as soon as you're seeing energy, you're seeing a pretty good time.
We're not done. There's a Pokegear as the last card in hand,
no
too.
No way. Wow.
He is absolutely cooking. That was not a red unfair stamp at all.
Wow.
Green
yeah, that was
light.
the green one. Green light means go here. Earthen Vessel getting those 2 energy out here for Alexander. That's going to allow for some more cards to be drawn. We have the Pokegear as well, so we need to slim down as much as possible. Maybe we could just hot draw off this Teal Dance. Let's see. Raging Bolt EX as well as another energy.
Looks like the Greninja was chosen as the discard of choice on that opener, and last card.
That was spicy. That was spicy, but we have it here, Professor Sada's Vitality, the key component to this ancient deck with that ancient effect here.
That sequencing actually paid off perfectly there. Because if he used Teal Mask and only drew 1, then Sada's wouldn't have been the last card. He would have missed by 1.
Right.
So
it
worked out great.
That's pretty wild to see here. But yeah, it's working out here so far for Alexander, accelerating that lightning energy, of course, that fighting already in the hands, drawing additional 3 cards in the Sandy Shocks, as well as the energy retrieval. Now drawing up cards with these Teal Dance abilities on the bench here from these Teal Mask Ogre Pawns. This deck is popping off here. But as you said, the timer is not really on Alexander Blake's side. We have to see this pace continue and get as much utility out of these turns as possible for Alexander. Get as many energy out as you can. Knock out the right things.
And thinking ahead, too, here.
Yeah.
You know this is a big turn. Taking this second knockout unlocks the ability of this Charizard to attack for 240 damage. What do you do in a spot like that? You don't want to lose your Raging Bolt. You bring up the one with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to help out.
It's got a little buff.
We're buffed up now.
We are buffed up. Yeah, that's an awesome tool card to have. Buffing up that to 300 HP on that Raging Bolt EX, which is fantastic to see. You're just putting another obstacle in your opponent's way here. And Piper Lepine did get everything established on the board last turn. So now let's see if we can actually get into these evolutions and get rolling on this side of the field. But as we've been talking about, Kyle, this is kind of the position you want to be in as the Charizard player. You're a little bit behind. That unlocks a lot of your cards here. We're spinning the wheel for the rare candy.
Now it's okay because you
fine,
have to find rare candy.
You
These
are
Pokemon
forced.
have been down for a turn, and this is your moment. You can attack with this Charizard, and you need to remove some of the pressure, some of the energies. Targeting down this Raging Bolt with the Lightning Energy would be pretty strong here in this spot.
Yeah, it's kind of clean cut, honestly. I guess in this matchup, you can kind of see where the liabilities are on your opponent's side. But yeah, that's awesome. That was a huge find off that rare candy off the Pokestop. Ooh, there we go. Boss's orders being utilized. Okay, so that was the boss's orders to bring up the Raging Bolt EX that could be knocked out here from the Charizard EX. 2 prize cards down now for Piper Lepine, and then the replacement of the Raging Bolt EX that has the energy for Alexander Blake here in that turn. Piper Lepine down the first 2 prize cards on the right side of our field. Alexander Blake gonna have to keep up his pace.
Good. He didn't take the bait. He drew Pheasantipity for the turn. And I looked down at this board. I said, you cannot play
Don't do it. Don't do it.
You have not set up a board state that works for Pheasantipity. Have to continue to draw the old-fashioned way. Throw these energies onto the teal mask. Continue drawing. Thin out as best you can. And maybe find some help here with this final Pokegear here. And if it doesn't work out, you always got Pokestop to try one more time for a Pokegear.
That is true. That is true. Just hope you don't discard your supporters.
That's right. This is why you throw down the gear first, hope for the Sada, then fail miserably and go for the crazy.
That's actually exactly what just happened here.
Yep.
There's no Sada, just a judge for the option here from Alexander. So that is rough, and it looks like that's what's being eyed up here as far as the. Oh, now I know what I have to do here. The judge, of course, is able to be sought out from that Pokegear, but that's actually just gonna be the choice of play here. The judge for both of our players, maybe looking at the hand on Piper's side.
Super risky. All the energies are going bye-bye at this point.
Are you not a fan
Take
of
the
this
knockout
choice
here. There was still a world where you could use Pokestop, try to find Pokegear, and go for
how many
one
are
final
there?
time. It's usually a count of 3 or so of the Pokegear.
Yeah, you're right, 3.
So there was a chance, maybe, but it's a long shot. This is another opportunity. Your opponent hasn't set up a great board yet. They haven't proven that they're going to find a setup, and you've got 5 energies. That's a knockout, but you have nothing else after this.
Yeah, that Trekking Shoes getting us that Earthen Vessel to the hand here, not being discarded. Now we do have the Professor Sada's Vitality in the hand off of the judge, but of course can only play 1 supporter, and that's going to be all of those energy going down to take that Charizard EX out. It is the ability of these Raging Bolt EX decks, but again, it's a huge liability because then you have to recover on these next turns. And Piper Lepine likes to work off the back foot as far as prize cards go. If you could just not have the right resources in hand, Piper could disrupt you quite enough. Here, take out the right Pokemon, it could look very dicey here in this game
Here
2.
we go. Giddy up. Ultra Ball found from the Arvin. There is rare candy in hand. Maybe some additional resources to help, potentially. There was one spot I was looking for from Alexander. The Lost Vacuum maybe could have been played on their own Pokestop to avoid searching out one sneaky rare candy, one final way for Piper to accelerate this board a little bit further. But here's the Charizard anyways.
Yeah, we just knocked one out. Took how many energy was that to take it out? And now there's one back on the field, fully charged up here, 330 HP in that Charizard EX. Infernal Rain ability allowing you to get those energy out. We already have one accelerate onto the Charmander on the bench, taking that huge knockout now onto the Raging Bolt. It's only getting more powerful in that Charizard EX. It's now the end game here in our game 2 between our players. Piper Lepine, Alexander Blake, 2 prize cards each. What are we going to see in this turn? We see the Professor Sada's Vitality that was off the Judge in the last turn, so that's going to help us out to accelerate these energy, draw into those additional 3 cards. But what are we going to see after that, Kyle?
What was the count there? 5-2-2? If it is, then 1 energy of each remaining, potentially not. Oh my goodness, finds the energy retrieval.
Wow.
That's the exact card needed here to potentially close this game out. Searching up both of those grass energies, double Teal Mask, Ogre Pond, draw. Who cares what the resources are?
Exactly.
As long as you find that lightning energy, you'll be able to close out here. That's not the right energy.
Oh, not one. Yeah, it has to be.
That's terrifying.
Fighting and lightning. Oh, no.
He let go.
No. Oh, they're going to keep the attachment?
Let go.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It was attached. Card laid to card played, right?
That's right.
Ooh, no.
Right.
Just a little bit of a misstep there
My
from
gosh.
Alexander Blake. It's the grass energy instead of the lightning. Bellowing Thunder does require that lightning energy to be played onto it in order to actually attack with this move.
There's Earthen Vessel in hand.
Brutal.
Could have searched out the remainder.
It could have happened.
It is all right there. Just got ahead of himself in this spot. And
that is brutal. It's just the retreat here into that Radiant Greninja, or sorry, the switch cart into that Radiant Greninja. And now Piper Lepine has a bit of a,
Super Raw Luminion for the boss's
that's
orders.
Not what you
That
want to
is
see.
so ridiculous
That
to close out. But it works, and that's going to win the game here and the match for Piper Lepine.
Gosh, Piper Lepine 2-0 here in our Masters round 4. And taking it down in Baltimore, 4-0 record here now, winning on stream, proving that Charizard still has a lot to prove here and is doing it now in Baltimore. Piper Lepine, I mean, you hate to see it end like that though, Kyle.
Alexander, slow down. Use that Earthen Vessel first. Look at your resources. Guarantee that you will find the right cards at the right time there. You could have even thinned down a little bit, find the energies, and then found the energy retrieval. We'll take a look at how this game played out one final time, but it is very fresh on our minds.
It is very fresh indeed. This is back in our game 1. The Sandy Shock start was looking pretty grim, but actually took out quite a few Pokemon there on Piper's side. Piper was working off the back foot here, but was able to spin things around, flip that script, get that Charizard EX out, accelerate those energy, take out these energy off the field as well to kind of debilitate Alexander Blake here on the left side. And then Alexander unfortunately lost those energy once again in that Sandy Shocks. It proved to be a liability after it was helping the team a bit there. And then Piper Lepine able to close things out. That Radiant Charizard coming down, a very familiar Lucky Radiant Charizard. Taking out that Raging Bolt EX and setting up the checkmate, taking game 1.
Yeah, game 2, Radiant Charizard jumped the gun a little bit. Started the game for us, and whoops, we don't need you here just yet. Turn 1 knockout from Alexander. Turn 2 knockout follow-up on that Bibarel. Everything looking Alexander's way. But there was a dangerous turn here for Piper. Found the resources, able to target down some big knockouts with that Charizard. Alexander had the resources, using just about every energy in the deck to get the knockout here, but you need one final knockout to take the game in this spot, and it's not lining up.
Yeah.
The resources in hand. You see the Earthen Vessel could search out, maybe find some energies. The retrievals line up, but that's not the right energy.
Yeah, that was brutal to see here. Just a little bit of mis-sequencing, unfortunately, there in that game to close things out for Alexander. But
Speaking of sequencing, look at that. What a play to go for the draw into Super Rod to close out. You're not going to find boss's orders with that Pokestop, but you can search it out with your good buddy Fish.
Exactly. I mean, it's a classic scenario, right? In the Pokemon trading card game. Luminion for the supporter. It's usually always the boss. That's what it's for. The fish gets the boss, and they're having a good time.
Don't make me call the boss.
Hey, I mean, Baltimore's known for seafood, so I guess we're, it wasn't the crab.
Yeah.
It wasn't the crab yet, Kyle.
It's
yet.
coming.
It's coming. It is coming indeed, but this time around, it's going to be the fish sticks there in that Luminion, taking things down there for Piper. I mean, tragic way to see things end on a stream, of course, but I guess it's a lesson learned here, not only for Alexander, but for everybody watching as well. If you're in that position, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get too fast with what you're doing. Slow down, take your time, especially if you have all the resources. You just got to map it out in your head and in your hand as well. And we actually saw Piper do that. I mean, we saw just a kind of a moment of pause, looking up, seeing, okay, what? Make sure I'm not messing up here, and then closing out games. And maybe it's just that slight edge that these pro players have in the Pokemon trading card game that sets them apart.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going against you here if you're Alexander. This is your first opportunity at a regional event. You're on stream. You're already running pretty hot. You run into one of the best players in Pokemon, and sure enough, you're in a really difficult spot. Down that opening game, you have a perfect way to close things out, and you just get a little bit ahead of yourself. It happens to all of us. Maybe not with the lights on us, but you have this opportunity now to continue to build on this tournament. It's not over for you just yet. Just need 7 wins to make it into day 2. Just 7.
Just 7.
You know? So that's still 4 out of the next 5 here to get the job done.
Brutal.
Raging Bolt, though. I mean, if you ever wanted to turn the brain off and giddy up,
true. Yeah.
that can do it for you.
That is true. That is a great deck to be piloting, especially, you know, both of these players were 3-0. Now Piper's going to be 4-0, 3-1 there for Alexander. But, yeah, I mean, you laid it out perfectly there, Kyle. It is a bit nerve-wracking. You're like, hey, this is actually my first regional. And Piper's like,
what are all these cameras doing here?
Last time I was in Baltimore, I won the event. So, yeah, a little bit of a misbalance there. But Alexander still played very well there on our stream, of course, got a little bit ahead there, but still showed us the power of this Raging Bolt EX deck, what it can do. I mean, it almost took out the Charizard there, and that's also one of the best decks of the format as well. So I would say people value Charizard higher than the Raging Bolt, maybe not in that matchup sometimes, but yeah, Charizard's an extremely skillful deck. I mean, you just search out all your resources that you want anytime you want, and you can really take things down, as we saw Piper do there. And the speed was not on Alexander's side there, fortunately.
Well, we know one player who knows that matchup very well. Taking down yet another Raging Bolt is Piper Lepine, and we have her lined up for an interview. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge. Adam Skarzig Watson here, and I'm joined by the winner you just saw on stream, Piper. So happy to have you back in the lounge. At the top of the show, I kind of told the people that when you show up to play, you're ferocious, but you've been taking some time off, kind of chilling, going to school, but now you're back into Pokemon. Is this going to be a serious season for you?
I mean, I'm going to go for the invite, you know, 10th year going for an invite, so that'll be cool to get. But yeah, not going to like go for top 16 or the stipends or anything, just with school and stuff. It's a bit hard to balance super well, but yeah.
I know that you have been valuing that balance, which is nice, but you showed up here, you've got Charizard. What was the thought process of bringing Charizard to this tournament? Is it just you think the meta has shifted enough to allow for it, or is it a strong deck regardless that people are underrating?
Yeah, Charizard's a very strong deck. I think a lot of people have been looking at the Dusknoir version just because you have a lot of cool lines you can play with the Dusknoir version. But I chose the better strategy, in my opinion, of just copying Tord's deck. Changed a couple cards, but he has the Bibarel line, which just adds a lot of consistency. And then the Rabska is really interesting. Firstly, Reller's a really good attacker. Like, the 30 poke is really good in the early game when you don't want to put a 2-prizer in play. But then you also have the Rabska, which improves your Regidrago matchup a lot, which I think that's something the Dusknoir version's lacking.
Okay.
But yeah, Zard, it's just a bit more consistent than the other Zard variants, and the deck is just very solid overall, so yeah.
And that consistency really did help you during those games. You were off to really rough starts. We know Charizard wants to play from behind, but this seemed a little bit ridiculous. What was your thought there?
Yeah, I mean, it ended up being fine because my Ace-Spec's unfair stamp. Like, it just turns all my Arvins into shuffle draw supporters, which is a really good consistency option. Like, it was really relevant in game 2 because, like, I was just trying to find stuff to just get my board set up. So I was able to Arvin for the unfair stamp and just keep digging and stuff like that. So that's definitely a big part of the consistency. I know a lot of other Zard lists aren't playing the unfair stamp, but yeah.
I think that you showcase that Unfair Stamp drawing you cards is a much better aspect of the card than people realize. It was really touted when it first released to just be this disruptive tool, but now with Pheasantipity and whatnot, leaning into the draw side really does help with your strategy. And when you got off to those rough starts, was this something that you were used to, were you prepped for, or were you starting to get worried and needed to really think on your feet?
I mean, there was like some thinking on my feet of like getting the right lines to like throw Radzard in there so that I could prize trade efficiently. Because both games, I don't remember game 1, but they were able to get a couple prizes before I did anything.
Yeah.
So I can't really trade Zardix's because they're always going to win the trade of 2 prize. So I have to put the 1 prize Radzard in there, and I have to keep my board really clean to do that. Like I can't have Pidgeot in play, which makes games really awkward in the matchup. But their disruption's also kind of limited, so that works out pretty well. But yeah, Unfair Stamp's really good as a draw card, and decks are just built to be able to handle the disruption now. So.
Yeah, I think that you showcased that Charizard does have legs in this meta quite obviously, with Raging Bolt being so common, certainly navigating that matchup. If you know what you're doing, you can turn a lot of bad matchups into good matchups, or just take the ones that you're supposed to win. Is there any decks that you really don't want to hit with Charizard? Is it a specific Charizard bad matchup, or is it the barrel version of Charizard you're maybe worried about?
I mean, I don't want to hit the block Snorlax or Pidgeot control. I don't know how many are here. I think it was like not the best play to the event, but I've seen a few around, and it's not great. I chose to not tech for it because it's always just such a low percentage of the room, and I'd rather just have extra consistency cards or techs for the more important decks like Regidrago or the Zard Mirror Match.
Oh, okay. And you've got to keep your deck open, right? If you tech for everything, then you end up being pretty weak into all the rest. So I respect knowing your lines, knowing your lane, and sticking to it. Was there anybody you want to give a shout out to that helped you settle on this list or helped you prep it?
Yeah, my friend Noah also no-lifed the deck for like a couple weeks. We played a lot of games. Shout out to the rest of my friends for calling and testing, and also my parents for supporting me.
That is amazing. I always love to hear about how much work goes into these picks for our top players behind the scenes. It seems like such an easy decision sometimes, like, yeah, I shut up with Charizard because I'm built different. I'm just going to play Charizard. But the fact that you recognized this deck early and wanted to play it, was Charizard also your pick for Worlds?
No, I was still coping Guardy for Worlds, and then I just drew abysmally, and I'm like, I'm done with the deck. I played so much Guardy last season, and I just felt like I didn't get rewarded for it, so it's like, I put the deck away, started playing Towards deck, won a cup, and yeah, I've been playing a lot of games of it recently.
And I gotta respect it, right? Knowing when to shift off of a deck. We've seen players kind of get trapped in this loop of, I've put so much time and effort into this deck, I know it back and front, I know all the lines, so if it gets down to brass tacks, I know what I'll be able to do. But you've always been a player that I think really surprises us by being able to pilot these intricate decks, especially with your big win in Baltimore, you know, days gone by with Radzard.
Yeah.
Certainly.
This deck does feel like a Radzard deck at times, where you're just spamming it over and over with the Thornton Super Rods and stuff. Like, you can use it a lot of times in the game. You have the DT to put it out early, especially when you accelerate with the Zardix. It's really interesting to play some lines with the deck, but yeah, it's really fun.
I'm happy to hear that you are still enjoying the list, right? Sometimes players end up on these decks that they don't really like, but they're just a good play for the meta. So the fact that there's also some fun there means you're having a good time, and it's going to be pretty strong showing for you, hopefully here in Baltimore. I'm looking forward to maybe interviewing a little bit more in the lounge, but I'm going to let you skedaddle so you can prepare for the next round. And thank you so much for joining me again, Piper. And we're going to kick things back over to the desk as we prepare for the next round of Pokemon action.
So fantastic there to hear from Piper Lepine after the win on the stream match. And using a very popular method from a lot of our players, trust in Tord, Reklev. Take that list and go far with it. I also loved the nod to Gardevoir. Like, I just was not rewarded from playing Gardevoir last season, and it's out the door. I think that's a pretty popular opinion.
I'm waiting for so many other players to just get to that point with a deck where they're, you know, you get the results, you think that it's going to work, and it's like, it doesn't always work like that. You can't just keep hoping this deck is going to figure it out. The meta shifts.
Yes.
Gardevoir's not working anymore. Try something else out. I'm sure you'll find success with other decks.
On Regidrago now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta mix it up.
Gotta mix it up. Got super far there at NAIC, second place there, but gotta mix it up, and that's what we're seeing now. I mean, I feel like we're seeing a lot of mix-up here in Baltimore. A little too much.
Exactly. I feel like a lot of people who didn't attend Worlds are trying all the crazy stuff they would have done at Worlds now. They're like, oh man, if I had shown up, I would have gone crazy with this build. Dusknors flying all over the place, prize cards left and right. It is really cool to see out there all the different variety that we didn't think existed after we saw a pretty clear-cut meta at the World Championships.
I'm wondering if it's, I mean, we saw Piper just now. We heard Piper talk about how, you know, not looking to go for the top 16, is looking to go for that auto invite, taking down a regional championship if possible, potentially Baltimore still, 4-0 record. But I wonder if that's kind of shifting the mentality some of our players have of like, I'm just going out to regionals to play whatever deck I want to play and have a fun, good time.
It's a great point because so many players now, instead of going for that consistency of, I'm just aiming for top 32, I'm going to play the best deck in the room and hopefully get there, you can take chances now and you play the surprises. You have a little bit of shock factor in there, and that's what can win the tournament.
That's when the gloves come out, Kyle.
Boom, boom, you know? You get the Brute Bonnet out there and go crazy on them. Especially here in Baltimore, it'd be so cool to see the Crab do some work. We'll see if they're able to take down that top prize, get some of these prizes that we've been talking about already.
Exactly.
$10,000 lined up for first place. And also that free trip to the World Championships this year in Anaheim.
Yeah, Anaheim coming up there. You see it at the end of our very long season roster here throughout all of our events. Our regional championships, we have our internationals, of course, all leading up to that World Championships. But here at our regional championships, this is what our players are competing for here. A big part of it, the cash here that's helping them carrying through this hobby. And at first place, $10,000 in the Masters Division, $2,500 as well for our juniors and seniors, and 3 nice little booster boxes all the way down to top 8 as well.
You're helping mom and dad take you to the next event. And thanks, kids. You guys are pulling your weight over here.
Here's some gas money.
Hooking us up.
That's true. I wonder how many parents are confiscating a bit of that prize money. I wonder how that's distributed between our players, but that'd be interesting to see. We have so many young players that are probably here with their parents.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, even Piper as well, shouting out the parents at the end, the support there. Piper's still a very young player in our Masters Division now, and a lot of our young players are some of our best players, so maybe we should ask them.
The last time my parents went to an event, I got 5th and my brother got 1st at the regional.
Oh my god.
And it was still a big event in Charlotte, but that's the last time they showed up to an event together, and maybe that's why we had to retire.
I was going to say, but is that like a parental buff?
It worked. It was absolutely, we were flexing for him one
Mom
final
and dad
time.
support.
Yep.
Carrying you through.
We'll see if that carries on. Maybe it leads to some additional championship points for some of these players too, as we know they're going to be searching those out, especially at the beginning of the year. You have all these high hopes, and why not crown it off with 350 championship points here for first place?
Yeah, let's talk about this. So this is a brand new championship point invitation system for our players. You're just getting a hefty 350 championship points for a first placement at one of these regional events here. But there's an infinite number that you could potentially get. You're just trying to be top in your region at this point in time. So this is really where these players are coming out to get as many points as possible, because they don't know what the threshold of points is going to be at the end of the season, and if they're going to be able to make it into the World Championships.
A lot of brains bigger than mine working on how to set up this structure, and I think they found a pretty great strategy here. The point differential from 1st to 64, it's not as big as it used to be. Thankfully, it's just that 250 points between the two, so you're rewarding players for having that success, making it into day 2 in a tournament where you need to go 7-2 or better to make it into the next day. If they can play just a little bit better than they did the next day, they make that top 64, that 32, and so on. And we're only playing until a certain amount of regionals and IC finishes throughout the season. So don't feel like you have to perform well at 10 events to do great. It's only 5 or 6 at this point. And if you are able to have a big year, you can take a break and know that your 125 is locked.
Exactly, and I think that's going to lead to a huge shift potentially for a lot of our players in the way that they enjoy this game, the way that they play it, and even the decks that they bring. And we're seeing it already here in Baltimore. It's a bit of a shift, and I'm excited for it. Yes, exactly, Kyle. Well, that was an incredible way to start off our 2025 season. Of course, we also want to hear from you. Our community choice match is coming up very soon, our round 5 here in Baltimore, and you get a say. So make sure that you vote in the chat for our next match we will be seeing on our stream very soon. We're going to leave you with a quick break. We'll be right back.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I mean, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go.
Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough. It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion.
Fennel can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel.
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Was that anything in the deck that can get us. There's one, maybe two energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking. Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Terravelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up the Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and to see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser. We're just outside the competition floor of the Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Gumi in the Play Lab. Gumi, what is the Play Lab?
It's a nice, easy, three-step streamlined process where players can learn of all ages, all experiences, how to play the Pokemon trading card game.
What are those 3 steps?
So we've got Poke Catch, we've got Attach and Attack, and 30-card demo decks, which they all get to take home.
That's exciting. You're holding something as well. What's that?
So this is a little research folder. It's got little baby steps throughout the whole process. They can benchmark with little stickers or keep it all as a souvenir.
So if somebody is just coming to the competition for the first time and they're trying to get involved, this is the place to start?
Oh, absolutely. I highly recommend it. And I love about this is that we have family members of all around, all generations. So I love seeing grandparents play with their grandchildren.
Well, that's so exciting. If somebody is like, I don't know if I'm going to be good at this, or I don't even know whether I belong here, what encouragement would you give them?
I would say take a first step. You never know what, trying something new can do, and bringing on new experiences can open new doors for further opportunities and grow your community.
I love that. And who knows where it could take you next, all the way maybe to the top here at the Pokemon North America International Championship.
Welcome back in, Pokemon trainers, fans, enjoyers, players here to Baltimore, Maryland. You see our prize wall popping here. Our players, they're playing. There's a lot of Reggie Drago out in the field, and there's a lot of players out there that are getting ready to hop into their next match here. We're about to kick off our Swiss round 5 in Baltimore very soon for you all. But we have a couple of players to highlight before that. Of course, I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we're excited to be back on the desk with you. We were a casting pair in Hawaii at our World Championships not too long ago, and now we're here kicking off our regional circuits for our 2025 season.
Yeah, it's funny that with the opportunity to cast the World Championships and then returning for the inaugural regional championship here, it's the same energy.
Yes.
It really is. We were so excited for the World Championship, but sure enough, to start a new season here in Baltimore with almost 2,300 players
I
feels
can't believe that.
unreal when we're playing the same format. But it doesn't feel like the same format. We see so many different iterations of decks, so many players really going that extra mile to find the right pieces, the right strategies and tools to get the job done. We're at the halfway point here now at round 5. Maybe we'll start to see a couple more tricks.
Exactly. I'm excited to see. But let's take a look at our Swiss standings so far in our match. Where are our players sitting at? We've talked about a lot of players kicking off the season very strong, and they're right here in front of you now on this graphic. These are all our 4-0 players so far in Baltimore.
Yeah, big names here starting off the season strong. It's great to see a couple names that we don't know as well, too, starting to sneak up into the mix. Maybe lock up that early 5-0, 6-0. Start to feel some of that confidence that they could potentially work their way to the top and make a big day 2 appearance.
Yeah, there's definitely still some familiar names as well sticking up there in those standings a lot. Miloslav Posledny that we saw, I believe, on stream at the World Championships.
We've had Nofume on as well.
Yeah, Nofume, Rahul as well.
Who?
Who? Actually sitting at number 9 right there on the graph.
Favorite
Throwback.
number. He's back, baby.
Just short of the top 8 at the World Championships there. Ryan Antonucci, I know, huge fan over here in Kyle Sablehouse.
And you know what? His co-partner in crime, Grant Shen, G-Shen Nucci, as they are known by, both 4-0 here to start off the tournament. So maybe they're cooking this year.
Yeah, maybe. That is definitely huge here, of course. These are several of our players starting out 4-0 here in Baltimore. We're going to have our stream match for our Swiss round 5 that you'll be choosing as well from our picks, or may have already chosen potentially here in our community choice or community pick here for our matches. We like to throw some decks or some names out there for you, and you get to have a say in what appears on our stream matches. Always a fun time. We never know what we're going to get, Kyle, right?
That's right. We're trusting y'all to come up with the right choice. I'm sure it's going to be a good one. Let's reveal what our round 5 opponents are going to look like here.
What did you choose? This is exciting here. These were our choices between all of our players. I believe they threw out the decks, I think, for you all to choose from. So we're going to have to see who will be sitting behind those decks in our players for our stream featured match.
Yep, some big names here, obviously. Trevor Reed, a top 8 international championship before with Lugia a few years back. Tyler Matthews loves to play some wackiness and is always giving himself an interesting matchup here. And look at that, Lance Bradshaw, the former national champion, I believe, in the seniors division a while back, and he has made his way to the top 8 at many events too. So big opportunity for someone I've been calling young for a long time, but he's probably mid-20s now.
Yeah, I can't say young anymore.
He's a baby.
Here. Yeah, a baby still. I mean, of course, was successful as a little baby here, Kyle. So maybe stepping into our stream here in our next match to perform once again. Lance Bradshaw having that opportunity to prove that he can do it in his mid-20s as well.
This is so cool. Lance, obviously, he's a player from the Indiana region as well. I believe goes to college there too.
Yeah,
so
you know these players well, right?
I've seen him all over the place. Tyler Matthews, it doesn't matter where he's from. We see him at every regional, and he plays the coolest decks.
Okay, so Kyle, were you all of the people voting in the chat? Or
it was me.
Did you make a bunch of alt accounts on the break?
Yeah, I just have my mom and my dog and everybody just typing in, just get Tyler Matthews on stream.
That's what was happening on the break here, for sure. This is literally a match painted for you to cast here, Kyle, and I am psyched for it. And the decks that are going to follow are even cooler to see. I am so excited. Well, you know the decks too because you chose it.
Y'all better know the decks.
Yes, exactly. So that is going to be epic to see for sure coming up in our next Swiss round. But as we've been talking about, we're about to see some epic players on our stream, but we have a lot of epic players that are still performing quite well out there in our field. And let's talk about them. You already mentioned a few just now, Kyle.
It just happens, you know?
Yeah, it actually did. It came naturally, to be honest. But Grant Shen for one of them to start things out. So where does that nickname originate from, Kyle?
I mean, he just went into a tournament and had his name listed as G Shen Nucci, and we didn't know if it was Grant or if it was Ryan Nucci. So we just picked him, and we're like, well, one of them's gonna show up. We'll see who it is. I've also seen them listed as like Shen Nucci Nucci.
Oh my
all sorts of
gosh.
ridiculous combinations. It's
yeah.
They're a couple of goofballs. We'll call them that, but they are also some of the best talent that we've seen in the TCG. When Grant came into the Masters division, he was terrifying. Just this little dude, 6-0 in everybody with Pokemon catcher Mew VMAX garbage. And we were just like, is this the future? Are we all just going to get destroyed by this guy? And he went on to show us that he's just not a one-trick pony. He's got a lot of different tools in the arsenal. He showed up randomly late to Australia and got a top 8 finish when he showed up like Wednesday night or something. Like, he should not have been there, and he got the job done. He's played all sorts of different decks. The Lugia, the Chen Pao he's known for as well, too. He's, one of the masters of Chen Pao that we've seen talked about. So really cool to see him continue to just build on that story.
And the 11th place at the World Championships with Reggie Drago as well. That is huge. I feel like Grant is always one of those players at our events that sneaks in there. Like, we actually don't see him until the top stands. So we're like, oh, Grant made it in. Cool.
Yep. I mean,
it's like you expect it.
I feel like you've also rooted for him a lot, too.
Yes,
as he is a Duraludon gamer.
Exactly. A Duraludon gamer indeed. Grant Shen definitely pulling out all the stops here. But before that, Reggie Drago, 11th placement at our most recent World Championships of 2024. It was all Chen Pao. Before that, I mean, getting some incredible placements there as well. 2nd place at the Indianapolis Regional in the last season too. But we've got some other amazing characters here, amazing Pokemon trainers on our screen. One of them being in Brent Tonneson, the World Traveler, as he's known, hailing from Australia. But he hasn't been in Australia for too long.
Right, does he even still live there? Let's be real. Like, I feel like it would just make more sense at this point to just live in the airport the way this man travels.
Exactly.
The Wet Goose has been busy, and he continues to be the #1 championship earner in all of the years that we've seen. He just continues to be at the top every single time. He's won, what, 24 stipends or something? It's not fair what he's able to do, and we're blessed to see him at as many events as we do. So many times in years before, we hear about Australia and what they're capable of, and it was really until Henry Brand broke out, had that big performance, that we were like, okay, Australia's on the map, but what else do they have? And we saw it after COVID. So many big players in the online events popped out, and Brent Tonneson was a big name. As soon as we started to travel again, he was at every event, and he was crushing it.
Yeah, crushing it indeed. Also taking Reggie Drago into the World Championships, just like Grant Shen did, but placing 93rd there at the World Championships. So still fantastic placement there. And Brent is out for more, traveling here to Baltimore, starting off the season strong so far in this tournament. And that is great to see. Both the green shirts here, but we have a purple shirt on the right side of our graph, who we just talked about because Tyler Matthews is someone we're about to get real familiar with here on the stream.
Yeah, Tyler is one of my favorite players to watch, always bringing an interesting deck. We saw 6th place at Knoxville with the Entei Iron Valiant.
Played a lot with that deck.
He loved that deck. He had 13 switching outs potentially, and he was just throwing Pokemon around, having an absolute blast. He was also one of the first players to really get tricky with the Lost Zone box engine. Played a bunch of different Pokemon in there and always found a sneaky way to give himself an advantage in tournaments. And sure enough, he's playing some absolute gas. Maybe inspired by some of those Australians we talked about before.
Ooh, maybe.
baby. Tyler Matthews about to make an appearance here on our stream. But I just love these types of players that can play something they enjoy, they have fun with, and that is somewhat off meta, or even just the text that they choose to put in the decks if it's not an off meta quotations deck that are still spicy to see, or a different build of a deck. I love to see the innovation here in our players, and Tyler Matthews definitely sounds like one of those players indeed that plays the decks that he wants to play.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we're about to see here on our stream. And those lead to some of the most fun games to cast as well, Kyle.
Yeah, to get into his mind for even 5 minutes is just a blast for us, because he thinks about Pokemon differently. It comes out in his play, in his deck lists, and in the way that he approaches the different matchups too. It's going to be really exciting for us to peek in on that in round 5. Y'all did a good job, community. Well done.
Good
I'll give it
job.
to you. I'll give it to you.
Definitely claps there for sure. Yeah, we're talking about innovative decks. I mean, that's kind of a bit of the story here in Baltimore. But let's look at the best of the rest. We have the top 6 there on our deck list analysis for day 1. But these are the following 6 decks that didn't quite make that first graph, but not by too much here. Almost at 6% of the meta share there in that Roaring Moon EX, of course, second place. I mean, there's a lot of different variants of it, but we saw that Turbo Moon coming out, making a showing at the World Championships, and now it's showing up here in Baltimore with some a little bit of percentage there.
Yeah, Sinosuke with a lot of followers after that second place at the World Championship, and of course Jesse Parker after that 13-0 performance it was to get into the top 4, inspired many Miraidon players. Not himself this time around, actually flipped the script and played Lugia here, but we see 130 people that were believers of this deck, and then the drastic drop here. The players that just couldn't let go. The Gardevoirs,
yes.
The Snorlax control gamers. Do you know how many players at the top 100 of Pokemon were on Snorlax at the World Championships and despised it? A lot.
Okay.
So many people said this was not the choice to go, and then they still played it here in Baltimore.
What?
They
just
can't
punishing
stop.
themselves?
Yes.
I
they
don't
just-
understand.
They're like, no, I've got it. It's
This
right.
is the time. This is the time.
Well, 45 gamers looking to have a bad time today.
No. Yeah, 45 gamers indeed. But hey, we have 43 here hanging on to that Chien-Pao dream. What do you think about that, Kyle? Chien-Pao hanging on by a thread.
Once Canada gives up on Chien-Pao, you should give up on Chien-Pao. The only Pao we don't give up on is Frank. Frank Pao is the man. We're going to show ultimate respect to him. But 43 gamers still going for it. You know, maybe we'll have a chance. Of course, Zingod with the top 16 finish at the World Championships. One of the few representatives of Chien-Pao that at least did it justice.
Exactly. And I mean, yeah, taking it home there. Huge placement at the World Championships.
I love
retiring.
I love that Chien-Pao still is higher
More than the World Championship deck.
winning deck.
Okay, but are we that surprised here, Kyle?
I mean, when you get a top 8 and a first in the same tournament, you're probably a good deck. 38 players going to go for this opportunity. We'll see. We'll see if maybe they get a couple good matchups, line it up, couple heads their way.
It could happen. It could happen for these players. I mean, when I first kind of checked in, I believe it was around 3. They were succeeding so far from what I saw, but that can turn real quick once you start to go up in those standings for that Iron
Tails.
DX. Yeah, exactly. Or just roll the wrong way.
Yep.
Tails,
or give your
tails.
opponent 14 Pokemon, 14 extra cards in their hand. The Judge Ball was one of my favorites from the World Championships.
Have you touched this deck at all?
No.
Kyle?
No.
Because I haven't either, but everyone I've spoken with that was like, well, I built it. It's a World Championship winning deck. Everyone that's built it is like, why am I playing this? But I mean, that just shows you, like, I mean, that was the meta call right there, and just ran hot for the entire event, took down our World Championships, and now it's sitting at a 1.7% here in Baltimore.
If you
so
like fun and interactive gameplay,
that's history right there.
Don't play these decks.
Yeah.
play the other 6. They're doing a little stronger. Miraidon maybe has the best chance out of all of them, but honestly, It's a lot of solitaire, too.
That's
Just get
true.
your energies and go beat them up.
That is very true. I mean, I like to think that the Gardevoir EX players are just like Gardevoir hardcore fans. They'll never give up on it.
It's just Heggy and what? a couple others.
I don't
Maybe
know.
a
'Cause
Rio
even
out
the
there.
top Gardevoir players have also left it, just like the Chen Pao with the Canadians.
Yep.
It's gone. So, yeah, we have a little bit still hanging on there. But Miraidon EX, I'm not super surprised to see at least 130 players. I mean, I believe Miraidon is one of those decks as well that sort of has like a cult following behind it. I mean, it does have a lot of utility into this format if your electric generators hit. That is a key if there in that matchup there. But you do have a lot of play with this deck now, especially with that Iron Hands that could potentially be a one prize Pokemon as well. If you hit some good matchups and hit your generators, you could be having a really good time here in Baltimore.
Well, Miraidon has gate-kept the Lugia players. We've seen them start to sneak out into the mix, and maybe that's what's led to a lot of interesting choices at the top of our bracket. A lot of interesting decks able to work their way to the top, and you have chosen one of the best ones to feature. This should be a very exciting match. We're ready to introduce our players for round 5. Let's take to the table.
Let's see it here. Of course, a familiar face. We just saw him on a Players to Watch graph. Tyler Matthews here, bringing the spice in this Baynet EX deck, facing off against Lance Bradshaw, which you didn't even mention to me, Kyle. 2015 senior champion.
I literally said it.
No, you said, I was like, no, he had like some top placements.
Yeah,
you said senior champion?
He was a senior national champion. I said that.
Oh, no, actually you did say that. You did say that. That's my bad.
But that's why
my bad.
That's why I keep thinking he's a baby.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, he does look rather young. I got to give you that. But yes, Lance Bradshaw coming up from the senior division, now in the Masters division on our field here as well, playing against Tyler Matthews. But it's going to be the Baynet versus Reggie Drago, kicking off our Swiss round 5 between these players. What do you think about this matchup, Kyle?
What do you think about this start here, Boo?
Oh, no.
So that's a Radiant Alakazam in the opening.
It's a start.
Honestly, I've attacked with it before.
You're like,
and Lance is over here
work.
thinking, uh-oh. I think it's what, Mind Jack or something? Mind Ruler, yeah.
Yes.
It's actually pretty good. But maybe not what you're looking for on your
Is this like the Rabska as well?
Yeah.
You didn't expect
right?
it, but then it comes out of nowhere? Yeah.
What is good here is Buddy Poppin to start things off. We'll take a look at those prize cards. Once again, for the 3rd time in a row, player 1 does not have that pink card.
Yeah, if you're coming on stream, sit in the seat to the right because Prime Catcher, although it is at the bottom here for Tyler Matthews, so that is nice to see. But yeah, UEX in there, Shuppet, a Baynet EX, a lot of Pokemon in there, Prime Catcher Switch, and that energy card. For Lance Bradshaw, as far as the prize cards go, anything too bad on that side? Hawlucha?
Not too much to worry about on that side. I think the big thing to think about in this opening turn is Tyler got to go first. And setting up these Pokemon, having the ability to evolve them before a board wipe from Kyurem has been the most devastating thing I've seen in this matchup to date, and you have to avoid that at all costs. Lance still going to put on some pressure early, but for Tyler, yeah, you got some Pokemon down, but this isn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. You actually have to see a lot established here on the turn 1 there for Tyler. So it's not bad, but it's also awkward and clunky, especially with that Radiant Alakazam being in the active position there for the setup. Now we're on Lance Bradshaw's side of the field here, starting off with some Teal Dance, get a little extra draw support there. Nest Ball being played now to line things up on the bench. But let's discuss, and those, of course, are the prize cards there for Lance. Nothing too bad.
Yeah, double research, maybe not your favorite thing to see. Obviously, this is a matchup where you can play aggressive. You don't worry about your resources.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You go very aggressive with your item cards as fast as possible.
Yeah, you need to get as many cards in hand so you can play them. Yeah, that's a good
But not too many, because then
yeah,
they poltergeist you.
You need to be able to play them. Yes,
Yep.
exactly. Yeah, let's talk about this matchup. Baynet, it is an off-meta deck for sure. I don't think we actually saw it anywhere on either of those meta share lists that we saw. Let's discuss the mechanics of it. I mean, Henry Brand has spanned this deck everywhere online, has definitely supported the Bayonet EX deck with the Dusknoir line as well. Its Everlasting Darkness move hits for 30, but it also means your opponent can't play any item cards from their hand. You're stacking up those item cards into their hand. Then you hit him for Poltergeist that does 60 damage for each trainer card that you find in their hand as well. So you could take some huge knockouts, not to mention you have the Dusknoir line, which I'm excited to see, Kyle.
Yeah, Dusknoir really spices things up, not only accelerating all of that additional damage onto the board, but also giving your opponent those prize cards, leading into those devastating Ionos and putting your opponent on bad hands. That can be exactly what you need to get your opponent in an awkward spot where they find only items. You lock them down from that point, and you start to manipulate when prize cards are taken, especially with cards like that Radiant Alakazam to help out.
Yeah.
See from Lance, he's obviously considering playing down as many cards as he can, making the most of these resources. Pheasantipity, a nice find too, but it's tricky to dance around here. You need to squawk and seize into some reasonable resources like a supporter.
Yup. Wait, did you see it or no?
Nope.
Oh, not finding the supporter here, even though going second off for Lance Bradshaw off that Squawk and Seize, discarding the hand into a fresh 6 cards here. Not finding the supporter, that is not what you want to see.
Not over. It's not over just yet. Certainly some resources to find. The #1 resource in this hand that you love to see is that energy switch. Sign me up for a little bit of that. You can accelerate those energies like you do to the Teal Mask. You can switch onto the Regidrago, maybe thin this hand all the way down and use that Mew to refresh, draw a little more, maybe find a supporter that way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're seeing here. Lance established the board. Ultra Ball, discarding an Ultra Ball and a Grass Energy out.
First.
Yeah, safety first indeed. That V-Star coming out if item cards are going to be locked down potentially here on the next turn from Tyler Matthews. Lance needs to play as many cards as possible, get as many support Pokemon out there as possible as well to help, but...
You know what? This doesn't look great, but it is what you have to do here. All 4 Ultra Balls down on the opening turn, drawing into a little bit.
With the restart.
But this Celestial Roar is actually pretty impactful here. Not only if it could hit the energy, but just discarding a Pokemon to attack would be cool with. Chooses not to go for it, though.
Wow, yeah.
I don't like this. There's not much. There's just Giratina in the discard pile right now. I don't want to copy that.
No. Yeah, that is an awkward one to copy indeed. You got to be very choosy to where you copy that Giratina lost impact move. Yeah,
how do you get Pokemon in the discard from this point besides Legacy? It's just Legacy at this point, unless you find one of the 2 final research in the deck.
That's true. Yeah, the Ultra Balls are gone. Yeah. Exactly. They're gone, and they won't even be able to be played either. That Bayonet coming down. We see Lance reading it as well. I'm hoping that's just to verify everything on the card.
Knowing Lance, he might not know.
No way, Kyle.
Lance is a very talented player, but he doesn't always spend the most time getting ready for the event. We'll see.
And does he not have social media? Because I feel like Henry Brand's been running around about this deck forever.
Lance will figure it out, though. That's the beauty of it.
Exactly. Well, I mean... Yeah, I mean, maybe that, I guess, kind of shows that choice there in not using the Celestial Roar, I suppose. But I don't know. Bayonet's out, though, and it's on the board, and it is threatening here. Tyler Matthews, of course, still has that Radiant Alakazam in the active position here. That's going to be needed to switch out. It's got 2 retreats, so going to have to find a card for that. But the Dusknoir as well, already evolved into, of course, off that rare candy, goes from up into the active, on the bench here, as well as a Duskull joining us too.
Yep, 2 Switch featured in the list, so hopefully one of those can be found pretty soon to give Tyler an opportunity, but that's just a pass of the turn, it looks like, and this is the window that Lance is looking for, not only...
Just after reading the card.
Yeah, oh, good. Well, you could have disrupted my items, but you're not going to. Thanks for that, pal.
Hey, did you know, Kyle, that Baltimore is also known as the city that reads? And I guess we're seeing it out here from our players. Reading the cards here in Baltimore. You'll love to see it. So Lance has another opportunity here to play these item cards. This is huge because you want to lock down your opponent as much as you possibly can to debilitate their strategies going forward. Because if Lance was not able to play these pivotal item cards, then he'd be having a rough time here. But Earthen Vessel is going to be played here from Lance, discarding these cards, playing into more cards after thinning out the deck. Those energies coming out of the deck off the Earthen Vessel. Nest Ball going to reestablish the board here as well with a Reggie Drago V. What else did we see in the hand that we're working with, Kyle? Did you see anything?
Not much to really work with. I assume it's just the Reggie Drago V-Star and working in that legacy. But
oh, yeah,
the issue is you are completely reliant on finding the right card, unless you want to waste your legacy to go find Ultra Ball, which just doesn't feel great. But if you could find a Pokemon like the Hisuian Gujar or even the Dragapult in this mix, the Dragapult would be so clean to knock out this Pokemon, place the rest of the damage counters on that Duskull, and put your opponent in a spot where they don't really have an answer to knocking out this Pokemon here with a single Dusknoir.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with that, Kyle. We're going to have to see where Lance goes. Going to use the Super Rod, though, to put that Reggie Drago as well as an energy back into the deck. We're going to see the Teal Dance here, drawing into an additional card to the hand. And, of course, that V-Star that was sought out off the Ultra Ball in the last turn. Boss's Order is going to bring that Bayonet into the active position here. Lance is not playing any games. We have that V-Star already in the active here now. We still have cards to draw with the restart off the Mew EX, drawing up to 3 cards in the hand here. Some additional support.
It looks like preservation of the Legacy Star is an opportunity too. You could use Lost Impact from the Giratina, take the knockout. You lose those 2 energies, but it's a great opportunity here to remove the only attacker on Tyler's side. Have to take advantage of that spot.
Well, that Bayonet, it was out there, but it was not even able to be utilized. It is off the field now. Lance Bradshaw taking the knockout there. 2 prize cards down. That Dusknoir joining us in the active position here now, but Tyler Matthews didn't even have another Shuppet out on the field from that last turn. And look at the hands that we're working with, having to Ultra Ball here to throw all the cards in the hand away in that Night Stretcher, and I believe another Ultra Ball. But it's just to get this Lumineon V because we don't have a hand at this point in time for Tyler Matthews.
Yeah, this is often what we see here from these decks. You're trying to set up this really unique strategy, but ultimately you're just grasping at straws, hoping to find some help here. Professor's Research maybe can be the ticket to help out, but what do you finish the turn with in the active spot? Nothing seems great.
And now the Fish Sticks is on the field too, Kyle.
Yeah, we're just giving up more prize cards.
Exactly. Fish Sticks is out.
Tartar sauce all over the place.
Exactly. Lance has every opportunity now to take the edge in this game here. It was looking so promising, but I guess it kind of shows the downfalls to this deck when you can't establish that lock early enough there. So Tyler's really going to have to work around the math here. And hopefully this Professor's Research gets us some cards we can work with. 7 cards to the hands now. Nothing to even discard. What are we seeing?
Looks like there's a way to set up some Pokemon here. The Hisuian Heavy Ball could find, I believe there's a Shuppet in the prize cards.
There is, yeah.
There's also an Ultra Ball, so you could search out maybe 1 more Pokemon, but you're not protecting your bench from anything at this point. There's no way to save this Pokemon.
Nah, you got to go full
Dragapult and
full gas.
There is no gas.
Yeah, there is none, exactly. We're running on fumes Kyle.
We got 2 speeds on this Huffy, okay? It ain't going anywhere.
Oh, well, the Mew is going to come out of those prize cards. That's a beautiful one, too. So pretty.
Does it get to attack for fewer energies? That's what I'm looking for, because this is tough. There is not much left from those prize cards. We'll see the Shuppet was not the choice, going for the Mew instead this time around, and you need to continue to look for some help, but where is it?
Exactly. We're working through the deck now with this Earthen Vessel, throwing away that Squawkabilly into the discard pile. 2 energy going to come out here for Tyler, but yeah, this is a bit awkward here for sure. Still have a couple of cards here in hand. Night Stretcher, I think that's an Ultra Ball there. Could discard some more cards out of the
Super Rod
hand.
too, but that's you're going to thin down. You can draw potentially a little more with the Mew, but I don't see a situation where you're not very susceptible to a game-ending Dragapult on the following turn.
Exactly. Yeah, and that is something you're very prepared for from these Regidrago decks, and it's inevitable. Yeah, you can't even do anything against it. You just got to prep for it as much as possible, but you don't even want to be in this position if you're Tyler Matthews. But now you find yourself here for Tyler and just having to work around it.
I need a Rabska. Quick.
Where's more Rabska? Help. I should have teched it in. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I guess exploring this list, I mean, the Pokemon in it, we've seen all of them. Well, except for the Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm looking for at this point. Is
yeah.
You can just throw all of your Dusclops and Dusknoir down and get down to 2 prize cards, and then
you
try
have
to work in the Ursaluna.
Some reduction in the energy cost, huh? Right? Maybe not from the Mew, but
so you're saying there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance. Exactly. That cursed blast that you're seeing up there right now on the screen for Tyler Matthews. Both the Dusclops and the Dusknoir. Dusknoir places a little bit more damage down, but Dusclops also carrying some weight there. 5 damage counters versus 13 to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Shuppet is now out on the field. You love to see it, Kyle, thanks to that Night Stretcher. Bringing it back out. Restart's going to be utilized as well to get these cards into the hand here. 3 cards in the hand. Another Shuppet netted off of that restart, as well as an energy, which we still haven't even seen an energy, but it's our first time seeing this, Kyle.
Night-night. He's going away.
See you later, Dusknoir. It was in the active position, but now it has knocked itself out with that cursed blast into the discard pile here. Lance Bradshaw going to be able to take a prize card there off of that knockout that Tyler Matthews caused to himself.
All right, it's all on the enveloping shadow.
It's the heads. What?
Boom.
Oh my gosh, the Shuppet pulling. I mean, I didn't expect to see this when I was thinking of the Bayonet deck. The attack here, enveloping shadow from the Shuppet, but that also still locks those item cards from your opponent's hand. So Shuppet carrying some weight here. It's just the smaller version, only 60 HP, but Lance Bradshaw still has a lot to work with here on this side of the board.
This locks up the potential for the...
Oh,
well,
whoa.
We're done here now.
We missed that.
maybe there was a way to get the Dragapult there and just completely clean up. But locking out the ability to discard there was something to note, but it's over now. And honestly, I think that's the right call here from Tyler. This was a game that you would have been working for a long time to try to clean up. And typically on that Dusknoir turn, you need that Iono. You need to prevent them from having the right tools. Lance held on to all the right resources at the right time.
Yeah, and Lance had the options of the different attackers too, potentially there. As you mentioned, that Dragapult, the potential Kyurem too. Let's take a look at this match between our players. This was our game 1. It went pretty quickly here. I feel like the tables turned so early on, but Lance Bradshaw was able to take things down. We saw the boss's orders taking out that early knockout on the Bayonet EX from Lance's side. After reading the card, now the card's off the field. And Tyler, unfortunately, did not even have a Shuppet established on the field to recover that. Was able to get some Pokemon out here to try to reestablish things. Did get that enveloping shadow there from the Shuppet attack, but that was it for the game. Actually, not a lot happened in that game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because for Tyler, he plays a lot of different resources to have a nice full board and go for some crazy shenanigans on that second turn. Didn't have the opportunity this time. Maybe we'll see that Pokestop come into play, find the buddy, and that's how you find all your friends.
That's how you find your friends. We'll see. We saw the fist bump between our players. This is our game 2 kicking off this epic matchup between Bayonet EX versus Regidrago V-Star. Lance Bradshaw versus Tyler Matthews starting over on Tyler's side. This is starting first, I believe, once again here. Duskull is the active Pokemon this time around. Squawkabilly coming down as well from the Nest Ball. And we're going straight into an Ultra Ball now here. So able to get a couple of things established. Counter Catcher going down there as well as a Bayonet EX from Tyler's side.
But what would you like to see as far as a change here from Tyler? Was it even anything that can really be changed? We're going to see the same strategy that we saw in our game 1.
Well, obviously you see.
Oh my gosh, the prize card.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm trying to tell you.
I wasn't looking.
Yeah, this is bad.
I looked over and was like, oh no.
There's 1 Dusclops. It's there. There's 4 candy. You're down half of them.
Half of them.
It makes it really tough to have that pop-off turn on the opener. Tyler's going to realize this, and he knows well, the number one way that I'm going to win anything, some semblance of this game, is to find basic Pokemon. You have to give yourself that opportunity. Squawk and Seize, along with Pokestop,
that's good.
certainly have some opportunity to find the right cards.
Yeah, that Squawk and Seize is huge here. You could play it on your first turn here, but Pokestop would be able to help out here. Oh, let's see if it actually helps out. Ooh, that's nice. Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, and an Earthen Battle. All items that you want to see. We're Pogo gamers here on Tyler Matthews' side of the field, so we're turning things around just a little bit here. Which is
Squawk and Seize for 9 is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, Squawkabilly EX. Turning out to be quite the helper in our matchups once again. Shuppet's already out, has the energy attached as well to follow up the next turn. 2 Duskulls out. I mean, this is looking great here for Tyler versus the last game we just saw played out.
Yeah, certainly. We know those prize cards are going to be unfortunate. It leads to some issues with moving this Duskull out of the active spot, left with having to find those item resources instead. But if you do find the rare candy, the Dusknoir, this is a huge opportunity for Tyler to have that big turn 2, lock in the item locking, and you can see how detrimental that will be to Lance's strategy if he doesn't have those opening item cards.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's so many item cards that are played here for Lance Bradshaw, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of them in hands, and he's going to have to utilize them as much as he possibly can before he can't anymore. So kicking off this first turn here, Lance, of course, going second, so is able to use a supporter card. Nest Ball going to be played to start things off. What are the prize cards on Lance's side?
Not the worst. Obviously, you've got one of those fire energies. That's tricky. You play only 3 of them, so finding the right one at the right time, especially under item lock, can be pretty frustrating. See the 2 Nest Ball, too, so
yeah.
if you don't have those early ways to search out Pokemon, row.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're seeing one now here from Lance, which is great, but is going to be looking through the deck and seeing these missing resources, taking note of them as well, something a lot of our pro players do here out, especially on stream, making sure to keep track of all of these resources. But
save the split second with having the wrist, the watch facing you, so you don't have to turn your wrist the whole way.
I love when they do that.
We got gamers out here.
Exactly. I mean, you can tell Lance was winning in the seniors division. He's been at this for a long time here. But we're going to see a Squawkabilly of his own now on the right side. Squawkabilly going to be able to Squawk, Seize here for Lance on this turn, but of course having to thin down here. You love to see it. Ultra Ball discarding these Dragon Pokemon.
Yeah, look at this hand to clean up here with the Squawk and Seize. It's the Grass Energy and the Energy Switch once more.
Gosh.
So another
Wow.
energy to accelerate to this Pokemon. There's a world where you have a turn 1 attack here with this Regidrago V. Take a knockout and surprise your opponent real quick.
Yeah, can we actually see the Regidrago V come into play? That would be very cool. The Dragon Laser move that it has. Pew pew, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what the art looks like as well. It's literally pew pew there on that artwork. The Regidrago V-Star is an MVP, of course, of this deck, but hey, that Regidrago V wants to come out and play as well. We saw the energy switch being used, the Squawk and Seize here.
The last card throwing away Dragapult, too, of all Pokemon.
Yeah, that is brutal. Those Dragon Pokemon go down into the discard pile.
That's the nightmare for Tyler. He does not want to see additional attacks to use. He wants to limit Lance with those opportunities, lock the item early so that he's completely reliant on discarding by way of research, by way of Legacy Star, and that's just not the case this time around.
Exactly. I mean, this just shows the potential of what you can actually do with Regidrago. If you get these cards, and the Squawkabilly EX helps out immensely with that, allowing you to play all these items down, get these Dragon Pokemon out nice and easy. And then if you have a way to discard them, you're chilling. So Lance is establishing as much as possible here before Tyler's even able to get off the ground. And you have to think, Tyler opted to go first, of course, to get that lead. But Lance is doing everything possible to stay strong in this matchup. Regidrago V also
joining us on the bench.
Yeah,
as
we
well
saw
for
Lance last time chose to go for the Reggie Drago V-Star in this situation. It's because he didn't have to respect the ability for Tyler to reach those big numbers by Rare Candy Dustnor. Rare Candy Dustnor dropping 13 damage counters twice and cleaning up with a Bayonet or anything like that. It's not something you think about this time around. Instead, you have the 2 Pokemon and you have the other Reggie Drago V to build up on if there is that possibility for Tyler to have that big turn here.
Yeah, you have some protection down for sure there. We did see a couple resources used, of course, in that single energy switch. So Lance is reaching a little bit there, hopefully hoping to hang on here for another turn. But Tyler starting things off here for this turn. This is the second turn for Tyler Matthews. Ultra Ball searching out a Pokemon here from the deck in that Bayonet, of course, slapping it down here. No rare candy needed on that Pokemon. Bayonet is out on the field, and that Shuppet has grown up into a creepy-looking little monster.
Spooky little lad.
Hey,
Everlasting
October's
darkness.
around the corner, right?
It's spooky season.
Spooky season indeed. Pokestop going to be rolled here. Let's see if we can get some items. Love it, love it. Okay,
That's
Shuppet
exactly what Jeremy was foreshadowing. The Pokestop gamers finding Night Stretchers.
True.
It's exactly what you want to see. Unfortunately, it does not come with a rare candy.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Buddy Poffin is being played, though, thanks to that Pokestop. Netting it to the hands, going to get out these small HP, 60 HP or less Pokemon onto the field here for Tyler in that Duskull, of course, joining the field. This is quite a fancy deck as well. Some beautiful artworks that we see representing the Bayonet gamers strongly. We see the energy come down attachment from the hand for Tyler Matthews into this Iono. Both of our players are still at 6 prize cards, so we're going to see a fresh 6 card hand for both.
Yeah, this is a spot where Tyler had an opportunity to maybe use Arvin, find the rare candy and the Dustnor with the Dustnor already in hand, but sure enough, it's pretty well rewarded in this spot. Iono finds rare candy Ultra Ball if he wants to use his Pokemon, but is this the right time?
Is it? Yes. So we'll have to see if Tyler thinks it is or not. But Shuppet, we don't even just have the Bayonet EX. We have the Stage 1 Bayonet single prize Pokemon as well with some Puppet offering. It's getting even spookier in here, Kyle.
Yeah, this is a double-edged sword because, yes, you'd like to have another Bayonet EX lined up, ready to attack, but you can't give your opponent that free knockout onto a Shuppet by way of Dragapult. So evolves this Pokemon, but in doing so limits the ability to have a big attacker next turn.
Ooh, okay, well, this is where things start to shift here. So we see the ping here, that 30 damage onto the Regidrago V. The item lock has happened, and that's leading Lance just to start this turn off with an Iono here into a fresh 6 cards once again for both of our players. Hoping to get something to work with. Does have the V-Star now for Lance Bradshaw. So evolving into that's huge. We already saw the attachment there as well onto the Regidrago V-Star before that change in hand.
We'll see what the plan is from this point. Obviously, you think about those Dragon Pokemon in the discard pile. Opportunities to maybe use that Legacy Star and get a couple more Pokemon in the mix.
Yup.
Giratina would be a great knockout here, but is it just the Dragapult or do we find a little more?
Yeah.
Oh, it is in there.
Oh, it was Giratina and Dragapult, I think, that we saw go down pretty early there for Lance. So this Giratina V-Star, this is huge here. Lost impact, it doesn't have to be from the active Pokemon. You can discard those 2 energy from anywhere on your board, those Teal Dance, Ogre Ponds, saving them up to be able to take these knockouts just like that Bayonet EX here for Lance Bradshaw, going down to the discard pile, 2 prize cards down. And now Tyler Matthews left without a Bayonet, but still has a lot of Duskull support there.
And this is where it hurts, because for Tyler, yeah, he evolved that Pokemon. He preserved the Shuppet, but he doesn't have the opportunity to attack with Bayonet EX in this spot once more.
Because
you can't protect yourself from both the attacks of the Giratina and the Dragapult at the same time. But if you do leave that bench spot open, he has to choose just one. And now he doesn't have either.
Yeah, that is
really tough here for Tyler, but still has, I mean, did we see the Iona to start this turn? I think that's what we just saw. So, I mean, that's what we've seen. Oh, no! What? No, that was the Pokestop, but that's not what you want to see off of a Pokestop. Both Dusknoir going down into the discard pile. Those aren't item cards. Those are Pokemon, and that is not what you want to see here. What does Tyler even have left to work with? What's in the hand?
Spookiest discard pile we've ever seen over there.
Oh, yeah, that's frightening as the Bay Net player. That is for sure. There's only 3 Dusknoir in total in the deck there for Tyler Matthews, and the Dusclops is also in the prize card.
Yeah, and at this point, you want to evolve these Pokemon. You want to have them.
Exactly.
You want to have the hit points available for yourself, because you're really worried. There's a potential for your opponent to just throw away Kyurem and clean sweep the board from this point. All in now on the Enveloping Shadow once more. Lock this Pokemon out.
Oh,
not
it's
find
the tails, though. That is not what we wanted to see. We wanted to have that lock down, but the Shuppet not able to perform there this time around, unfortunately. That is tough to see, but Lance Bradshaw, I mean, was able to play the Prime Catcher there to get this Regidrago V in the active position from Lance's side of the field. So it's stuck in the active as of now if there's no way to get out of it. But we got item cards.
I wonder if there was a way to get that card back. Maybe maybe a legacy that he could follow.
A legacy, exactly. I mean, what do our Regidrago V-Star players say? They always say that if you're using your Legacy Star in a less of a recovery position and more of a dominating position, you're in a good spot here.
Yeah.
And I think to get that one card that you need to secure a very pivotal turn like this for Lance Bradshaw would be huge.
You better be 90% on your way to victory by the time you use Legacy Star. You have to have the prize map locked in place, and I think we see it here for Lance. That Prime Catcher onto the Squawkabilly, taking a Dragapult knockout on that Pokemon and the Shuppet, leaving your opponent with just Duskulls that they can't remove because they'll lose the game is gotta be the most devastating thing you could do to a player at this point.
Yep, and you just, I mean, yeah, that's terrible. That is so terrible. And I mean, it can't even really be removed because you just saw 2 Dusknoir go to the discard pile as well.
What do you do from that point?
Yes.
You attack with Duskulls, I guess, but it's it's sad.
No. Yeah, this is not a good way to start the spooky season. That is for sure, unfortunately, for Tyler Matthews. But Lance Bradshaw's carrying out the strategy of Regidrago. It's looking a little bit different than we normally see it, but this is a very interesting matchup that you don't see often as well. But Lance Bradshaw is navigating through it effortlessly here. We see that Earthen Vessel being played, discarding a boss's orders. That is funny to see.
Yeah. You don't care what's in the active spot anymore. After this turn, you're going to be just fine.
Exactly. Yeah, boss's order is such a coveted card for so many other matchups, but here Lance can just run away thanks to that Dragapult, which is huge here. This Teal Mask Ogerpon, Teal Dancing, getting into more cards here from Lance's side.
Yep, still a good amount of resources here. Throws away yet again another boss's orders, but you see the energies lined up. Might even be able to pull off the attack with the active Pokemon if he so chooses.
My gosh.
From this spot, the energy switches are there.
It's true. We've only seen one.
And it honestly, it doesn't seem like it gets much better than Dragapult, Knockout, Squawkabilly, and Shuppet.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal, Kyle, if I'd say so myself. This is a turn that you want to see as a Regidrago player, absolutely. That Phantom Dive, not only doing an incredible 200 damage for just those 3 energy, of course, because it's being copied from the Regidrago, but also placing those 6 damage counters, taking a knockout as well, which is huge. And then Lance is just one more step away from winning this game, taking a 2-0 here in our Masters round 5, going undefeated so far here in Baltimore. I mean, we're just steps away from that, Kyle.
Yep, there's not much left to do on this turn except flip over that marker. We like pink cards.
We do like pink cards indeed. We're going to see this Legacy V-Star. This is 7 cards here.
Pink card! That's a pink card.
That was the last card, too.
That's a good one to see.
Wow, 7 cards there, the last being that prime catcher. Of course, they go into your discard pile, but you are allowed to take them back out of the discard pile into your hand here from the Legacy V-Star.
He just looks, he's like, yeah, I guess I'll just win. That sounds pretty good to me.
Oh, that's cool.
I got this energy switch. I'll have 2 fully loaded Reggie Dragos lined up here. Prime catcher, take these big knockouts. Sign me up.
Yeah, this is just brutal. That energy switch, putting that grass energy from the Teal Mask Ogerpon onto the Reggie Drago V-Star. This is the bread and butter of this deck here, lining up that Dragapult nice front and center on the discard pile.
Safe.
What?
This is safe.
What? I mean, it's valid. It's valid.
It's not as cool.
It's not as exciting for us, Kyle, but it is valid. That's still 2 prize cards down here now for Lance Bradshaw, putting Tyler into still an impossible position here to recover from. And that Shuppet with the energy attached, gone. It is off the field now, and as well as an additional Duskull out too. Squawkabilly, of course, it wasn't really doing anything. It was a nice spicy 2 prize cards, but Lance, like you said, playing it safe, taking things home nice and steady.
You don't think that Tyler's going to motivate the troops right here and now?
Oh, we see it. I don't think that's going to be happening, Kyle. We see the fist bump instead from Tyler Matthews, and Lance Bradshaw is going to be our winner here in our Swiss Round 5. Community choice, of course, as well. So hopefully y'all now have seen how this potential matchup plays out between Reggie Drago and Bayonet.
The city that reads, opening the arms up wide to invite Lance Bradshaw to a 5-0 here. Looks like they can write too as he signs that slip for another win.
They read, they write, they're unstoppable here. And they play Pokemon cards, of course. Lance Bradshaw, like you said, 2015 champion, now coming out here. Of course, now in our Masters division, taking things down undefeated so far in Baltimore at our first regional championship of the season with Reggie Drago V-Star.
Yeah, once again, just the tale of the time. We see this all of the time with these kind of decks. We talk so much hype and then it just doesn't perform on the big stage. So unfortunate for Tyler. Just run into this spot, knockout on the Bayonet before it even gets going. You have this opportunity maybe to get something going with the Dusknoir Curse Blast, but there's no Pokemon to attack with. Where are you going from this spot? And Enveloping Shadow seemed to line up, didn't work out in Game 1. Tries again in Game 2, and it's the same old story.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate to see. Oh, that was probably the most unfortunate to see. 2 Dusknoir going down. All you get's a Hisuian Heavy Ball off that Pokestop. And Lance Bradshaw was able to take things home. We see right here the last card after counting it out being that prime catcher.
He doesn't even use it.
Didn't even use it, exactly. Played it safe, took out that Shuppet, took out the Duskull here, securing those 2 prize cards, putting Tyler into an impossible position here. We saw the extension there to end that game. Lance taking a 2-0 victory with Reggie Drago V-Star here in our Swiss Round 5. I'm sure feeling very good about that win against a very off-meta deck in that Bayonet.
Lance's face at the end just is like, what does your deck even do? Like,
yeah, what was it supposed to do?
What's that?
That's brutal.
Yeah, that's tough. But yeah, that's not what Tyler was looking for. But he's already shown that the deck can do this. He's
in this tournament.
4-0 record.
Yeah.
We've seen so many players hyping this up. I believe he already has a couple cup wins with the deck too. He's just been performing so strong with it. This is not indicative of how Tyler's tournament will go at all. And maybe we'll have an opportunity to feature him once more in Day 2.
I would hope so, because I want to see Bayonet shine here. I want to kick the spooky season off with a bang, Kyle, and we're lacking just a little bit there, but there is a lot of cool plays that you can have. I mean, we could have seen like a double Dusknoir taking a knock on the V-Star and Lance not having a response to that potentially, but I think you actually outlined it pretty well in those matchups, Kyle, when you were saying like these big turns that you take with the Dusknoir, you have to also follow it up with that disruption as well to really secure it, because this is a disruptive deck. It's supposed to be somewhat controlling in the way that it maps out you taking your prize cards, you utilizing your cards yourself as the player, and if you're able to do that, then you're in a good position. But what was crazy about especially that Game 1, there was just a couple of pieces missed on that initial turn, the first turn
for Tyler. And it's just kind of incredible how heavily set back he was just right off the jump.
Yeah, it made me question if going first or second was the right call in the matchup, because if you turn one Enveloping Shadow going second and you had the ability to use Arvin and get your board set up, maybe you just have to rely on getting the heads in that matchup just to slow your opponent down. Maybe they avoid the supporter or whatever it is, but Lance doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Lance is doing just fine, and I'm excited to hear from him as we go to our interview. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge once again with our winner you just saw on stream, Lance Bradshaw. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling good.
The Reggie Drago showing up for you.
Yeah. You know, this is my first regional in a year. I took a year off, so starting off 5-0 feels really good.
Ooh, so what was the, if you don't mind me asking, what's the cause for that hiatus? I know some players just want to take a break, get their head straight, that kind of thing, or was it maybe just, you know, like the meta?
Yeah, so I did a one-year master's program last year, and it was just a ton of work, so I didn't have time to play. But now that it's over, I'm back and ready to be here again.
Yeah, very responsible of you, certainly, and everybody is going to be reminded that Mr. Bradshaw is here to collect those points. Reggie Drago V-Star, a very popular deck right now in the metagame. Were you already a fan of this deck when you were prepping for this regional, or did you test some different things and then settle on this one?
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of came into this prep for regionals kind of blind just because I took a year off, so I had to kind of test everything. But I usually like to play the best deck, and to me it seemed like Reggie Drago was the best deck. It didn't seem like I had too many matchups that were too bad, except for like Stall or Snorlax, something like that. So yeah, I just wanted to play a deck that I felt was the best deck, and to me that was Drago, so I was pretty drawn to it early on.
Makes a lot of sense. You jump in, play the best deck. You aren't worried about counters too much because you know your good matchups are going to be good regardless. Do you want to give a special shout out to anybody in specific that helped you prepare and practice this list?
Yeah, okay, I always do this. When I was in high school, I had a running joke with my statistics teacher, so I'm going to give a shout out to Mr. Moser. I always do it when I'm on stream, so shout out Mr. Moser.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moser. I know that weighing the odds, leaning into these statistics are actually very important for Pokemon. Have you had to do any wild, quick calculations when it comes to using Legacy Star specifically? I know that can be a pretty weird ability to use sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think I've had too many today where I had to calculate too much, but sometimes you gotta think where, you know, there's something left in your deck that you need to hit with a Legacy V-Star. Maybe you have like a research in hand, and you have to see, can I get my deck down to like 14 cards so I'm guaranteed to hit it? Stuff like that. There's a lot of math going on when you're calculating your deck.
So trying to use what you know, use what you've learned, incorporating that into your Pokemon play. Shout out once again to everybody's teachers, because that really does help the future. The casters were talking a little bit about how you had a really strong run in seniors and then aged up into masters. I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about maybe some of the growing pains that you might have experienced switching age divisions, because I know that we actually do have a lot of seniors joining masters this year.
Yeah, so my case might be a little different. I'm kind of on and off with Pokemon. Sometimes I have time, sometimes I don't. So my last year I finished in seniors, I did really well. And then when it came the next year, I actually took the year off. So I didn't play for another year or two. So when I came to Masters, it wasn't really a full transition. I kind of just stopped and then started again when I was a Master. So.
Okay. And so when it comes to, you know, just taking time off, coming back into the game, we actually have a lot of members in the audience right now who, especially coming off of the World Championships, are going to be curious getting into the game. Do you have any advice for them on how to maybe quickly identify decks or get a lot of high quality practice in quickly?
I think the most important thing to get better at the game and get practice in is a lot of people get really worried on if they win or lose the game. And that doesn't really matter. The number one thing you should be looking at is just to make sure that you did better or you're improving. And the biggest thing is this, it doesn't matter if you won the game, lost the game. Just if every game you just try to get a little better, eventually you'll get a lot better. And that's kind of the end goal.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Focus on learning and, you know, lean into those stats. As long as you have a good win rate, you can be proud of your games in the long run, you're going to improve certainly. And speaking of stats, you're now 5-0. Really, really strong run. Any matchups that you hit today that you maybe pulled out a really dicey win, or just you've been hitting really good, easy matches all day?
My matchups have been pretty good so far today. Nothing too crazy. The only real matchup that's really hard for Drago is Stall. So I just hope I don't hit Stall. I know there's some in the tournament, so I'm hoping to avoid it. So far, it's been pretty standard matchups. Nothing too crazy. So.
Okay. And another thing, don't give away too much tech, obviously, because Regidrago can be built in a multitude of ways, even at the World Championships. I think all of the Regidragos that were in the top 8 were slightly different builds from one another. How do you feel about weird things like jamming tower, double canceling cologne, or I should, to not give too much away, do you believe in playing a clean list better than everyone else, or do you like to adapt to the tournament?
Well, for Drago specifically, the list is really tight, so you only have like 1 or 2 tech spots. So for Drago, really, you just have those tech spots, you can change them out, so it's not too big. In general, I believe that if you're trying to do well at a big tournament like this, the most important thing is just to build your deck as consistent as possible instead of teched out. Because if you have a lot of techs, then sure, when you hit the matchups, it's good. But when you have to play so many rounds over and over, if your deck isn't consistent, you're just going to lose a game to bad draws. So.
Very well said, and I think once again leaning into your stats education, and want to give you certainly another congratulations and big good luck from all of us for working through a master's program. A lot of players here have been able to strike that life and Pokemon balance, furthering their education, very important. And so any final thoughts for any last shout-outs, anybody at home, the audience in general, before we let you go?
No big shout-outs. I already did my joke where I shout out my math teacher, but I'm just happy to be back. I'm excited for this year in front of me.
Yeah, congratulations once again. Happy to have you back, certainly. And thank you for showing some really awesome Drago gameplay on stream. We're going to kick things back to the desk now and head headlong into our next round shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Skarzik, for that amazing interview. Another winner here on the stream. These players starting out very strong, undefeated now here in Baltimore, in Lance Bradshaw, taking a whole year off. So I think you were right, Kyle.
Yeah.
About maybe not knowing really what's going on.
Well, he was definitely doing a lot of reading to get that master's done in just a year. My goodness, we got some smart guys out there getting the job done, and it shows here. He's been waiting to get an opportunity to show off what he's got. It's been a whole year, and I'm sure he was excited watching the World Championships, and now, boom, he's here, showing off.
I know, I love that. Our players that watch Worlds, they get inspired, and then they bring their talent out to these regional championships. You love to see it, and I'm sure there's a lot of players out there that were inspired by Worlds that are performing now out in our field. So I'm excited to see how Lance does in the rest of this tournament. Of course, piloting Regidrago V-Star, one of our most popular and powerful decks. We'll see if that continues to pay off with him, and he can take this undefeated just a little bit further, maybe lock up a day 2.
Yep, on the other side of the coin, we had Tyler Matthews with a little unsettling performance for him. Unfortunate that he just didn't get to show off what the deck is capable of, but still just looking for 3 match wins over the course of the rest of the tournament to get the job done. If you can do just that, then we get to see Bayonet one more time, and wouldn't that be
one more time? Yes, I want to see it many more times, Kyle. I love it. We've been waiting for the opportunity for the Dusknoir. I think we only got to see it one time, I believe, in that matchup.
I just want to see it used. Give your opponent prize cards, then Iono.
Yes,
but no one's
in
been able
that
to
sequence,
do it in the right order.
In that sequence, please. Yeah, awesome match that we had for y'all. We're going to have some more Pokemon action, of course, in our TCG gameplay coming up. Of course, we're still working through this tournament, so we have our matches wrapping up that are still ongoing in our fields, and people are still trying to get those wins and chalk up the records here in our day 1. But we have some action for you on the desk here. I'm very excited about this. Kyle?
Yeah, we're going to spice it up, in anticipation for this new TCG experience we have going on with these Pokemon. We're going to have a little bit of a different feature for y'all to show off maybe the casters with their favorite starting Pokemon here.
Yes. I don't know if it's going to say on the bracket whose is whose. I don't think it will, because I'd be a little biased if you have a favorite caster.
I mean,
right?
I want to show it off. Come on. I will share it.
I will defend mine. But we are going to be seeing our caster.
There it is.
Oh, it is.
All right.
It is. Oh, man. Okay, so we have to just defend this straight out of the
Pablo.
gate.
All right, I will. Sure enough.
Well, look at this. We're starting off with literally my pick.
All right.
Kyle, so
I think I know which way you're leaning.
yeah, I mean, I have to defend mine here. It's going to be my Oshawott versus Ethan's Chimchar. I mean, Ethan is obviously not here, but I mean, you're one of his best buddies, Kyle. So I feel like if anyone's going to defend Ethan here, it's going to be you, right?
I'll do my best. I'll defend his honor as well as I can for a Chimchar.
Well, I will let you go first. So, Kyle, you're just going to have 30 seconds. You better make the best of this 30 seconds. Take it away.
Chimchar, you know, standing at a massive 1 foot 8 inches with its 13.7 pound frame, has the ability to make all of its opponents shudder in fear. Ethan has been training this Pokemon tirelessly in the Hegster Lounge, listening to Hegster Radio every Tuesday, and has been ready to take down any Pokemon that it sees in its way. It doesn't care about the fact that maybe you've got our weaknesses covered. We're just going to punch you in the face. We got a blaze ability.
Time. Also, there's like 20 billion better monkeys out there. Just saying. Good job, Kyle. Good attempts here. But let's try things. Yeah, you tried with the Chimchar. You did. But let me tell you.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Show me what you got.
Do you like sea otters and samurais? I got news for you. Oshawott. You know the little shell that's on its belly? It's actually represented by a Japanese war fan, and it uses it as a boomerang to throw at your head. And it bumps you in the head, and you get knocked out. I mean, that's incredible. And then it turns to Dua. It looks 12 times cooler. And then Samurai. It's literally a samurai war seal. I mean, how could you get better than that?
Did you
it's a war seal.
Did you just lose this whole battle for yourself by stating that its evolution was 12 times cooler?
Yes.
It's not the Duat.
Yeah, but its evolution line matters. It turns into a really cool war seal.
No,
it's a samurai. How could you battle against a samurai? That's way cooler.
Okay,
you're literally a tiny little monkey. Okay,
we'll let the people decide.
Okay, I started with the sea otter.
You flexed hard.
Yeah,
for sure.
I love Oshawott.
What an opener.
I'm not gonna lie, I love Oshawott. It's got a shell. My name's Shelby. It kind of makes sense.
You're bonking my monkeys?
Exactly. I got weakness on you, homie.
It's Heggy's monkey. I don't want any responsibility with that.
That is true. Hey, it's not a grass monkey. I don't want it.
That's it.
Grass monkey.
That's facts.
That funky monkey.
Monkey.
Yes, Chimchar is like. I mean, its evolutions are slightly cooler, but Chimchar is so whack. It's like my least favorite monkey.
I challenge the community to make an art for this card, and maybe we can see Heggy's Chimchar, or you representing your boy as well.
Yes, exactly. The samurai seal. I mean, can't get better than that. Please, you know what to do, chat. Okay, at this point, all right. Kyle was a little lackluster. Of course, wasn't his pick. He was defending somebody else's Pokemon. But I think Oshawott's going to take it home here.
All right.
Hopefully not a lot of Chimchar fans out there in the chat.
We'll see. We'll give y'all a minute to let that settle in. Get your votes in. Let us know what you're thinking as far as who will be our winner in that round. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, maybe we'll see who the winner was and get ready for some round 6 action.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Regional Champion.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we pass the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you, here's to you, the ones who came before.
Good afternoon, Baltimore. We are here for the regional championships to start off our 2025 season, and it has been a great tournament so far. 2 rounds down, plenty of more action to go. I am Jeremy Jallin, here for the first time. Emily Foreman.
Yeah, I am super excited. So was apparently everybody on the floor. Apparently a lot of people in Twitch chat, and it's so seriously insane. Like, I've been walking around, I was like, what are you getting on? And I'm like, oh my god, guys, like, I'm just trying to look at rounds. I'm just trying to look at great Pokemon. Honestly, it's all that I'm seeing today. So I am super excited to be here alongside you, Jeremy, as we are going to be getting it through rounds number 6 and 7.
Yeah, it has been great to just have you on and be able to kind of talk and mesh with you, and it's going to be a great weekend getting to be able to cast with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. I am super excited. We've actually known each other now for a year. I believe we met at Toronto Regionals last year, and we're going back to Toronto Regionals this year. So I'm super stoked. But honestly, I couldn't ask for a better partner, as we are going to be just hanging out all weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I know that Boo and Kyle have kind of laid down the foundation for this tournament, and got to talk about some of their favorite first partner Pokemon. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have that ready for us, but the poll was live, so.
It was very close, honestly.
Oh, really?
Both of those Pokemon are honestly some of my favorites. It was really hard to predict, but it will be Shelby's Oshawott that does take it over Ethan's Chimchar. I don't think Kyle put up too much of a fight with that one. But honestly, Shelby made a really great point. I do like Sea Otters, so you know what?
Sea Otters and Samurais, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a great combination, and I've always been a fan of Oshawott.
Yeah,
the whole line, really. Duwat and Samurott, I kind of don't like as much because it knocked me out of World's Top Cut, but
we don't talk about
that's
that.
here or there, yeah.
I was about to say, not a lot of our casters have actually picked grass starters, so we had to.
Not a lot of people
yeah,
have picked grass starters.
We had to phone a friend, aka Wancho, all the way out, and we're like, "Hey, Wancho, you got to pick a grass one. It doesn't matter which one you want; it has to be a grass one." I'm excited to defend my pick next. That being Cyndaquil, because honestly, come on, guys, like Cyndaquil's super sick. But that's neither here nor there. We'll be talking about that a little bit later.
All right, so we've gotten a couple rounds to kind of walk around the play area, which is huge, by the way. There's so many people here. The Convention Center Hall is insane. I've been getting a lot of steps in already. Has there been any kind of like standout things, players, decks that you've kind of been eyeing down?
Honestly, the only thing that I've been really kind of looking at when I'm going to those top tables is looking at what type archetypes that are doing really well. And I know Snorlax, Stall, and other control types weren't really on that day one like meta predictions in the top decks, but a lot of them are 5-0. Honestly, we're seeing a lot of, and you said it in your caster prediction, Cornerstone Ogerpon EX hanging out with its partner Mimikyu with that safeguard ability where it can't be damaged by EXs or Vs.
Listen, the best time I have playing Pokemon is when my opponent is not playing Pokemon.
That's so true.
So it's really the best out there. There's also just a lot of Lugia.
Yes.
And it's been winning a lot. I know Kieran Farah, who is one of our players to watch, he is 5-0 with Lugia already, who got 9th place at the World Championships with Lugia, also running it back, doing it with 5-0 here today. It's shaping out to be a pretty good tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is representation for every single deck up in that 5-0 right now. There's obviously Regidrago V-Star, there's Raging Bolt, there's Lugia, quite literally all that you can ask for. And this, I gotta be so serious, everybody at home, this is only a portion of the absolute huge venue. So go past those pillars, there's more venue, and then you make a right, and then there's more venue. There's thousands of tables here.
Yeah, exactly. Past those pillars, that's where TCG starts.
Yes.
Everything
exactly.
else, like this is maybe juniors and seniors and then video game. TCG is definitely dominating the hall, and we appreciate y'all. It's the best game, right? Out of everything.
I love watching all of them, to be quite honest. It's something about a Go crowd, to be quite honest, that really gets you going, and like their metagame is. I didn't mean it, I swear. I will say it's something about a Go crowd that really, like, that game is actually a lot more intricate than I think people give it credit for. And there's a lot of matchups and timings, but of course, VGC's storylines also really just kind of carry a weekend for me. I have tons of friends that are playing VGC, actually for the first time this weekend. A lot of people's first regional, and starting it out in Baltimore. Of course, that's like right on the East Coast, so it's very accessible for a lot of people to get to. But of course, I know a VG player who's playing in his first TCG regional this season. He wanted to give it a go with Regidrago, and I do believe he won like 2 rounds. So honestly, could still very much well be in it.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a lot harder now with just the new breakdown of everything. You need 21 match points to make it into day 2. That's a lot harder than the normal 19 that we've had before, the 6-2 ones that have kind of ID'd the last round to make it in. That's not happening anymore.
Yeah, no.
It is cutthroat out there.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely kind of like feel for that, because at NAIC last season, I went from 0-2-1 and I climbed all the way back to 5-2-1, and I was like, all right, I can do it. And then 5-3-1. And I was like, no! But playing Miraidon, and then you hit 2 Charizards, and then being able to beat that matchup, I was like, I'm on a run, I'm cooking. And then all gone, but it doesn't matter. But that's how you know that we're going to have a little bit more of an exclusive Worlds this year. The threshold to really kind of get there has increased a lot. And it may just be, you know, it's a difference of 1 round, right?
Yeah.
But for that 1 round, there's so much more on the line. And I'm super excited to see kind of how much our community grows together in terms of like player experience, because you're really, you gotta play the best of the best, no matter what.
Yeah. Now, granted, it is the same Worlds format that we've had before. Shrouded Fables making its way into the metagame. we already have a new set coming out next regional. So this is the last chance for a lot of these decks that players have been cooking up for Worlds that maybe not have gotten there before. Like, heartbreaking to see Tyler Matthews lose without the net. Those prizes are rough. But again, Dustnor is one of those cards that was experimented on early. People kind of pushed it by the wayside, but then after Worlds, like, maybe it could be good.
Right.
And a lot of players have tried to make it work here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. One player being Aiden Koos, who is playing my new favorite deck type called Arc Go Boom, and that is going to be Arceus and the Dusknor line. And basically what you do is you let your opponent have a prize card with Curse Blast, and then you go on ahead and find Counter Catcher, and then you go on ahead and swing for 2 prizes, and it's really fun. I personally love the decks that get really innovative with that, but I feel like this is the second tournament that we're like, okay, no, we'll figure out Dusknor, the Dusknor line, we'll know how to use it. We really haven't seen it like push and go yet, and it's very unfortunate because we know Tyler Matthews is such a great player, but once again, sometimes it comes down to who goes first and what those prize cards are.
Yeah, speaking of just pushing and go, Reggie Drago has been amazing so far.
Absolutely.
Very consistent to set up, has a smorgasbord of attacks
That's
that you
so
can use.
true.
And it is one of the best decks in the format, and it's definitely backing that up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a versatile deck. It's a deck that, once again, I think is a really good deck to learn on because you learn your resource management on it really well. You learn how to play each individual matchup by which dragon you're really using to attack there. So honestly, I love Reggie Drago. It's a deck that I personally have a lot of reps on. I just think it's a go first deck, and as long as you don't get turn 2, you know, lose that first prize trade, I think you're doing okay. But it does have a rough Lugia matchup with Mincino and Chincino.
Yeah, that's honestly why we've seen a lot of players kind of switch to that Lugia V-Star. Even someone like Jesse Parker, JW Krewall, they have always been Miraidon proponents. And
My
even
heart breaks,
Jesse getting 3rd place at Worlds with Miraidon. It is no longer Miraidon's time to shine now. It's Lugia V-Star. It's time to come back, at least for those players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the start of last season, I want to say that Lugia did get like a very early dub in the beginning, where a lot of people were playing Lugia, kind of like that rainbow build, right, with single strike and all that good stuff. So personally, I think Lugia can have what I like to call pile tendencies sometimes. Sometimes you just open your hand and it's like 5 energy and Archeops and no way to discard it, and it's like, all right, now we gotta figure it out.
And then sometimes you open Ultra Ball, double Archeops,
and then you're
V-Star. It's great.
Yeah, no. Then you're at that point, you just are like, all right, cool. Let me just, you know, get everything that I need. You flip heads on Messagosa too, and it's just like, all right, I'm chilling at this point.
One of the interesting decks I saw kind of at the X1 bracket while walking around, you know the Dialga V-Star paired with Metang, right? You Metal Maker, get a bunch of energies on your Pokemon, and Star Chrono, stuff like that. How about doing that, but you replace the V-Star? It's Goodra V-Star.
Oh. Oh, you know what? I think I played against that on ladder at one point, and I was like, huh, all right, you know what? I mean, it does make metal, and I've always said that Metal Maker really kind of, like Metang's Metal Maker is just like working man's electric generator. It's like requires like a little bit more like, all right, how many energy have I kind of like thrown into play so far? So honestly, I could see it, but you know what? Whatever works. Moisture Star is a pretty cool V-Star ability. You just get to heal all the damage, and then it's like, all right, go again.
Even on the community choice bracket, didn't win, but there was an Iron Valiant Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I was hoping for that one.
They ended up losing last round, so sitting at 4-1 here going into round 6, but still a great record to try to make something happen with a deck that no one really expects. Like, when that deck first kind of like started making the waves on social media, I was like, this is the deck I want to play.
Yeah.
And then I played the deck, and I was like, maybe this is not the deck I want to play.
Sometimes the other people just kind of have it, right? They find the sauce, and really just the sauce just works for them, and that's totally fine. But honestly, I think a lot of people were kind of riding that single prize deck hype of like, all right, well, Miraidon just won, so what, you know, fighting type single prize deck can do it, and then they're like, what about this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and then why not just put some more pings with Valiant, and sure, boom, you have a rogue deck that Skarzik would just love to see.
Of course. So we have so many players here today. I think over 2,200 in the Masters division. It means it's going to be a lot of Pokemon played for all these players throughout this weekend. Now, you kind of got into Pokemon the competitive scene through the Play Lab.
Did.
Explain more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's really important to note that I've been going to events for a long time, and like I grew up when Pokemon cards were really kind of like the cool thing. So like my parents would like get me a pack of Pokemon cards, and it was at an event where I was just kind of walking around with a friend. I had like maybe an hour to wait, and we saw the Play Lab, and I was like, oh, that's like cool. I guess we can like fill time by just going to the Play Lab, and we ended up going to the Play Lab. If you guys have never heard about the Play Lab, it's basically a place where you can go to start your journey on learning the Pokemon TCG. So they have a fun, what I like to call mini games, right? So you do like a little raid battle where it's 4 people against a giant Pokemon. You do a Pokemon catch. It's all these like fun little side event games. And my friend ended up having to go, so it was a 3-person pod. I was like the sole person there. The other 2 people were together. And then the judge with us was like, hey, I'll just play you in like the 40 card like deck battle. And I ended up winning, and I was like, hey man, maybe I should like go to regionals or something. And he's like, well, maybe you won't be the regional champ, but I don't know if I ever predicted going down the casting pipeline. But yeah, I went home, I went on the internet, and I was like, best Pokemon like TCG decks right now. I picked the first one. It was Arceus Intel. I had no idea what I was doing. I was discarding Scoop Up Net off of Ultra Ball. It was very fitting for a lot of people to watch. It was a very key card. And yeah, that's kind of like how my journey started. But I think it was just the fact that I went to locals. I think I'm a big local attender. I go to about 3 locals a week at this point, like all over just the East Coast, like New Jersey, Philly area. And I have to say a big part of this game is not only just the game, but as you can see, all of the people that you get to meet from all over the world.
Yeah, it is a big community here that we have for this game. And honestly, all the games, you really can't walk like maybe a block in a city where a tournament's happening without seeing some sort of Pokemon fan.
Yeah, it's really great to see, honestly. And I think Adam alluded to it earlier. I went to Worlds for the first time because I really wanted to like be just a part of it and to just see, you know, the beautiful island of like Hawaii just decked out all the way with just Pokemon stuff. Like there was Steenie and Azumarill, and like it was just truly a beautiful experience. The drone show on the beach every night, oh my goodness, it was just so beautiful. So I have to say, like, if you guys are on the fence like I was about 2 years ago, because it took me a little bit too, I get sometimes a little bit nervous in crowds. Like if you guys are on the fence, please try something smaller first before maybe even coming to your first regional. You know, go to like a local, maybe like step up then to a challenge or a cup, and then go to a regional, travel for it, bring a group of friends, because honestly, it is just such a great time. There's so much more to do than just Swiss. You have side events. You can play any side event of any game, honestly. I think I played a Pokemon Go side event at Worlds, and it was actually really a lot of fun. So I highly recommend, if you guys just want to take that first step into TCG, head on over to the Pokemon website, find that event locator, and really just give it a shot. Everyone's really nice. Everyone is also very much willing to help too.
Yeah, and that's really the thing. Like, we just want more players, right?
Yeah.
I have been in this game for a while now, since 2008 is when I first started, and it's we've had up and downs.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of just tournaments where maybe there's 8 people.
Yeah.
But now we're getting to where we can have like 30-person locals.
Yeah.
And it's fine.
That's usually my local count,
Yeah.
actually. 30-person locals. I hear cups in Chicago have like 80 to 100 people.
Oh, just wait till you hear about the California ones.
Oh, I can only imagine. But yeah, I've done like so much traveling. I've done traveling all around, honestly, the continent at this point. My goal this season is to compete over in Europe. I would love to go over to Europe and say hi to all the casters there and just like see what a regional is like over there. But I did Vancouver regionals all the way up into the west. I did, Charlotte, Orlando. I was everywhere last season, and it was just such a great time. I met people, like I said, from all walks of life. But honestly, I think we have our next match ready to go.
Yeah, well, before that, we're going to actually take a look at some social media posts while we get our players up on stage. So let's go ahead and see the posts that y'all have been sharing with us. Maybe
Excited for this. Let's see.
Alex Wilson, Baltimore Regional, starting off strong. I don't know if that's this format, Alex. It might be a little bit of a pet deck from a couple wins forever ago.
What can you tell me about that, though, for maybe who are people that may have not seen, I don't know, is that Mega Rayquaza EX before? And is that a Skyfield, if my eyes do not deceive me? What can you tell me was the craziest thing about this format?
You can have the Skyfield in play, both players can have 8 bench, which is actually kind of funny because Stellar Crown, the new format or new set that we're having for the format, actually has that Area 0 stadium, which if you have a Terra Pokemon, you're allowed up to 8 bench Pokemon. Kind of the same style deck here where Mega Rayquaza EX, there we go, I almost said VMAX.
We're getting there.
Dealt more damage based on your bench Pokemon, and you just play a lot of cards that help you draw. That Shaman EX, you can draw up to you have 6, and you can do that as many times as you want in a turn for each one you have. The Hoopa EX searches out every EX Pokemon that you could ever want. The Keldeo EX is kind of like a Petrant EX in its own sense, where you can bring it to the active, and then you just need to put a Float Stone, which gives it free retreat. It was a fun format for sure, and you know, Pokemon a couple years ago said they're bringing back the standard. And I feel like they're finally starting to get to that point.
Can I tell you how many times I go to a regional and people look at me and they go, "You want to play 2010?" And I'm like, I wasn't around, but I'm willing to learn. So that's the beautiful thing about cards. They're evergreen. You can always, you know, find a friend and play a different format. Let's head on over into our next tweet. The social media posts are super cool. This is from Jarek. I know Jarek, I believe, is doing pretty well in Swiss right now. But look at that beautiful Honolulu mat. I believe this was the staff mat from this year. Gorgeous stuff. Love to see Squirtle having a good time.
Yeah, Pokemon is no short of making beautiful products for these tournaments. My God, that is gorgeous. Baltimore Regionals thread, beyond stoked to compete in the first regional of the 2025 season. Shout out to the Shuffle Squad, and good luck everyone. Yeah, it's going to be a great weekend for sure. It's always awesome to be able to start the season, especially in a beautiful city like Baltimore.
Yeah, absolutely. Another Shuffle Squad member. Gonna be Vulcan Turtle here, great content creator. He's super excited to be here at Baltimore Regionals, and honestly, good luck to everyone. And don't forget, win or lose, play to have fun. I think we were talking about the interview that we just had a little bit earlier, how that was probably the most positive Pokemon interview we could have ever asked for. I know Vulcan Turtle, I believe, hanging out with his good buddy Roaring Moon. I believe he had a great showing with Roaring Moon last year at Charlotte, I want to say, kind of when Roaring Moon was starting to, you know, get even more and more popular throughout. But I know his favorite Pokemon's Torkoal. That's a great pick.
Yeah, maybe better left on the VGC side than the TCG side.
Very fair, very, very fair. So we got coming up next. I'm reading the caption. I'm like, okay. Well, we got Tord and hanging out with Cody here. I always see Tord signing something out there, whether it be a playmat, a deck box, a card. It's so great to see Tord just travel all over the world just playing Pokemon.
Yeah, well, when you put in the work he does, and you're classified as one of the GOATs of the game, you're always going to have a few fans sticking around trying to, you know, get a little bit of that skill to rub off on.
Yeah, please, 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 please. Just a quick little coaching session, if you will. But we do have some standings coming in from the last round that we are going to go on ahead and check out here. So we're heading into round number 6 here. We have all of our great players who are 5-0, and just like we talked about it, Tord is 5-0 with a cool control deck, as I like to talk about it. It's so elusive. There's tons of things in there. I believe I saw a Genesect in there from a Shrouded Fable set with a A-Spec Nullifier ability. So that's going to be certainly interesting if you roll into him. But it is going to be Rahul Reddy. We were talking about him. 5-0 record. Henry Chow, I believe, from New York, I want to say. Still on that Gardevoir. Last time I checked, I think he was. But there are people playing decks from all over there. And honestly, Jeremy, what do you think about Gardevoir potentially being 5-0 right now?
I am very surprised. But, you know, anything can happen. You can always hit those matchups in the Pokemon TCG. That's why it's such a fun game to play. And honestly, a lot of people, especially older players, are used to formats where it's kind of, there's the top 3 decks, kind of like a rock, paper, scissors format. This format, not like that.
No.
There's like 8 to 10 different decks that can win this tournament. It's very hard to prepare for a regional of this size, but these players are making it work. They're getting the luck in the matchups, and they're just playing the best Pokemon they can, because there's no better way to start the Pokemon season than with a regional win and already qualifying for Worlds.
Let's look on over at some of the notable matches we also have this round, which will also kind of show you who is going to be up on stream Another Shuffle Squad member is going to be Alex Shmansky, but you probably know him either as the United Wings guy from ever long ago, or I think most prominently first at EUIC in 2023, going up against Aaron Osuna, who got 65th at Sacramento last season. So this is a great match. Honestly, Jeremy, there are tons of amazing players just on this screen.
Of course. Well, we have our round 6 ready. So let's go ahead and take it down to the stage and see our players getting set up and ready to go. Remember, you need 7 wins to make it into day 2. 21 match points. Granted, 6-0-3 is also a good record, but you never want to be tying that many times.
Please don't throw that into the hopeful. I think a lot of people are definitely missing what I like to call the tie bracket, if you will. But yeah, you can absolutely get there with a 6-0-3, but you definitely want to just lock it up as fast as possible. I want to talk about the decks that we're going to be seeing, Jeremy, because we're seeing Lost Zone Pult, and I personally thought that this deck had a lot of spice. It had some showing at NAIC, but then a lot of people were like, nope, we're not going to look at Dragapult within Lost Box. You can just play Dragapult and Regidrago.
Yeah.
But no, we're done with it. But we are going to be seeing Aaron on 5-0 with this Lost Zone Pult.
Yeah, and of course, Alex Shmansky is playing Roaring Moon EX, but it's not just Roaring Moon EX. It is Roaring Moon EX with Darkrai V-Star and Dusknoir. So a lot of stuff going on in this list, but you got my favorite combo of an engine in Pokestop, Night Stretcher, Rare Candy. It is always great when you're able to draw 3 cards with your Stadium every turn. So maybe we can see some action there. And to speak on the Lost Zone kind of engine that we see Aaron here playing, it kind of fell by the wayside for Worlds. Yeah. Kiram came out from Shrouded Fables, and when it's easily slotted into the best deck of the format, you kind of see those Colossus experiments go back in the binder, but Aaron's proving everyone wrong today. It's still a great deck and starting off pretty well.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're playing Lost Box, you can't ask for anything more than a Buddy Poffin on your turn 1. Able to go on ahead and grab those comfies. We definitely need them. Or even in a Lost Zone Dragapult style of a deck, we have Dreepy that we also need to grab. But we're going to check on over into those prizes. Now, Jeremy, I don't know about you, but I hate to see 2 Mirage Gates when we definitely want to be swinging with Dragapult prize.
Yeah, the thing about a deck like this Lost Zone Dragapult, you're not playing a lot of supporters. You're playing your 4 Colossus Experiment as well. And having a Chorus and an Iono in there, there's not really going to be much kind of leeway, along with the Countercatcher and Sableye. That's a lot. That's 6 bad prize cards, honestly. Meanwhile, for Alex, does have a 1/0/1 Dusknoir in there, along with that Pheasantipity EX, which was your pick for one of the cards this weekend. It's probably going to be in most every deck. Just being able to draw 3 cards after your opponent takes a knockout and Ionos you to 2, it's always going to be good.
I said it in the lounge, and I'll say it again on the desk. It's just one of the best cards that we've seen printed. There's just no more power you can ask for than drawing 3 after a knockout, right? But nevertheless, we are going to go on ahead, find our double nest ball. So we do have 2 Comfies and 2 Dreepies. I think this is a really great start. Now, granted, this is turn 1, so we cannot go on ahead and Colress here, but I do believe we might just have a pass at this point. Just let Cramorant go.
That is very awkward, if so. Oh, no, it looks like Alex started first when Duskull passed.
Yikes.
We haven't seen that since, what, Nationals 2012?
Could be a very fast game one here, Jeremy. Especially, I think what's really cool is about a Dracloak on the bench. I believe its old ability name was called Airmail, where you're able to look at 2 cards, put one in the hand, and then put the other one just on the bottom of the deck. But we are looking for what we like to call a turn 2 donk here as we take it on over into game number 2. Honestly, sometimes these TCG games go fast. It's a card game. It naturally sometimes takes a while, but honestly, when it's like this, it could be very scary.
Yeah, I actually prefer Recon Directive over Airmail. It's just a better name, I think. But so Aaron's starting us off with that turn 1, got the double nest ball, Buddy Poffin, going over to Alex Shmansky, who just Duskull passed. You hate to see it, and now we are going to get things going with that Chorus. You got the Flower selecting. needing one more flower selecting to be able to just turn on that Cramorant to be able to take the knockout and game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Has the Prime Catcher in hand, but the thing is the Prime Catcher doesn't actually work here because the first part of the card says that you need to switch your opponent's Pokemon to the bench first. But we do have a switch card here, and as long as we find one more switch, we could go on ahead and just see that Spit Innocently for a nefarious game number 1. Oh, the pass back!
Oh, no. All right. Well, we got some form of hope in Pokestop. Gonna find a Night Stretcher and Earthen Vessel. This is an awkward hand for sure for Alex here.
Honestly, I'm not really seeing much that we can even do. I mean, we can Night Stretcher back more Pekko at this point, right? So we can actually have somewhat of a game, give us some time. Alex going to go on ahead and start just seeing what we can do to shuffle up this deck and maybe get, you know, a brand new set of cards off this Pokestop. Even Alex is shaking his head. He just cannot believe it.
Listen, before winning EUIC, Alex has had a lot of bad luck on stream games. Never been the best friend, the camera, for Alex here. And yeah, there's the Night Stretcher for Pekko just to not lose next turn. But that is going to turn on the Prime Catcher if Aaron chooses to use it.
My whole thing is, if we're going to Prime, we might as well just wait, right? The Dusk Goal actually is what we're really kind of looking for here. That is going to lead into our Dusclops and our Dusknoir, but see what we are going to be able to do. So far, so good, honestly. We're going to find 2 Dracloaks here. No struggle just yet. We are going to just start off with that Chloris' Experiment. Look at the top 5 here. Gotta consider, Jeremy, we did see a Mirage Gate, so we are going to hold those into the hand. We're already at 6 there. I do believe we also saw a Dragapult too, so we could potentially see a game-ending turn here.
Oh, yeah. There's even a rescue board found off that Comfey, but I think everything is cobbled together in the hand quite nicely here. You got that Mirage Gate, get the Fire and the Psychic for that Dragapult EX, the Prime Catcher, and the Duskull only has 60 HP. This is going to be fireworks for this first game here, and just like that, Aaron takes it, and we're going to move on to a game 2.
Honestly, a heartbreaking game for Alex Shansky if you didn't see it, but it will be Aaron that does take game number 1. Honestly, that also could have been over a little bit faster too. Alex even had a whole nother turn to try and set up, but the most Alex could have done was grab that Morpeko with Night Stretcher. Definitely not the showing that he wants to see here, but honestly, it goes to show the power that Lost Zone Pult does have with that Mirage Gate, right? We're used to seeing things like Radiant Charizard and Sableye, and I believe that Lost Zone Pult also just plays both, so you have tons of attackers, even a 300 plus HP Pokemon to deal with too.
And looking at Alex's list, there was a lot of outs to do stuff. A simple Nest Ball or Ultra Ball opens it up to something like Squawkabilly EX on that first turn, Minion V, and just not having any of that available. Only a pretty thin count of supporters as well. You got 3 Research, and that's really the main goal that Alex is trying to reach towards. Interesting deck from him here for this weekend, and really cool to see him start out 5-0, but it's definitely not the kind of showing you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for a lot of people, they expected some sort of Roaring Moon coming into the weekend, whether it be Ancient Box or even Big Roaring Moon too. But I really like Alex's creativity with the Darkrai being able to get back the 2 items from the discard with the V-Star ability, Star Abyss. So I'm excited to see what exactly Alex has in store. He will be able to probably go first on this one. I did see a Nest Ball in hand, so I think we're going to be doing a lot better, but there's that Darkrai V. Maybe we'll see it a little bit more.
Trekking Shoes is a pretty nice card in a deck that plays heavy Pokestop, just because it helps you kind of reach that extra step that you're trying to dig for. And discarding 2 Dusknoir, it seems like, but going to be able to grab that Squawkabilly EX. So good on the first turn.
Yeah, honestly, it's the only time you really want to see Squawkabilly EX is really kind of on the first turn, or what I'd like to say, it becomes a Earthen Vessel or Ultra Ball food, if you will. But we're definitely looking a lot better. Gotta look over at the prize cards. Nothing too detrimental I see in there. The second Darkrai V being in the prizes, but it's at the bottom right now. having a Sada at the top, I think, is okay, and the Night Stretcher, but Pokestop here, too, could also be a big factor. But as of right now, nothing too crazy, but there goes another Night Stretcher, and a very key card, I think, in this deck, which is going to be that Dark Patch.
Yeah, especially with that Sada in the prize cards. There's only one in the deck for the 2 Roaring Moon EX that are available for Alex, but you can reuse it with stuff like Palpad. Not really going to have access to that this turn, or this game at least. And Pokestop only gets to draw 1 card here off that Ultra Ball, discarding a Roxanne and another Pokestop.
Well, if we have Palpad, not too bad to drop some of our supporters, but we are going to grab a Nest Ball right now, see what we can go on ahead and find. We're thinking about the second Duskull here. Definitely not a bad idea. I did also see a Radiant Greninja, I believe, in the deck list and in the deck too, so I don't know if we want to keep kind of throwing out those energies into the discard so we can use Dark Patch. But honestly, at this point, I think Alex is definitely going to be able to play a game of Pokemon here.
Yeah, especially with the nature of Aaron's deck, where you're kind of taking the first couple turns to get set up. You want to get those Dracloaks in play. You want to build up your Lost Zone with Flower Selecting and Colossus Experiment. Usually it takes a couple turns to do that. So Alex's main goal here is get some energy in the discard for your Dark Patches, be able to get energy in play just so you can apply pressure, and then eventually you can take 2 prizes in a turn with Dusknoir, and then you start to get things going even further. You can build up kind of a good board to where Dragapult's not that scary.
Well, there's a ton of Pokemon in this hand, Jeremy. And honestly, we get to just kind of keep it and pass on over potentially. But we have tons of options here. So it is going to be the pass. Let's see how Aaron is going to be able to try and lock up this set. 2-0, Nest Ball coming down, probably going to be grabbing one of those Comfies, but we are going to be able to go on in and see what is missing from this deck. And I have to say, Jeremy, Buddy Poffin being missing in a Lost Box deck, not your favorite thing to see.
Hey, you got 4 of those. You know, you might be able to find them still, but that one of Prime Catcher hiding along with that Colossus Experiment at the top, it's going to be a little bit rough. That Hisuian Heavy Ball usually is your chance to maybe shuffle around the prize a little bit. That's gone.
It's in there. But by the time you grab the Comfy, which is on the bottom, you just don't even need that anymore. So Colress is going to come down. We're going to try and see some more Buddy Poffins. And like you said, Jeremy, there it is. But see, considering tossing away the Mirage Gate and the Iono here. So I like how we are just going to go on ahead and I think, honestly, have a good game of Pokemon at this point. Have Buddy Poffin in hand, and I think there is a switch card and a rescue board. So we are going to be able to see a couple Flower Selects as well.
Yeah, it really is going to depend if Aaron's going to be able to finish this turn with Spit Innocently from Cramorant. It's going to maybe force another Pokemon search or a switch out in hand. We could just see a good setup turn with getting 4 in the Lost Zone, trying to build up for that inevitable Mirage Gate next turn. But Alex not getting Dark Energy on that active Darkrai means you kind of have a little bit more to play with, right? You can kind of take things a little bit slower than normal.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a little bit of time here, too. I definitely think Aaron's deck is working, though. You got 3 Dreepies on the bench. You are going to go on ahead and Pokestop here. So it is going to be the Gate, the Bundle, and the Switch card. You cannot ask for anything more than just grabbing that Switch card, even before you go on ahead and Flower Select, so you don't have to consider throwing it away. But what a Flower Select. It's either Dreepy or Comfy. And honestly, we have enough Dreepy on the bench, so we are going to just see the Comfy grab. But there is Rescue Board. Subtracts from the retreat cost, but thanks to Comfy's retreat, it's only 1. So you get to retreat for free here. See our second Flower Selecting. And it's between that Dracloak and Super Rod, and we are going to prioritize the Dracloak.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing with playing a deck like this Lost Zone Dragapult. Is anytime you're just playing Lost Zone in general, you really have to value your resources kind of perfectly and manage them throughout the game. You lose this Super Rod and Iono and a Mirage Gate early, you're going to play differently later on in the game because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. get the evolve into that Darkrai V-Star here, as Alex is going to hit the stop again, losing the Duskull and the basic Dark Energy. And as we mentioned before, losing the Dark Energy isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. We do play the items that can help get that out, like Night Stretcher and that Dark Patch. But here comes the concealed cards. It will be Nest Ball and the Pecharunt EX with its Subjugating Chains ability.
Yeah, this hand is very awkward for Alex. Still just a bunch of Pokemon like you were saying last turn. He found a few more. It has some Pokemon search with that Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, it seems like. Going to discard a couple of resources here in that Pecharunt EX, but again, it's not good right now. I don't think it's going to be that good even late in the game.
Yeah, honestly, Subjugating Chains allows for you to move the dark Pokemon into the active from the bench. It does get poisoned, though, on the way, so you do have to be a little bit careful of that. See what our Ultra Ball search is going to give us here, as we are considering anything that'll help us, honestly, just start seeing some items here, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Luminion V hit the bench, use that Luminous Sign to go and grab a supporter. Because Alex definitely needs some help.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, it just doesn't seem like the deck is really agreeing with him right now. Hence, a very, very diligent shuffle, if you will, is going to see the research. So we might as well see a lot more cards here. So we are going to just completely ditch the hand here. It is going to be the energy attached, though. But like we said, we are going to get rid of that Pecharunt, the Nest Ball, and the Iron Bundle here. But here we go. Definitely looking like a lot better of a hand, if you ask me. Double Dark Patch, Rare Candy, 2 Rare Candies, I believe, and an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, it's a little bit better, but you're going to have to lose a lot of resources if you want to get a Dusknoir in play. And even if you do, you're not really going to be able to attack. The only card that really helped Alex out here in this situation for this turn was going to be that Prime Catcher. Not finding it here means the Darkrai is just not going to be able to attack. You got a couple Dark Patches in hand, but that Roaring Moon takes 3 to attack for both of them. So another slow turn here from Alex.
Yeah, a lot of decisions to make here. Has to decide whether we want to go on ahead and just set up, but it is just going to be a pass. Has a little bit of a bench to work with, but I can only imagine with already 4 in the Lost Zone here. Here comes both Direct Cloaks here. Get to use that Recon Directive ability, and we get to see a lot of cards in this deck, right? We have Flower Selecting, where we get to see the top 2. We get Recon Directive, where we also get to see the top 2. But I like your point there, Jeremy. You have to make sure that you're conserving enough resources with your Flower Selectings, because sometimes you don't realize how much you're actually pitching away that you can't get back.
Yeah, there's specific numbers you need to hit for a deck that plays this Lost Zone engine, and it's 4 for the Cramorant, 7 for the Mirage Gate, 10 for that Sableye. Essentially, once you get there, you're good. And it's definitely tempting a lot of the times, just because drawing cards is so fun in the Pokemon TCG. Recon Directive, Flower Selecting, Colorless Experiment. The hand is eventually going to be overwhelming.
Yeah, I like the sequencing here too, using the Flower Selectings before your Recon Directive, but see what we're going to get. We're going to grab Counter Catcher and a Psychic Energy, I believe. I don't think we need Counter Catcher just yet. We are going to pull it here, see what our second one gives us. Quick Flash in the hand, and it is going to be potentially the Switch card. I like taking the Switch card here. You always want to make sure you can just keep moving your Pokemon around.
Now it seems like there is no Colress's Experiment played just yet. I don't know if Aaron has it, so we're going to have to go to a third Comfey here just to get to that 7 in the Lost Zone.
So different from what we were kind of seeing earlier with just no Pokemon on the bench. Now we have full benches, excuse me, on both sides here. We'll see what is going to go on. But like you said, Jeremy, 7 in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, that means just another switch out paired with this Mirage Gate and a Dragapult EX in hand. And Aaron's going to be the first one to actually start attacking and trying to put the pressure on what seems like a very fast deck for Alex in the sense of taking big knockouts early.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's super important, too, because, once again, we're trying to just get rid of these Duskulls here. We haven't seen Darkrai V-Star attack either, so it is going to be the Evolve. Or was that this turn?
Yeah, I think either that's what players are going to go with. He might have done it to the one that just evolved this turn. Yeah, just evolved both of them. So cannot evolve into the Dragon Bolt EX. I don't know if you want to Dragon Headbutt for 70 damage here.
Not exactly your favorite line, but honestly, if I am Aaron, that could be a huge misplay because that definitely, one, takes down a Mirage Gate. I do believe there's another one already in the Lost Zone as well that I think for Alex, that could be a potential target.
There was access to rare candy from Aaron. There's 2 in the list to maybe evolve that Dreepy on the bench, but just the pass of the turn, this is exactly what Alex needs. Now, granted, both of the Dusknoir that Alex plays are in the discard, so those rare candies aren't really going to help him too much in hand unless he finds a Night Stretcher. Granted, there is 4 in the list. I think 2 are already in the discard.
Still 2 in the deck, and I do believe we still have Pokestops, so we do have resources to get there as well. But you have to look at it. Alex's deck already down so much, and I think that's the big thing with a lot of our Dark-type decks is that they go through themselves super, super quickly, right? We're just throttling and throttling, trying to find these resources as fast as possible.
Thankfully, Darkrai V-Star does do its best Reggie Drago V-Star impression with that Star Abyss. Being able to get back item cards from the discard, but Pokestop finding a Night Stretcher here, we could see a pretty good turn. Also can just grab a Dark Energy to attach to the active and attack. You have that in hand anyway.
Yeah, right. Things are looking pretty good. Alex definitely needed that one turn just to kind of get back into this, but like you said, rare candy in hand, second attach here. We have barely even seen Professor Sada's Vitality coming out from this deck, but there's actually only one of it in there, so it is going to be Dusknoir there. Cursed Blast is just going to go on ahead and take care of the Dracloak, and once again, a huge punish and a misplay on using that Mirage Gate a little too early.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing so many actions in a turn with Flower Selecting, Recon Directive. It's definitely a lot to keep track of. This Dusknoir proving its worth in Alex's deck, though, being able to just take a prize right here, especially in a matchup where early game you're going to be taking a lot of single prize knockouts on these Comfeys, on Dreepies, so being able to kind of keep up with the prize race is always great.
Yeah, absolutely, and honestly, if Alex is able to just keep going and play super well, I definitely don't see too much of an issue, but here we go, going to be able to get those 2 prizes, finds the Darkrai V in the prizes as well, as Aaron is going to go on ahead and just check the Lost Zone before we go on ahead and make any potentially game-breaking decisions.
Yeah, and one thing to note too is when you're playing against a deck like Lost Zone, you're not really going to expect too much disruption from your opponent. They want to build a big hand as fast as possible and then just keep it the entire game. Now, Aaron is playing 1 copy of Iono, but it was one of the first cards sent to the Lost Zone this game. So Alex doesn't really need to worry about his hand getting disrupted too much. And you can play the game better knowing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Second flower selecting here. It is going to be the rare candy and the super rod right now. We're going to pitch the candy here. So we have 9, I believe, in the Lost Zone, if I do math correctly in my head, but it'll just be checking out the discard as well, but definitely feels better, I think, for both players that they're definitely playing a better game right now.
Is it math if you just have to read the number 9?
Listen, man, sometimes that's really hard. You'd be surprised. We'll see what's going in the Lost Zone here off of this Chorus's experiment. To believe it is a Pokegear 3.0 and a Nest Ball. It seems like we have practically just everything we need, but there's that golden number 10 here in the Lost Zone. So Sableye Lost Mine also now turned on, ready to go.
Yeah, technically 11, but we reached that 10. After it doesn't matter, you know?
The number will just stay at 10 at that point.
And Recon Directive here, just again building that hand, but we know there's that Dragon Bolt EX because Aaron tried to play it down last turn. But finally hits the board and you can start threatening that Phantom Dive. Something like that Prime Catcher would be great here, but again, it's in the prize cards. Not going to have access to that. Is going to have to just eye down this Darkrai V-Star. Aaron does have a boss's orders in hand, but again, already played that Colossus experiment.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a question for you, Jeremy. I do believe in Aaron's hand, I do see a Temple of Sinnoh. Would it be worth playing the Temple of Sinnoh down to just get rid of Alex's resources at that point? Instead, just kind of like throwing out just Alex's opportunity of getting any more items that he needs.
Exactly. Ooh. Well, it actually works out perfectly here for Aaron because Pokestop discarded one of the Pokestops earlier on in the turns, and then Alex has another one prized. So even though Temple of Sinnoh doesn't do anything in this matchup because both players are just playing basic energies, getting rid of that resource for Alex where the deck is built around discarding the top 3 cards because you play so many items.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be seeing also the counter catcher on to Lepine, and like we were talking about, Phantom Dive is now going to go on ahead and spread damage across the board, so that damage can go basically anywhere on that bench. A lot of the times players opt to go for the Squawk ability, but even though we already have game with that with Phantom Dive, we can also just throw all 6 of it onto that Darkrai V-Star if we so choose.
And I do believe it was the counter catcher that was actually played, which is
yes,
the same here.
Yep.
Being able to take a 2-prize knockout and set up that Roaring Moon, so it really can't frenzied gouging.
Yep.
Is going to be huge. It's the one way to take down a 320 HP Pokemon on your opponent's side for just 3 energy, and it's going to make Alex have to do a lot more work to try to get a knockout this turn.
Alex definitely needs to kind of take his time because I think this will definitely be the turn of dreams, if you will. It's a 3-prize turn for Aaron there. I mean, the thing is now you are on an odd prize trade, so that could be a little bit more awkward, but we definitely have the Roaring Moon in hand. We have Dark Patch. There are options we can go for here. I'm interested to see what Alex's line is going to be.
It has Ultra Ball in hand. You have access to that Star Abyss V-Star ability from that Darkrai V-Star, so you can reuse a couple items. Maybe going to be Dark Patches again. Just try to get as much Dark energy in play to boost your Dark Pulse.
Alex with, I believe, 6 cards left in deck at this point. I do believe we got rid of our 1 copy of Roxanne a little bit ago, too. That would also be a nice way to replenish the deck. I know a lot of the times players kind of go for that Iono, but Roxanne also, now that Aaron is all down to 3 prize cards. We'll see, though. Alex shaking his head. He's definitely not liking his odds on this one.
Yeah, has access to Pal Pad in the deck, but again, no Pokestop, no way to actually dig for it.
Second Roaring Moon going to hit the bench, and thinking about it here. You just have to be really careful. Definitely don't want to just like go all the way through, but double Dark Patch there. Definitely cleaning up to be a really nice turn for Alex, but like I said, it could be very difficult. We get the Dragapult out of here, right? But then Radiant Charizard is already staring you down in the face.
Yeah, you're still needing to take two prize knockouts, essentially, to try to win the game, where Radiant Charizard does its best at the end of the game, needing only a couple energies or even 1 energy to be able to take these knockouts and clean up 250 damage with Combustion Blast. It's definitely going to be on Alex's radar. There's also the possibility of just another Dragapult EX getting played. Phantom Dive taking out this Roaring Moon EX with just 30 left if Frenzy Gouging is the play. It's not looking good for Alex.
Yeah, definitely not, right? There's too many what-ifs in that scenario here. So I do believe we are going to V-Star ability, that Star Abyss like we talked about. And when you Star Abyss, you can put 2 item cards from your discard pile back into your hand. So like you said, Jeremy, just basically a different version of Legacy Star that we see from Regidrago V-Star. But I do believe I saw a Dark Patch and a Night Stretcher. But here we go. There it is, that Pecharunt EX. We were talking about the subjugated chains a little bit earlier. So we will be seeing at least a Frenzy Gouging this turn, but the question is, what does Alex do after?
Yeah, well, we're going to have to get there when we get there. At least now we can Frenzy Gouging for the 1-hit knockout on this Dragapult EX and just force Aaron to again have it. But right now, you'd love to see the Pal Pad for the Roxanne, be able to maybe Pokegear for, or Trekking Shoes into it or something like that, but none of that's available. Just doing what you can with the cards that have been dealt to you.
It's very interesting, the routes that we could go at this point, but is going to be comfy now going back into the active with that rescue board. We have tons of cards in the hands, and that's what you love to see as Lost Box, but Aaron being very diligent, checking out what is already in that discard. I think at this point, right, it could just be a swing with the Radiant Charizard. I don't know how I feel about just going on ahead and just evolving once more, unless we can find a way to find like Boss onto Squawk, and then we can go on ahead and Phantom Dive and take a beautiful 4-prize turn from both Roaring Moons. It could be practically anything, but I mean, you got to talk about it. That Prime Catcher's still in the prizes, and I like how we just used the Hisui and Heavy Ball to check that out. So now we have to find it all natural, and that's just looking a little bit tough.
Yeah, the Hisuian Heavy Ball shuffled the prizes. Prime Catcher still ended up at the top. It does not want to come out to play this game too, but Aaron is set up very well to be able to try to couple together closing this game out either this turn or the next. Just relies on how many resources are available and left to him. That is the name of the game for Lost Zone.
Yeah, I don't even think the Recon Directive right now, if it really matters what exactly we're taking here. We're just trying to find a way to get the Evolve and the most amount of cards we can see as possible. But like we said, thanks to Rescue Board, we do have that free retreat. Going into Flower Selecting, see what's going on here. I mean, we have a very thin deck of Sableye and Cramorant. Oh, okay, wait, this is a play, Jeremy.
Oh, yeah, it is. Sableye with its Lost Mine is able to spread around 12 damage counters to your opponent's side of the field. That is pretty easy knockout on the Roaring Moon. Since it is poisoned, it only has 20 left, so you just need one investment to that active, and then you can spread 11 to the bench. It is just short of knocking out that Radiant Greninja, which would be game-end match, but able to Super Rod a couple energies here. This is looking pretty nice for Aaron.
I think one of the things that I really like about this deck, Jeremy, is that it goes from a 2-prize deck to a 1-prize card deck in a matter of seconds, right? So it really does kind of make your prize mapping for this just a little bit weird, right? Because Alex has the right idea. We just got to get those Dragapult EXs out of the game, but then you have something like Sableye to come in and play cleanup. So we are going to be seeing Lost Mine become active, trying to decide where exactly it's going to go. Like we said, thanks to poison damage, this Roaring Moon is going to go down this turn.
Yeah, there's ways you can kind of split this up to where you can guarantee that Radiant Charizard takes the knockout everywhere, but I think it's already guaranteed with that 2 on the Darkrai V-Star. So putting all of it remaining on that Radiant Greninja. Actually missed out on 1 damage counter. Could have waited for Poison to take the knockout on that active Roaring Moon, but it doesn't really matter. It's semantics by this point.
Yeah, I was about to say, it seems just seems like a really difficult checkmate at this point, though. We are going to bump the Temple of Sinnoh with Pokestop. See what Pokestop is going to bring us. There's the Pal Pad and the Night Stretcher and the Nest Ball. You love to see a beautiful 3-item hit, but the question is, Jeremy, is it a little too late for that?
It seems so. There's a route where, because there's so many cards in Aaron's hand, you can maybe Pal Pad back that Roxanne, somehow find it with concealed cards, play the Roxanne, hope your opponent does not draw into a way to get Sableye back or just get Dragapult EX with a couple energies. We'll have to see how Alex feels about it. Does look like Night Stretcher for the Lumineon V-Star here, so this is going to be able to fetch that Roxanne right away.
See what's going to happen here. Going to Pal Pad back in the Boss and the Roxanne. So, like we said, Luminion, that Luminous Sign ability, you're able to go on ahead and grab any supporter from that deck that you like. Nest Ball, though, is going to be the play just to check out what's going on in there. And I think that's what we like to call thinning the deck, just to make sure we don't draw into anything we don't want to here. But it will be the Luminous Sign for Roxanne. We're going to see a very small cut. Both of these decks are down to some of their just last cards. They've really gone through everything at this point.
We're going to see a Dark Energy on the Petrant EX, which is actually a pretty viable attacker the later the game goes. This matchup, it's not really going to matter too much, but it's something that people have to keep an eye out for.
shuffling up here. So Roxanne is going to give Alex 6 cards, and then it is going to give Aaron only 2. But honestly, thanks to that Super Rod, if we get this Sableye out this turn, we could just see that Fire Energy go right onto Radiant Zard. But honestly, Alex, Jeremy, this looks like the same, practically the same hand for Alex Szymanski. Has the Research, has the Prime Catcher still. We'll see, though, if we make it to next turn. There's the draw for turn. All we really need is Colress's Experiment. My goodness, we're going to see a lot of cards this turn.
All right, we see the Psychic Energy go the wayside to the Lost Zone. You do have Mirage Gate. If there is the Fire, there you go. Retreat and Combustion Blast for the knockout. And just like that, Aaron Osuna with Lost Zone Dragapult EX moves to 6-0, 1 match away from making day 2, trying to best his 65th at Sacramento last season.
I was about to say, what an amazing achievement here. To do it also with a deck that a lot of people have just counted out as well. I think a lot of people were just saying Lost Zone Pult isn't real, and we've seen when it really gets going, how it really does kind of change your prize mapping and the way that you go about certain matchups. But what a set, I think, from both Alex and Aaron. They put on a great show, but would have loved to see a little bit more from Alex. But you know what, I do get to see some match highlights here as we're going to go on ahead, check the replays of what is going on. Just what an interesting start. You know what, Alex, I feel that head nod was like, oh man, what do I do?
Yeah, highlights, maybe lowlights for fans of Darkrai V-Star. This was a pretty quick game 1. A Prime Catcher sealed the deal with that double knockout. And then going into game 2, Alex just could not find an energy turn 1. That meant he couldn't attack turn 2. And it was just a little bit too slow. It allowed Aaron to really build up that Lost Zone. And when Lost Zone has 10 or more, it is scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just from how many turns we saw Alex just not have the energy to really go on ahead, it really just gave Aaron and that Lost Zone time to really kind of stabilize at that point. Because, you know, when you're not really seeing too many cards in the Lost Zone on turn 1, that could be a little bit rattling, but great composure from Aaron. We'll definitely be still seeing Alex 5-1 is still a very respectful record, but Lost Zone pulled 6-0 here at Baltimore Regionals.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy, and Sableye's back. Maybe we just have to say it now. It might be the only Lost Zone Dragapult EX in the room, but Aaron is showing that it is still viable, and if your opponent can't cure him, you don't have to worry about playing your Colress's Experiments.
Yeah, still a little thumbs up to the crowd as well. What a great showing of what decks have been just flying underneath the radar here at Baltimore. It's just, obviously, I think we could have just predicted, like, yes, Regidrago V-Star is going to be here, but Lost Zone Pult? 5-0? Now 6-0? You know what? You got it. Honestly, a really great match. I am just a very big, also Roaring Moon believer, both big and baby, if you will. I think Frenzied Gouging is such a great attack, but personally, when you know where to place your damage counters to avoid that, so good play from Aaron.
Yeah, a very teched out list here from Alex, too. Definitely could see some success going forward. Just seems like a dedicated Dragapult EX deck is very good going into Roaring Moon.
Yeah, why not? Honestly, and we've been kind of talking about it. Does Dragapult EX just get even better next set? I'm sure we have 6 more years of Dragapult at this point, but a really great set nevertheless. Once again, Alex is just one of the greats. We couldn't see it go all the way to fruition, but I'm personally liking the re-edition of Darkrai V-Star with Starbist, which is just basically item Legacy Star. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, Aaron's trying to make a name for himself here, especially when you take down a former international champion. It always has to be great. And again, 1 match win away with our kind of new format for these regionals for this season, where you need, with the amount of people we have here today, 21 match points to make it into day 2. And the more match points you have, the better. He's trying to make it 9-0 day 1, I'm sure.
There you go, with Lost Zone Pult. Nevertheless, be so crazy. Like I said, I think for so long, everybody on social media was like, Lost Zone Pult, just not real. But you know what? Now we have a very real match to go back and look at. Honestly, I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, who knew drawing cards
Love it.
good in the Pokemon TCG? Breaking news, but it is.
I mean, you have flower selecting, you have recon directive as well. Like, there's so many ways that you could just draw cards. Granted, we didn't see, my pick for the tournament, Pheasant Dippity, and I might just be, completely wrong, but that's totally okay. I just cannot wait to see where the rest of the meta goes because there are some goofy decks out there.
Yeah, and honestly, one card I really love how it's positioned in this metagame is Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in combination with Night Stretcher, but a lot of the decks aren't really doing that together. But it is just a powerhouse Radiant Pokemon, and honestly, has been giving Radiant Greninja a run for its money as best Radiant.
Absolutely, and especially in a format like this with Regidrago V-Star, and all you do is Phantom Dive, and then you just set up each Pokemon on the bench to just be a liability no matter what. So you can just bring up Radiant Charizard and be like, hey, Regidrago V-Star, you have 3 damage counters on it already, 250 right there, boom, game winning.
All right, well, speaking of game winning, we have an interview with our winner from this round. Take it away, Skarzik.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Skarzig Watson here with our winner you just saw on the stream, Aaron Osuna. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm fine. Thank you.
That was an excellent match you showed on stream. Now, you decided to bring Dragapult EX. So what was the thought process there? A lot of players don't think the deck is good right now.
Actually, when I chose my deck, my first time, I want to try to use the Raging Bolt. But I play at local tournament in Mexico, and Apple Pokemon beat me, and I changed my mind, and I tried to use another deck, and I think the Lost Box Dragapult is a deck for a 1 price. But when I need kill others Pokemon, I can use the Dragapult to take 2 price. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you were forced to switch to Dragapult after some of your other testing didn't feel that good, and the deck really worked out for you. I've also got Professor Richie here as well, folks, who's going to help me with some translations for some of the more complicated questions. So for Dragapult EX, after you switched to it and you were starting to prepare it, did you try other versions of Dragapult, or was it just Lost Box right away?
¿Lo digo en español?
¿Puedes decirlo en español? ¿Te entendiste la pregunta? Sócala ahí, por favor.
Pues, cuando jugué Dragapult, traté siempre como de escoger decks como que pudieran traer un premio.
When he was testing Dragapult, he really felt like taking those 1-prizers and those 2-prizers, he really wanted to take decks against 1-prizer and really have an advantage over it.
Porque ahorita todos los decks fuertes pegan en segundo turno y tratan de hacer KO en su primer turno, tu segundo turno, ¿no? Entonces, prefiero estar entregando un premio y con Charizard Radiante estar cobrando 2.
So a lot of decks are taking big 2-prize knockouts on their second turns, and he was like, I don't want to feed people 2-prizers, so if I feed people 1-prizers, and then at the end of the game beat them with Radiant Charizard, that's the best advantage I can get.
Okay, so you want to control the pace of the game, be able to play a mixture of 1-prize and 2-prize Pokemon. Have you run into a lot of single-prize decks, a lot of Ancient Box so far? Is your deck paying off?
Yeah, sometimes, but I don't really like it. Yeah, I prefer. I played Lost Box before, and Lost Box Giratina, but in this moment it's not a good deck, Giratina.
So you're just using some of that legacy Lost Zone knowledge, still trying to get the Dragapult in. Do you want to give a special shout out while I have you to any friends or other competitors that helped you prepare, helped you practice for this tournament?
Que si quieres decirle algo a tus amigos para estar en casa.
Sí, hey, muchas gracias a Shiny Secret, a Hunters y a Hyperbeam. Gracias, chicos, los quiero. Los veo el martes.
He'll see his friends back home, give him a shout out. He'll see them back home on Tuesday.
Yeah, it sounds like you got a lot of homies rooting for you.
Yeah.
Dragapult EX, I just can't get over it. It's a deck that so many players thought were bad. Were people telling you not to play the deck, to bring something else, and you stuck to your guns? You said, I like Lost Zone, I like Dragapult. And were there any other decks that you were considering at all besides Dragapult? Any other builds?
Que si estaba considerando otro deck que no era Dragapult Lost Box, que si estaba considerando otros builds de Dragapult, como el deck con Satu y todo.
Yeah, I tried to use the Dragapult, the conventional, but I don't really like it because I think I can attack with Charizard Radiant the same form like Lost Box, and I can use Cramorant, and when I use Cramorant, I can mark, o ¿sí se dice así? ¿Marcar?
Sí, puedes atacar otro.
Yeah, puedo usar Cramorant, marcarlo, y en siguiente turno, Dragapult.
So he said he likes to mark his target with Cramorant, and that's why it's such a good one-prizer. And then later on, hit it harder with Charizard or with Dragapult.
Oh, I see. Cramorant being able to fix math for the 200 damage Phantom Dive. You're definitely thinking about the game on a new level and showing the viewers at home that even the decks that we predicted would be good, you know, there's still a lot of wiggle room there in the meta. Any final thoughts I can get from you, Aaron, before I let you go?
Cualquier últimos pensamientos que quiere
quiero mandar tus saludos.
Puedes mandar saludos. He just wants to send high shout-outs back home.
Solo le quiero decir hola Brian, Arturo y a todos los demás chicos, si no me acuerdo sus nombres, los quiero mucho y ya es todo.
He loves his friends back home.
Absolutely. Big shout out to the LATAM scene. Certainly, there's going to be big ups for them this year in 2025 for sure. But we're going to kick things back to the casting desk and head into our next round shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Adam and Aaron, too. What an amazing showing. It goes to show that Pokemon is really just a global game. It doesn't matter what language you speak. The cards just do all the talking itself.
Yeah, I know a language that everyone speaks. It's Knockout Your Active for my last prize. It's great.
Still, though, we are going to go on ahead and check in with some of our caster predictions because they have certainly been all over the place compared to what is currently happening on the floor right now. Dare I say that I, for my first one, might have been just a little bit off here. It will be honestly going on over to Skarzig and Kyle for this one because I do see Charizard at 6-0, but honestly, Jeremy, none of us had Lugia doing as well as it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, Lugia is at least 2 of the 6-0 spots, which is crazy to think about. Of course, Lasso and Dragapult, we just saw Aaron win our last round. There is you know, my favorite deck archetype in Arcanine, Unclassified.
Oh, yes, perfect. That's my deck archetype. Can I just throw that in there?
That has at least maybe 4 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in it. Maybe that pick was good. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how the day shapes up. But
I think it's also really important to note that Henry Chow and May White are both 6-0 on Gardevoir right now. So I think at the beginning of the day, everyone was kind of like, you're playing Gardevoir? I don't know. You know, you got Phantom Dive, you got Trifrost, got all these things that you need to avoid. But if you got it with Gardy, you got it like that.
I guess it's going to be interesting to see how this tournament shapes up for that deck. But maybe they are just hitting those matchups how they want. Maybe they're just playing a lot of those kind of Turbo Moon, Miraidon, different control decks, stuff like that. Gardevoir is very resilient, and we see that here this weekend. Just a lot of variety at the top so far. A lot of, like, 2 of decks that are doing well. You got Reggie Drago, of course, is doing well. Raging Bolt EX is 6-0. You've got it's a good spread of decks so far. Not a lot of Ancient Box up at the top. It's going to be disappointing for a lot of people, but of course, it still could get there. You know, the decks are not all about what is undefeated. you got to at least count the underdog in a little bit. A lot of regionals have been won from that 6-2-1 spot beforehand. Now it's just going to have to be a 7-2 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also something to kind of note out, Caleb Jacobson, 5-0-1 with Lasso Giratina. Still doing it for Giratina out there. I still also just want to say there is Aaron Walker on Iron Thorns EX, 501. What did you think about that deck going into Baltimore? Did you think it was solved? Did you think people were actually going to play it? Or did you think that it was just going to, you know, stay back in Honolulu hanging out?
Listen, for me, there's a reason why it's like 1% of the field this weekend. It's one of those decks where you need the format to kind of be perfect and kind of more refined, right? You need, like, okay, the top decks are going to be this, this, and this. I'm perfect against those. Like I said before, there's 8 to 10 different decks that can maybe win this tournament. It's very hard to prepare a deck that is very linear, like Iron Thorns EX, for something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I could not expect it as well, but my thought process going into Baltimore was, what are just, I think people would just kind of pick up Thorns because it won, you know what I mean? Like
And then
it's
they
already
put it right back
doing
down.
it. They put it right back down still. I'm not personally a control fan, but honestly, I believe Tord is still kicking it up at the top tables with his Pidgeot control that he's hanging out with. I mean, I gotta say, Pidgeot EX's ability, Quick Search, just one of the best in the game. You can just go get whatever you want. Remember when you had to V-Star for whatever you wanted in the game? No, now you can just evolve into a Pidgeot EX and go get it yourself.
Yeah, now you can do both. You got Rotom V with the Forest Seal Stone.
Luminian V with a Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah.
So many things.
I mean, that's really what something like a Pidgeot EX can do for you, is when you can search your deck for any one card, you're going to be playing a lot of different one-ups.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting. But nevertheless, it is still just heating up here. Do believe, though, we are going to have a special surprise soon heading on in the lounge. But anything else you want to add, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's a very diverse metagame. A lot of the turbo decks that we've kind of been expecting haven't been showing up as much. Reggie Drago has definitely been proving that it is still one of the top, if not the top deck in the format. It is going to have maybe some awkward matchups if some Charizards squeak through. Again, Brent Tonneson, 6-0 with Charizard EX. You have to watch out for a name like that in a tournament like this. Any tournament that he's been to, he basically makes day 2.
Yeah.
I think he maybe missed 1 out of like 14 or 15 last season, which is insane.
Yeah, true. I also want to kind of point out that I think a lot of Charizards lately are trying to freestyle the deck a little bit more, in particularly what they play as their ace spec. I've seen a lot of different ace specs go into Charizard EX these days. Prime Catcher was kind of the obvious one, right? And then we kind of moved into Unfair Stamp, right? Because why not? And now I'm seeing Heroes Cape Zard come up and around. And I think specifically to protect Pidgeot EX from a lost impact from a Reggie Drago, which is just so smart.
Yeah, it is definitely the outfit of choice for a lot of these Charizard EX decks. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier, but we have a very special segment for y'all right now in the lounge. Go ahead and take it away, Skarzik.
Hello, everyone. It's been a long time, but finally, we've got a lot of downtime here at the start of our competitive season for me to do some nice drawings for y'all. The OGs in the audience, our longtime viewers probably remember when we used to break out the whiteboard for some Pictionary, but I, from time to time, get to do some solo segments, so I figure we'll just jump right into it. I'm going to try to draw some Pokemon for you on my little whiteboard and see how long it takes you to guess which one I'm drawing. So let's get right in here. Now this Pokemon I think is actually pretty difficult to draw, and you'll have to forgive me because I'm a bit more of a tilted angle to the screen, so hopefully it doesn't come out too crooked. Maybe that gives it away. I know there's a lot of big fans of this Pokemon in the audience, but I think it's something like this. I think I don't even need to draw the rest. A lot of you smart folks in the audience already know what I'm up to. But I've got plenty of time to fill. I think there's like a pattern like this. So I've got plenty of time to draw all the Pokemon that I want. All right. How long did it take you? Did you get it? It's Gyarados, for those of you who don't know. Not too shabby. I definitely got to give a big shout out to the production crew for getting everything situated, finding me a whiteboard, finding me a hands-free microphone so I can talk to you beautiful folks at home while I draw. All right. I've got another one here. I've got a list hidden back here where you can't see it, so that way production also knows what I'm drawing. But do you know? Let's jump in here. I'm going to try to spice it up a little bit. This is going to be pretty difficult. When you're drawing out of order, it's hard to figure out. Oh no, maybe I flew too close to the sun on this one. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. No, we salvaged it. Never mind, I'm good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay. I think this is another easy one, folks. I don't know. One of my personal favorites. It's Bulbasaur. Not too bad. I tried to trick you, draw the front a little bit, draw the back a little bit, but now I think it came out a little wonky, but that's okay. The thing about drawing is you just have to jump in and draw, you know? Make sure, just like with playing Pokemon, we talked a lot in the lounge so far with pros that say jump in, and it doesn't matter if you win or lose, just have fun, just learn, and drawing's exactly the same way. All right, I've got a really fun one here because this is a newer Pokemon, to give you a hint, so it's not quite in my memory as much, but I think I should be able to do it justice. Let's see. Okay, I think it's like this. Something like this, right? Okay, that one was pretty good if I do say so myself. It's Fido. I know some of you might have thought it was Darkspun, and I don't know if I got their features mixed up a little bit, but that's okay. Shout out to Fido. I think one of the most beloved new Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. He's definitely a cute, good boy. All right, got a few more left. So this one I think is going to be really fun. Maybe I got to go this way with it. All right. I've still got a lot of time to fill, folks, so I can take as much time as I want and really stretch these out. So let's go like this, maybe. I think only the real ones in the audience know about this one. Oh yeah, he's a fluffy boy. Okay. Oh, that's adorable, if I do say so myself. It looks a little spooky, but that's okay. It's just because of the big eyes, right? Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Okay. There we go. What do you think? Oh, yeah, I like it. It's Slitherwing. Oh, man. This is a new Paradox Pokemon. A lot of you probably maybe haven't seen it or haven't seen too much of it. But I know there's a couple big Slitherwing fans in the audience, so big shout out to you. You know, even in the Pokemon anime, they used to say that bug Pokemon were creepy, but how can you not love a big, fluffy moth? I don't know. All right, I got another cool one here for you. Got to loosen up a bit. This one's a little hard, I think. But I think if I just start like this, I shouldn't give too much away, but maybe you get it already. This one I think might be a little too obvious, right? Let's see. I think it comes down like this. Not too bad. Yeah, I like that. Okay, okay, I like it. Okay. That one's not too bad. Okay. This one might be a little hard to tell. Am I good? Am I bad? Did you get it? It's Dragapult. I don't think it's too bad. Dragapult, right? We just saw it on stream. We just talked about it during the winner's interview. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this Pokemon going forward, certainly. And I got to tell you, I got to admit it, I'm in the camp that I didn't think Dragapult was going to be that great. But, you know, there's still the believers out there cooking with the deck, brewing, trying to bring it to big tournaments, and just goes to show you, if you like a deck, do your best, and maybe the stars will align for you. I've got one more left here, chat. I'm not sure how much time I have, but that's okay, because all the time I get to spend with you doing what I love is great time. So let's jump right in. How do I draw this Pokemon? I think for most Pokemon, you can start with a shape just like this, right? Okay. Something like that, right? To get us started. Big ears. Cute little body. And this is like the base of 90% of Pokemon, right? I think it's fine. So now I'm just trying to trick you. There's a lot of Pokemon that it could be, but I think the ones in the audience who really know what's up know what this Pokemon could possibly be. There we go. And I think it's like this. Okay. I think that was an easy one. It's Sylveon. Very, very cute. One of the fan favorite evolutions. I think, you know, I can't blame you, certainly, but that's going to be it for me. Just a small taste of what I have in store. Drawing Pokemon on a whiteboard, always a pleasure. But don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we've got more Pokemon trading card game action ready to go.
And let's welcome up our champion here in Indianapolis, Andrew Hedrick.
I think I started playing in 2011 because I know my first deck was like a theme deck that was the superior theme deck from Black and White base. When I was younger, I would collect the cards, but then my dad encouraged me, if you're gonna collect the cards, you might as well play the game. So I kind of learned how to play the game against my parents, and then eventually I started attending local league, and you know, I kept getting better from there. I still wasn't very good for a while, but the first deck that I think I played that was really a competitive deck that I brought to events was Night March in the, I think 2015 or 2016 season. It was the best deck in format, but it was like the first time I really invested in having a competitive deck, so. I would have to say that my favorite memory is when I won my first regional, because at that point, I hadn't really put up very many results yet. I wasn't really expecting that out of myself. I knew I was going to come in and play the best that I could every set, but I was pretty surprised to win my first regional, and it gave me a lot of confidence moving forward.
No, he's got the Evoltol in the hand.
Evoltol, Primal Turbo, he's scrambling,
Yeah.
he sees the play chip, his hands are shaking, he's salivating, he sees the win, so does Isaiah Bradner, and that's gonna be Andrew Hedrick, the back-to-back champion. Luminion V into boss's orders.
In just a matter of 2 weeks, can anyone stop him?
The last couple times I was in finals, I was playing like the undisputed best deck in format, Lugia. It was just completely insane. But this time I was playing a little bit different of a deck. I was playing a more unique deck that I've been working on for a while, Dialga V-Star, paired with Matang. I really wanted to prove that my deck was just as good as all the other meta decks. And it's been a little bit since my wins last year, so definitely feeling pretty excited to win this regional.
Dialga V-Star and Andrew Hedrick are making their way to a third regional championship here in Indianapolis.
Absolutely phenomenal to bring a breakout deck like this to Indianapolis.
So actually this season, recently, I wasn't feeling too good. Some of my events recently hadn't been too great. I had a few where I'd missed day 2 in a row. So at that point, I kind of thought, okay, I need to start practicing more, putting in more time again. It kind of brought me back to having fun in the game, to play a little bit different, more of a unique deck that I wanted to prove. So put in a lot of time with it, and it worked out. I think the player who has helped me get better a lot is Caleb Rogerson. Over the online era during COVID, him and I would a lot of times play in events together. We'd talk about stuff, we'd work on decks, and I definitely feel like I got a lot better talking to him throughout that time. He's doing pretty well too, so.
Congratulations. I mean, what a tournament run. 9-0 day 1 for the 3rd time.
I love coming to tournaments because it's fun to have a chance to get to be the best at something. Obviously not every time you're gonna win, but even when you don't, you still get to have a fun time hanging out with your friends, going to dinners. Then also sometimes you'll get the opportunity to go up there and do something really special.
World Championship 2024. We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother, Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
And welcome back to Baltimore Regionals trainers. We are still going throughout the day and we have only seen some of the best right now. It is so exciting to see where the rest of the day is going to go, but I'm super excited to see where it does go. I'm still Emily Foreman, joined here still by Jeremy Jallin, and honestly, it has been such an exciting day, but I have to say, you know what else was really exciting? Worlds. Worlds was a blast to go to, as you can see from all the footage that we have. It was just so beautiful there, and honestly, if you want to take a little piece of Worlds with you, we have an album actually full of that custom music directly right on Spotify. You also have the link you can actually type in that you can see on our lower third, but the music there was awesome. I highly recommend downloading it.
Yeah, being able to watch it from home, getting all of the broadcast just downloaded into my brain. You know, it was great to see the event, really well done, and the performances were awesome too.
Yes, for sure. Being in person too, I was not expecting fire. I don't know what time it was, but there was a lot of fire there. But it was fire matches, actual fire, the great performances, and you definitely want to go and download that album. It was actually really cool.
Yeah, it's always good when you get some pyrotechnics mixed into the show, you know?
For sure. But once again, Worlds was super, super great. I had an absolute blast. The footage was just like such a small piece of it. There was just so much energy in the room that I was just having an absolute blast. No matter where I stepped, there was somebody there also just having a great time.
Yeah, well, speaking of having a great time, I think we can probably go on to the next part of our partner Pokemon bracket.
Yes.
I believe so. We saw last time that Shelby's
Oshawott
made it into the next round. The Sea Otters and Samurais, you know, gonna have to maybe take down your Cyndaquil or Wancho's Rowlet. I guess I know which one I'm doing. Real thing is, do you want to go first or second? It's your choice. You're new to the team here.
I'm going to let you actually, you know, be on Wancho's behalf here and defend the only grass Pokemon that we have in the bracket. Not a lot of people were down really with grass starters, but you know what? Wancho was. So it is going to be Rowlet here. I'm going to let you go ahead and start the clock. 30 seconds for you, Jeremy. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Rowlet, it is owl Pokemon. It's
yes.
Spherical, so that's always a great thing to have. It evolves into Dartrix, and then the Decidueye. Decidueye is such a cool Pokemon, you know, really good at shoot arrows. It's kind of like Robin Hood. You have some lore in the TCG. 3 Rowlets prized by John Kettler in regional finals. That's always great to see. Just a lot better than a lot of
And you're done. I don't know about all that one, but you can count me down as I get to defend, personally, my favorite starter. Right next to Fuecoco, I just will admit.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I mean, it has 2 forms, everybody. You got to talk about Typhlosion. And honestly, the story of Cyndaquil really just teaches him how to stand upright, if you will. You know, Quilava goes down on all fours, and you stand all the way up on 2s. And you have such cool abilities, especially in Pokemon Legends Arceus. A great, you know, time where you get a regional variant. Personally, I'm a big Gen 2 fan and a Gen 3 fan, but personally, I just love how Cyndaquil opens its eyes, stands on 2 feet. Suing Typhlosion. That's my point.
I don't know. It seems like you focused a lot on Typhlosion, you know, instead of the
Gotta get there, Jeremy.
Cyndaquil.
That's all I'm saying. You just gotta get there.
We'll have to see if they agree with Cyndaquil or, you know, the only grass Pokemon in this poll. You know, grass, it's good.
Grass is good.
It's not as good as, you know, fire and water, but it's good.
I mean, you got to talk about how Rillaboom is also kind of like running VGC right now, too. It's, I think, one of the most used Pokemon in VGC. So grass is good. It's definitely, you know, part of a great Pokemon team that you have a great grass type, but fire's just the way to go for me. I usually go with the fire starters, believe it or not. I don't know which way you kind of go like down the line, but believe it or not, I've always just been kind of like the fire girl.
I have picked the water Pokemon for every single game except for Fuecoco. So that's basically how I go.
Yeah, and you get to defend Fuecoco at some point during this weekend.
Yeah,
honestly, you could be going a long, long way with that one. Fuecoco is a great, great Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I love Gen 2. Hisuian, Typhlosion, just the typing is really cool. I just like, he's got his orbs around him. Like, such a cool Pokemon.
All right, well, while we're waiting for that poll to finish, we have updated standings for y'all. So let's take a look and see how our players are shaping up after this round 6. And we got a lot of 6-0 players here, 16 of them. There's not a lot of ties anymore here.
No, I was about to say, I mean, we were talking about, you know, kind of the old times. At this point, a lot of people would, what we like to call it, just go on ahead and take the tie and go straight into day 2. You can't do that anymore. You actually have to play another round for sure. So this one is definitely going to be interesting. Like we said, Gardevoir, 2 Gardevoir players, currently 6-0 right now. You also have a bunch of Lugias in there. And honestly, just looking at this list of players, I mean, everyone here is just standing on their own 2 feet. They're all playing extremely well.
Yeah, Lance, Bradshaw, and Aaron Osuna, we both had on stream. They're still sticking it out at 6-0. Toward Reklov, of course, what can you say about the guy other than he is very good at the Pokemon TCG, 6-0 here with that Pidgeot control. Rahul Reddy trying to do that run back from 9th at the World Championships, hoping to do a little bit better here this weekend in Baltimore. Rowan Stabno and Brent Tonneson rounding out the bottom of there. Both of those players, very good regional champions in their own right, trying to take down another one here this weekend. And remember, this is round 7 coming up, so that means we're finally getting into our win-and-ins for day 2 here.
Yeah, definitely the most tense part of the day, if you will, for a lot of players. You also have to talk about, general tournament fatigue. I mean, a lot of these players have been in here since 8:15, maybe even earlier in the morning. Is a long time to be playing Pokemon, and especially use a lot of brain power in this game too, right? A lot of these sets can go to time. 50 minutes just doesn't, it seems like a long time. It flies by in an absolute snap. So these are the matches that are going to get very, very interesting, kind of this like last 33% of, day number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these last few rounds shape up, especially with the variety of decks that we have throughout everything. And speaking of, variety and stuff like that, I do believe our poll might be ready. We can see maybe if you're still going to be in the bracket or not.
I got to be at least right once, because I know my caster predictions were not right. So let's see how it's going to go. I know Wancho was also a newbie at one point here. It is going to be my Cyndaquil that does get to semifinals. That's a big opponent. The first seed here is really stacked against me. Shelby's Oshawott is definitely the most stacked Oshawott I've ever seen. Just built with muscle here, but it is going to be my Cyndaquil that does do it. You put up a very valiant effort of defending Wancho's Rowlet, but I gotta say, I'm excited to see Kyle defend his Mudkip, because that explanation is going to be a college essay at best.
Yeah, it's going to be something for sure. I'm excited for Kyle's Mudkip,
It's going to be great,
what's
trust.
up with that,
Now, no more grass Pokemon also in the predictions too, so just no no Trico love, just no Sprigatito love. I'm very shocked too, especially because Sprigatito is one of my favorite Pokemon in the Pokemon show, Pokemon New Horizons. Really, really fun. You guys should definitely check it out. But I will say, Jeremy, we got a great one coming up next.
Yeah, the players are still maybe getting wrangled, getting set up, maybe some sleeve changes. Who knows how that's going to go. But we are kind of breezing through this tournament. The first couple rounds that we had for the broadcast here, it kind of seemed like it dragged on forever, right? But I think it was the nerves getting to this point. But once we're here, they're going quick, especially when, the games aren't very long either, so that might help.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note when we have a very, very long day. Like we said, fatigue comes into play. But I think at that point, people are really kind of, they're just in also the zone at that point, right? They know exactly what they need to do. They want to just get these wins as fast as possible. I think a big key of last season, just knowing from playing on the local circuit, there were a lot of ties last season. It's not really safe to tie anymore, to really kind of just go for that. You really have to go for, just winning 2-0, having as much time as possible, because like we said, now 21 match points instead of just that 19. And believe it or not, that one game makes a huge difference.
And speaking of just not one game, there's 2 other games going on this weekend here in Baltimore. Of course, the VGC and Pokemon Go, they have been going at it today so far. Look at that. VGC is already in round 8. One more round to go potentially. And, well, is that Wolf Glick on stream right now? That's going to be great. And then, of course, Pokemon Go, you were saying it before, but it gets really hype, and there's a lot of play back and forth. They got a new meta that they're doing. Look at that. Dunsparce is in the meta and doing well. You love to see it.
Yeah, honestly, after this block, we're going to see Jeremy going all around Baltimore trying to find a shiny Dunsparce. But yeah, it's instead of yellow and blue, it's actually pink, which I personally love. But I love watching BGC. I think we were talking about it a little bit earlier. And now they're in a brand new regulation, Regulation H, no legendary Pokemon. So it's really just kind of all that you can kind of see there. So honestly, Wolfie with the Toltscrew and the Weezing,
that's legendary in my heart.
It's true. Definitely a legendary run, if you will. But once again, make sure you guys go on ahead and check out some of our other games here at Regionals. It's always just such a great time. All of the casters across all the games are super talented. And personally, I just love seeing all the crowds, the hype in the room is so real.
Yeah, just make sure to open it in a new tab so you're still watching us, because we're starting to get into the thick of things. It's winning in time for us today, and you always love that part of the day. It's where you get some of the best Pokemon that is played.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have our players sitting down now. I'm excited for this one just because this was actually your player to watch, I believe, in the beginning of the day.
There's just a lot of players to watch.
I mean,
I think it was
awesome.
Kyle's.
It was Kyle's player to watch. But true, we do have our notable matches coming up to bat here. You can see just so many amazing players. I know one of my locals is on here too, so that's super exciting to watch. But we are going to be heading into our stream match, Jeremy, if you want to tell me all about it.
Yeah, Brent Tonneson versus Kieran Farah. Both of these players are very good and have been around for quite a while. And it's exciting to see them kind of play both of these archetypes that have been up and down throughout the formats for a while. And going down the list, it's a lot of great names. We're starting to get into the thick of things where these players are playing for their weekend. If you lose the next few rounds, you could be out of the tournament. So it's really getting down to the wire.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. It's just at this point, right, we just want to just take that deep breath so we're able to kind of have something to kind of fall back on just in case. But like you said, it is winning in time. It is super important that we go on ahead and just keep winning and keep our streak going, because honestly, at this point, it comes to like what I like to call heartbreaker bracket, right? Where it's like, oh, I started 6-0 and then I ended 6-3. That could be around for somebody here. But honestly, I'm super excited for this one. Of course, Brent finished rank 1 in the world. Number 1. Can't be anybody better than that, number 1.
Well, I mean, you could be a world champion.
I mean,
but,
fair. Very fair.
No, it's a crazy accomplishment. And all of last season, Brent seemingly just played every single tournament, which is a testament to just the stamina and willpower that you have of all that travel.
Yeah.
And the fact that you had to play that much more Pokemon and to do it where you're basically only missing one day 2 out of like 15, it's pretty crazy to see. And then Kieran, of course, just been wonderful. And again, a Canadian always seems to do pretty well in the beginning of this North America Season 4 regionals. So we'll have to see if we get some fireworks down on the table. I do believe players are still getting ready. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like we said, when it comes down to the wire, right, at this point, after kind of walking through the tables, probably both of these players could be just, you know, hey, what do you want, by the way, this weekend? So they could very well be knowing the matchup that they are actually going to be in. But once again, just take a look. What percentage of the room do you think this is being shown on our screen? I'm going to not even say, like, I'll say 15.
I was thinking 10.
Okay, wow, even smaller than that. This is just a very small portion of how big this regional is here in Baltimore. Like we said a little bit earlier, you got to go past the columns, and that's the start of TCG. So that's like, I want to say like tables 130, 150, and then maybe at maximum we could see like table 300 all the way down. But there's a whole section past the columns, past table 300, all the way down. I believe our bottom table today at one point was 1,138, I want to say. A lot of people playing Pokemon this weekend.
Yeah, I think the big kind of question for our growth that we had last season, right? Every regional was the biggest regional we've ever had kind of thing, was it sustainable?
Yeah.
People always thought, well, yeah, it's happening now, but maybe just the format's not good enough. People aren't going to play. I think we're proving everyone wrong here, where Pokemon, there's nowhere to go but up for this game. There's so many players just interested in starting anew and really trying to make a name for themselves here at these tournaments. Remember, winning this regional gets you an invite to the World Championships for Anaheim next year.
Yeah.
So you can do it even if you're not in the top 125 of the North American region or your other regions that you're in, and anything's possible.
Yeah. It's crazy to think that, you know, thousands of people walk through these doors amongst all brackets. Like, you got to think maybe like 3-4K people competing in Pokemon for a weekend. But I like your point, Jeremy. It seems like only Pokemon is going up, and we see that through local attendance as well. I know a lot of people are here at Baltimore for their first regional, and I hope they get hooked like I did at my first regional, because all I wanted to do was just go home and go back to locals and keep playing with my friends and enter some of my first challenges and cups, believe it or not, a couple of years ago at this point.
Yeah, locals really drive
Absolutely.
Pokemon, and then these regionals are really just a way to show off to everyone how great Pokemon is.
Yeah, for sure.
And honestly, we're still missing half of our stuff. We're not having like Unite, which we have in the international scene. That is some of the best games that I've just been able to watch. They're so hype. It is crazy.
I love watching Unite. Like I said, any game with a crowd will always get me looking over, and you just never know. But yeah, I think part of the reason why I love regionals so much and playing in them is because like you go with your local crew, and it's like, hey, we're gonna meet up, just because I'm seeing it right in front of me, we're gonna meet up at the Lechonk banner, and like after every round you get to check how everybody's doing. I know right before Worlds, me and my kind of locals, we were, you know, watching just Lugia versus Charizard, and we were like, all right, how do we do this line? How do we do this line? Pokemon is an insanely social game, and that's why I personally love it. I know I want to say like 85% of my local card shop is here competing on all levels. We have seniors, we have juniors, we have basically everybody, and it's so exciting to see everybody, you know, still doing it. And there's a lot of like seats back in TCG. I know we're currently looking at the VGC area, but back in TCG, you can still see all of those seats filled, and there is another place where the seats are filled, and that's going to be our stage.
Yeah, speaking of Lugia versus Charizard, that is going to be our matchup for this round 7. It is Brent Tonneson on the left with Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX, up against Kieran Farah with Lugia V-Star, and it is a match we've seen plenty of times again and again, but these decks always ever changing throughout the meta, and Brent has a pretty kind of standard list. There's seems like, yeah, 3-1-3 Charizard EX plays the Dusknoir, and ooh, yeah, we were talking about the ace spec of choice. It seems like Brent's going for that Hero's Cape, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's definitely what I like to talk about. It's to honestly to protect the Pidgeot, but if there's no Pidgeot in play, why not just make your 330 hit point Charizard EX just a little bit bigger and a little bit harder to hit? But the problem is you're up against Kieran, who's going more towards a little bit of what I'd like to call more of the standard Lugia, playing the Minccino and the Cinccino. These baby Pokemon, they can hit for a lot of damage with only a little bit amount of special energy attached to it. But we see the fist bump. We see us going into game round number 7 here. Let's see what we got from Brent and Kieran.
We saw a quick head shake from Kieran there, and it's because he drew the Legacy energy for the turn, started the Squawkabilly EX, so this Squawk and Seize could be very painful, having to get rid of that powerful ace spec energy.
Yeah, this one is definitely not exactly what we want to see from a Lugia hand. Lugia V-Star now been around for a while. It has seen many forms. I remember with Amazing Rare Raikou, even with Yveltal back in the day. So Lugia has definitely withstood the test of time. I think what has really kind of put this deck back into the meta has been the Minccino and the Cinccino here. You're able to really kind of use that special energy. But we're seeing the capturing aromas go through and through. Get heads, you get an evolution. Get tails, you get a basic. But if we know it's turn 1 and we're seeing heads on a capturing aroma, we know that we're grabbing that Archeops.
Yeah, thankfully, Kieran did get the Lugia V down. That is step number 1 for the Lugia V Star deck. It's in the name, right? Just so you can try to find that Lugia V-Star and Summoning Star V-Star power, get those Archeops into play. We do see that Legacy energy attached to the Lugia V. Not really going to provide any special types of energy, but it does make it only 1 prize card if it's knocked out from Brent's side of things. And does get that Minccino down, so a good turn with that Squawk and Seize. Hopefully can pull together that Summoning Star next turn, but Brent starting off strong with that Arven.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't ask for anything more as a Charizard player by having Arven in hand going second, right? We have the Forest Sealstone grab, and we also have the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but I think it's really important to kind of call out, and I think a lot of Charizard players have been trying to do this lately. It's mixing around their Charizard line, if you will, to try and fit the Dusknoir line in. Only 2 Charmander, 1 Charmeleon. Oh wait, no, never mind, different arts here. So it's going to be a 3-1-3 line. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, it's just kind of going more Charizard instead of the more Pidgeot EX route, where you're focusing more on a bunch of different attackers, seeing the like double turbo energy that we saw in Worlds. Not really going to be here, just 6 fire energy. Brent's really focusing on just building up a Charizard EX as fast as possible and having that stay around with your Pidgeot EX with that Hero's Cape potentially. And honestly, starting off really wonderful here. You have that Rotom V, so you can utilize that Forest Sealstone right away to get another Buddy Buddy Poffin. And this turn is looking very solid from Brent.
Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. I think at this point you can't have a better bench than multiple Charmanders, and we are going to be going for the Duskull line. So last match, we kind of got to see it go into play. We want to see it go all the way to fruition here. I think a lot of players have found their comfort of the Duskull line here in Charizard. We just haven't been able to kind of see it come all the way to fruition.
Yeah, and again, speaking of the prizes that both of these players had, the 2 bosses orders for Kieran here does play 4 of them, so that's not really going to be too big of a deal, but you do have a Chinchino in the prize cards, only playing a 2-2 line, which granted, we've seen some players like Rahul already cut it down to a 1-1 for Worlds, so we'll see how greedy some of these players are, but that is your main attacker against a Charizard EX in the active spot. It's your way to build that damage exponentially outside of something like a weird DRV.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to see Capturing Aroma once again. Come down to a 3, so we do get to go on ahead. If it's Tails, grab a basic from the deck. See what exactly we are going to be grabbing. It is going to be that Iron Hands EX, but there's a problem there, Jeremy. We can't utilize it because the Legacy energy acts as what we like to call a rainbow energy, and that's already on Lugia. So we can't actually use it for Lightning. We might just have to use it as an Ultra Ball discard.
And speaking of Ultra Ball, there's also 2 of those in the prize cards. So a lot of Pokemon search in the deck for Lugia V-Star, but you really want to rely on those Ultra Balls to get Archeops in the discard. Now, there was 1 put in there through that Squawk and Seize on turn 1, so we'll have to see if Kieran can actually pull it together here. But right now, you got that Lugia V-Star, you get at least 1, but is it worth it to take that 2 prize knockout in the active spot just for Charizard to come in and start dealing a lot of damage?
Yeah, absolutely, especially when things like Defiance Band are in the deck, also Counter Catcher, for example. So if we were to do something like a Summoning Star this turn for just 1 Archeops, we could just go on ahead and Counter Catcher that Archeops, and there goes all of our energy acceleration. But looks like we don't need an Ultra Ball to do it. Here comes Chinchino. We definitely have it in the hand. We have a couple of energy cards, but I don't see another way that we could pitch Archeops off of Ultra Ball other than just grabbing it into hand, but definitely a weird line here for Kieran.
Yeah, very awkward hand here. You're going to be able to maybe threaten a Chinchino just by attaching to a Minchino here. You can even call for family with this Jet energy brought to the active. Especially with one of the Chinchino being prized, you kind of don't want to give that up right away. There's no real recovery in a deck like Lugia. You're not playing to get things back. You're just playing hard and fast.
Might just be the beat.
Oh yeah, it's not even the
Or we could clean up and discard 2 tools. I mean, we've used the Forest Sealstone already, but it could just be beat for 10 coming up from Minchino. But it is going back on over to Brent's turn, as we are going to see our Dusclops here. See what we have coming up next. But once again, Dusclops, Curse Blast. Once during your turn, you may put 5 damage counters onto one of your opponent's Pokemon. If you use this ability, your Pokemon's knocked out. So that means you're giving your opponent a prize card, but that means Counter Catcher comes online.
Yeah, it takes a lot to be able to pull off a play like this, but you can use that Curse Blast, put the 5 on that Lugia V-Star. That means there's going to be 230 left. Your Charizard's dealing a 210 with that Burning Darkness, but with the Defiance Band can actually pull off the KO, and from there, I think it would just be game over. It's a lot to work towards, though, and with Brent grabbing the Charmeleon, might opt for a little bit of slower setup here.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we need to go all the way if it doesn't really call for it. Granted, it is very, very tempting, especially because there's only one Archeops in the discard, but that Legacy energy means that you're only getting one prize for it. So then you're offsetting yourself in the prize trade. But we'll see what is going on in the hands. I see a Professor Research and double Archeops. You love when your opponent just gives you everything that you need to have a great next turn. But still over on Brent's side, I think this could just be another instant charge angle. Jeremy, what do you think?
Yeah, there was at least a Charizard EX in hand. There's Buddy Poffin, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see. I don't think there was a rare candy, so we're going to have to wait on a turn for that. Usually you have something like an Arvin to be able to piece together rare candy, Pidgeot EX, to search for a rare candy for Charizard EX. And I think here Brent is saying, I'm going to wait one more turn, but I need at least a Pidgey in play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the way that we're kind of just assuring on the bench, right? If our Pidgey gets knocked out, we have another one. We have Charmeleon and Charmander and a Duskull. Like, I think this is definitely a little bit of a slower game, but with that, we've assured a lot more just kind of safety going into what will be a couple more turns here. But it is just going to be that instant charge. Will end the turn, but we get to draw 3, so not a bad turn here for Brent.
Now this is hopefully going to be a much better turn for Kieran here. It's going to have to discard a lot of resources with that Professor's Research, but bringing that Lugia V-Star to the active spot with the Jet energy already has the Legacy energy on it. That means a simple Primal Turbo is able to search out and charge up that Lugia V-Star to start taking some knockouts, and there is the real lifeline of the deck in Archeops.
Yeah, absolutely. Archeops just having an amazing ability where you can just go on ahead and just attach to any Pokemon on the bench with that special energy. Lugia V-Star as a deck really does run on all of the special energy that we have. For example, Double Turbo, Jet energy as well. I know there's one V-Guard energy in this deck alongside a Mist energy too. But with the additions of Minccino and Cinccino, this deck, I think, just went up a couple spots on that tier list.
And we saw the first Primal Turbo attach that Double Turbo to that Lugia V-Star. And we're going to have the second one charge up that Minccino on the bench. So now both of them are going to be kind of threatening Cinccino on the following turn if Brent starts to go that Charizard EX route. And we'll have to see if it's going to be enough. Remember, there's one prize, and it is one of the best cards in this matchup.
Going to grab the Ultra Ball off the prizes here as we're going to head back on over into Brent's turn here. Definitely has a lot of options and a lot of ways to go, but I think the most obvious thing that we could be seeing this turn is going to be the Rare Candy Charizard EX with the Infernal Rain ability where you are able to accelerate 3 fire energy straight out of the deck and onto your Pokemon. A lot of the times, if you just have that Charmeleon set up, you can go just straight on to a Charizard EX and a Charmeleon there. I know some players have gone for Pidgeot EX's ability, Blistery Wind, where you get to discard a stadium at time, but you have the choice to do up to 3. It looks like Brent just wants to do these 2.
Yeah, you only have 2 more left in the deck, so it really is just about conserving your resources as much as possible. You got 1 in hand as well, so if you want, you can attach it to the Charmeleon and still kind of threaten an attack, just in case something really goes wrong.
And thinking about our options here, I do believe I saw a supporter, but it seems like we are just going to go on ahead and take care of what I think to be is the biggest threat that I think Lugia V-Star has, and we were talking about it. The Minccino and the Cinccino, they can hit for massive amounts of damage, and those being single prizes hurts even more. But one thing that I do want to ask you about, Jeremy, is the fact that we're still holding on to our Dusclops here. What do you think we're saving it for?
Maybe a Dusknoir. The Dusknoir is prized, so Brent kind of valuing that quick 130 to be able to spread a little bit more damage, maybe even just having the option. But it also gives your opponent an extra card, right? Kieran already took one prize, so it's going to have to map out things a little bit more awkwardly. And here we do have the Cinccino coming down, so Kieran's going for that big one-hit knockout on a Charizard EX, and just hoping Brent cannot really recover from it.
Yeah, I think it's a good play at this point, right? It's all about what am I valuing here in knocking out? Do I want to take away the energy acceleration in the Archeops, but then you leave the possibility of just having Cinccino still out and available. Like we said, this is kind of the hardest part about now playing against Lugia V-Star, but I like the Iono here coming out from Kieran. So Brent, who now loses the fire energy in the hand, we'll see what's going to go down thanks to Iono. Shuffle the cards into the deck, and then you just draw your remaining prizes. So for both of our players, it is just going to be 5 cards each, but things are looking real good right now.
Yeah, the biggest thing that Iono did was actually put the energy that was in Kieran's hand to the bottom of the deck so you can actually attach it with Primal Turbo. Remember, Primal Turbo only attaches special energies from the deck to one of your Pokemon. So having to use that Iono there is kind of good both ways, right? Your opponent just took a prize card, maybe their hand was a little too good, but now we have the special roll for the knockout, being able to take down that 330 HP Charizard EX. And this is Kieran's big turn to try to take this game over.
Yeah. See what we are going to hit going into Brent's turn, though. We do see the A-Spec Heroes Cape coming down now, so something that can help in the matchup. But let's go on ahead and find our Arven first. So did have Ultra Ball in the hand, but it looks like we are going to be seeing that Defiance Band come into play. And now that Brent is down prizes, that is going to activate. We're going to be doing a little bit more damage there, but could be seeing Rare Candy Pidgeot and then using that quick search to find Charizard EX. And then we're going to be a little bit more set up because, believe it or not, Jeremy, we're out of Cinchinos after this one.
Yeah, and even there's a possibility to use Dusknoir to maybe even take the KO on the Cinccino and then follow up with a big KO with Charizard EX in combination with something like a counter catcher. It really just depends what's in Brent's hand and if he has it all or not. But there is the quick search for the Charizard EX, so we're at least going to get a big attack off.
Yeah. Right? Still figuring out deck searching. It's such a shame, too, because we were talking about that Dusclops, right? And then Brent had pulled the Dusknoir off of the prizes, and then it just got shuffled back into the deck. So we're not going to be able to see Chris Blast go all the way. But we do get to see the Charizard EX come out. We do get to see the knockout on Cinccino, and it's up to Kieran to kind of recover from this one because having Pidgeot set up is a huge, huge part of what this deck does well.
Does seem like it's just a Burning Darkness here, so no more special roll for Kieran here. And Charizard EX is trying to mount a comeback. 4 prizes to 3, and looking like at least control of the board now for Brent.
It feels like there's just no more threats other than the Lugia V-Star. And I think the whole point of swinging with Cinccino is to try, and it comes back to our first turn of just drawing the legacy energy and saying, well, you know what, I now have this in my hand. I have to feel like I use it. A lot of the times, a lot of players will put it on the Cinccino just so when you knock out Cinccino, it doesn't count for any prizes. And that's the beauty of legacy energy here. But the problem is you lose your single prizers. Now it's on the Lugia. It's not a bad place for it to be. It's just not ideal. It's not where you actually want it to be.
Yeah, the only attackers left really are just Weird Ear V and this Lugia V-Star. Maybe Archeops can get in there, but it's never really what you want to do here.
No, definitely not Speed Wing for 120, if you will. Not exactly my favorite. So we'll see what Kieran is going to do here. We are going to see Mesa Gosa come down as the Ultra Ball 2, going to discard that Iron Hands EX and another Archeops. I think at this point we could just go for the setup games, but I mean, Jeremy, Blood Moon Ursaluna is still in the deck. It could be a good card that we're looking for here.
Yeah, some of the good cards we're looking for here is actually Boss's Orders, which Kieran just has not found. There's still 2 in the deck, 2 in the prize cards. But maybe this can get Luminion V heads off the Mesagoza. Or just Lugia V-Star thin things out as well. We're running out of energy, by the way. I think there's a double turbo and like a jet or miss energy left.
And that's crazy to think about, too, because of how many energy Kieran plays in this deck. It's going to be 17. And to think that we're almost already out, you got to think about how much energy Cinccino needs to actually knock out a Charizard. 330 hit points is a lot to take down. But as you were talking about Weird Deer, with that Frontier Road ability, we're able to just take all of the energy off the board as soon as Weird Deer goes into the active and use that Psy Shield Bash, which does 40 times each energy attached to this Pokemon. It does do a lot of damage. It's kind of the ace.
Yeah, it's in here for getting those big knockouts, especially when you don't have access to Cinccino. But just a quick Tempest Dive here, 200 damage, and not going to be enough to take out this Charizard EX just yet, but at least has the follow-up with something like a Blood Moon or Ursaluna.
Looking on over into Brent's side here, we're going to do a quick discard check. I think what makes a really great player is how they are aware of their resources at any moment, so they don't make any misplays. Let's see what exactly. See, we're going in for quick search here. Now, we do have Counter Catcher online because Brent has more prize cards left than Kieran. Could be seeing a Counter Catcher play onto maybe, God, it could be the Squawkabilly EX just to get a quick 2-prizer and then send it down, but could be practically anything. That's the beauty of quick search, if you will.
Yeah, I think the main target here is you're going to want to get the energy off the board. Lugia V-Star could be a simple knockout with something like that Defiance Band, because I believe Charizard EX is doing, what, 270 right now? Granted, you only get the 1 prize card from that Legacy energy. Yeah,
and that's kind of the weird part. We talk about prize mapping, right? And how I think in this format in particular, I think players love to go for that 2-2-2, but it will just be the Counter Catcher onto the Squawkabilly, and now Charizard is going to be the one wearing that fancy schmancy Hero's Cape, getting 100 HP. So now Zard is now going to be sitting at 430 hit points total, but definitely messes up Kieran's prize mapping just a little bit now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to get out of range of Lugia V-Star dealing 200 damage. Hero's Cape boosting up 100 HP. That means this Charizard EX is going to have 30 HP remaining and might force the Weird Deer V out of Kieran, which if that happens, Brent is set up pretty well to take the last 2 prizes after KOing the Squawkabilly. So Hero's Cape throwing a huge wrench into things.
Yeah. Charmander, though, will be coming down as well. I do like how Brent is essentially just a securing, but see what's going to happen here. We're thinking about Weirder. We have Ultra Ball. We also do have the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but Brent has definitely lined up for what I like to call checkmate next turn.
Kieran now finally has Boss's Orders available to be able to do things with, but now I'm not really sure what you can do. We're actually going to see the Weird Deer get discarded here.
I think at this point, Jeremy, it's just that Kieran has to play a 1-prize game, kind of disguised as a 2-prizer, if you will, with Lugia V-Star only technically counting for 1 prize right now. Don't have that much of a deck left to work with here. I mean, we were talking about a little bit earlier Boss's Orders, but are going to be going on ahead and grabbing our second Luminion here. But I mean, there's only 2 supporters left in deck. We've been really, in both of our stream sets that we've seen so far, just going all the way down to like last 2 cards in deck.
So I think the way this game's going to try to play out, Kieran's going to Boss's Orders, one of the 2 prizers on Brent's bench. It's going to either be the Rotom or the Luminion. You take your prizes that way, and then you just leave the board the way it is. The Lugia V-Star, the 2 Archeops. Brent is not going to be able to finish the game off next turn. You have access to Jet Energy plus Blood Moon Ursaluna EX for next turn in combination with another Boss's Orders. So that is going to be the route for victory for Kieran here. Meanwhile, Brent can disrupt that by getting that one of Professor Turo's scenario to pick up something like that Rotom or the Charizard. But yeah, I think so it needs to be Turo and Collapse Stadium to really seal things from that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And Brent has tons of more cards in the deck than Kieran here. Could be anything, but there's that quick search. Could just go for the Professor Turos, like we said, going just to mess up the prize mapping just a little bit. But it is going to be the rare candy and going on to the other Charmander on the bench to find that Charizard EX, finding Infernal Rain. And now we can go on ahead and actually just swing for knockout here because Kieran has taken so many prizes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Brent can find the win con that Kieran is trying to set up here. But having to search for that rare candy means you needed that Charizard and going to bench a Pheasantipity. Okay, I mean, no, it doesn't really. I think it might be checkmate here.
So close. There it is. The Ultra Ball going to go into deck here. Grab what we need to. And there's the Dusknoir. Curse Blast once again. But you give your opponent the prize card. Yeah, you can't use that. It's like, okay, well, we found our Dusknoir maybe a couple turns late. I just looked up the prize cards and I was like, wait, great. I think we found Dusknoir. We just really have not seen all day today people utilize the line all the way to the end. It always just feels 1 or 2 turns too late. But you know what doesn't feel too late? It will just be the Burning Darkness. But thanks to Legacy Energy, that Lugia V-Star, instead of 2 prize cards, only counts for 1.
Okay, and now the way it's shaped up, Iono put Kieran down to 2 cards this turn, but needs 3, essentially, to kind of take this game with the boss's orders and the Blood Moon Ursaluna with an energy. I don't think Kieran actually drew it here. There's the boss's orders, but not going to do it, and I think Brent was able to squeak this one out.
So close here. See what the draw is. But
Yep.
Professor Turo's scenario going to come through for Brent, winning that game number 1. So close. I don't think Kieran had basically any cards left in deck, but it always just comes down to that clutch Iono. Just throw everything to the bottom of the deck and make you fish again. But what a really great set that we have going on, Jeremy.
Yeah, a very back and forth game there, and both players kind of stumbling there in the beginning. But just the way that both players had essentially the game closed out, but Brent digging for that Charizard, that Iono, to really make Kieran just have it on the following turn. But when you have to use your supporter for the turn for a boss's orders, you're not going to be able to use that Professor's Research to draw into your entire deck to find that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Really good mapping here. Goes to show once again how close this game was. We're even going to throw it to a replay while we even shuffle up just to see how this game went along. Honestly, I do have to say, Jeremy, this game was awkward from the start just because of the Legacy Energy on Lugia.
Yeah, it really kind of just limited the outs that Kieran had throughout the game. You can't really bench a Luminion and then put it back into the deck with its Aqua Return. You can't use Iron Hands at all to kind of steal an extra prize. It did force Brent to kind of play around the 1 prize Lugia V-Star, but Charizard EX is pretty good at just not caring and taking knockouts as long as it sticks around. And thanks to that Hero's Cape, it stuck around.
Already back down to the table here as Brent is going to go first. Or was that just the pass thanks to Iron Hands? Usually Lugia likes to go first, but regardless, it is going to be the Buddy Buddy Puffin. Now we're seeing Cleffa come out to play here. I really want to take a look at these prizes, Jeremy, because having your Forest Sealstone prize, you never want to see it all the way up at the top of the prizes.
Yeah, along with that one of Collapse Stadium. We didn't see it come in handy last game, but it is one of those ways to get rid of those extra 2 prize Pokemon that you don't really want on the bench after the first couple turns. Countercatcher there as well. There's 2 copies, so not going to be too bad. And yeah, Lugia likes to always go first, but maybe chose to go second just because Charizard's very good at going second.
Could be true. And shuffling up here. Definitely don't see a Charmander down just yet here. Maybe it's in hand at this point. There it is. I was about to say, Buddy popping for no Charmander was definitely throwing me off a little bit. But let's head on over into Kieran's side here, that capturing aroma. Once again, you get heads, you get to grab a evolution Pokemon, you get tails, you get to grab a basic. So we don't see the Lugia just yet, but we can always assume in turn 1 or turn 2, if we're flipping heads, we're just going to go on ahead and get our win condition into the deck, and that's going to be that Archeops.
Yeah, I just noticed Kieran's shirt there, kind of looking like I'm missing though.
The drip, if you will.
Yeah, Capturing Aroma is one of those cards that Lugia V-Star is kind of forced to play. You'd much rather it just be a simple guaranteed search for your evolution or basic, but you have to work with what you get. I don't know if you really want to play Great Ball too much, so it's one of those cards where you just have to hope those flips are on your side. And there is triple Archeops. Professor's research here after attaching that double turbo energy to the Iron Hands. Lugia V-Star, or Lugia V on the bench, ready to evolve into the V-Star next turn and get things going.
This is a great turn coming out from Kieran. We have tons of opportunities next turn also to get things going. We also see Jacques, where we're able to grab 2 evolution Pokemon out of the deck. We had another Capturing Aroma. I believe there's also an Ultra Ball in hand too. This hand is great for Kieran. Like we said, I mean, you can't ask for anything more than 2 Archeops in your discard pile your first turn.
Now we see Pidgeot EX in the hand for Brent, has an Ultra Ball available. Not sure if there was an actual supporter. Well, I guess Lumineon V can solve that for us.
Yeah, Luminous Sign, also another one of those abilities that is a fantastic way to kind of get yourself back into the game just through a Pokemon. But the thing is, it does become a bench liability just like Squawkabilly does, but definitely playing Professor Turo's scenario helps you offset that. So we are going to go on ahead and grab the Arven. We're already grabbing Hero's Cape Rare Candy here. So I want to see exactly what Brent is thinking in the hand, because honestly, that's very interesting that we're already going for the Hero's Cape. But like we said, we got a lot of evolves right now. There's Pidgeot EX coming down where we're able to use that quick search ability. Like we said, one of the best abilities in the game. You're able to really just go on ahead and grab whatever you want from this deck.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
If Brent's planning on using this Grasping Draw for this turn,
yeah,
do you Hero's Cape the Cleffa to get it out of range of Ampy very much?
The strongest Cleffa I have ever seen. And you know what, Jeremy? Why not? If you, honestly, anything else at this point, you definitely don't want to kind of like throw to the wind. But the problem is you also now play Lumineon too. That Iron Hands is already there. It could just be Kieran finding his own Lumineon for boss's orders. And then, oh, there it is. It's not going on the Cleffa, it's going on the Lumineon. You know what? I like Brent's kind of safeguard play, right? Why lose 3 prizes when you could only just lose 2 at this point?
I guess.
That's what we like to call risk management, Jeremy.
Especially when your opponent's playing 4 boss's orders. Most likely going to have that supporter be played on that Lumineon anyway. So I believe that was, yeah, Tails. So no Lugia V-Star just yet for Kieran. Might be forced to play that Jacques.
I love that card too. It really kind of took over for Professor Burnett in its own different way, because Burnett just discarded the Archeops into the discard for you, but now Jacques is like, it can go into your hand and then you can discard it, but it essentially does the same thing here. But I think something that I wanted to point out is, yes, we can Legacy energy our Iron Hands here, but then we throw ourselves back into kind of the conundrum of when does Cinccino get its like time to have Legacy energy. And so far, we just haven't really seen it have its time here, but there is Ultra Ball, and we do see, of course, the Summoning Star that grabs Archeops out of our discard, just throws it onto the bench here. But we could be seeing the Legacy energy going on to Iron Hands for an Ampy very much.
Yeah, I think when you start it, you kind of are forced into it, but anytime you're able to grab 2 prizes against a deck like Charizard, you're really just kind of have to do that. You want to keep up in the prize trade as much as possible. Granted, it does mean that Charizard's going to be able to come back and take a knockout on the Iron Hands EX, but thanks to the Legacy energy, it's only 1 prize.
And that's why this deck, for a lot of people, they struggle with because the prize trade then kind of goes awry here. But I like what Kieran is doing by throwing gift energy onto the Minccino, just in case it does get knocked out. We get to draw up to 7 cards. As long as we have enough for a draw, we can just draw cards off of a knockout. Really like this just safeguarding here, but still, we're going to thin this deck all the way down considering the Ultra Ball here. But still, going to be able to use the Jacques finally, grab a Lugia V-Star and that Cinccino for next turn.
Pretty good here. You can even thin out the deck a little bit more, discarding that Lugia V-Star. Does have to get rid of a Jet Energy, though, which, again, Lugia does play a lot of energies, 17, but each and every one is so precious. To really close out the game, you have to manage your resources perfectly.
And there is zero way to get energy, to get special energy, I should say, back into the deck too. I think we have Super Rod and Superior Energy Retrieval for our basic energy, but special energy, once it's gone, I mean, it's pretty much gone. So speaking of gone, it is going to be an Imp very much coming out from Kieran's Iron Hands EX here. We are going to be able to take these 2 prizes. We get a double turbo energy out of the prizes and another Lugia V, but here we go. It's going to be that Dusknoir coming down to play here, that Cursed Blast. I think Brent's going to launch it.
Yeah, maybe this Minccino going to the discard, those 2 energies along with it, but you just want to limit the resources as much as possible so your Charizard EX can survive.
Quick search here for Pidgeot, and whenever you quick search with Pidgeot, it's usually just for the missing Charizard piece that you just don't have in hand, but as you can tell, it is going to be that rare candy Charizard EX using that Infernal Rain ability where you are able to grab 2 fire energy straight out of the deck and attach them. Still, I mean, it's a great, great ability, and honestly, Big Bad Charizard last year was really dominating the meta for a little bit. I'm happy to see it kind of now met with some very formidable opponents.
Yeah, you're saying that, but it's still dominating the meta
It's
here.
true.
Brent is 6-0 to start things off in Baltimore for this season, and it's looking like a pretty good hand, even facing down the double Archeops Summoning Star turn 2, Iron Hands, take an extra prize card.
I'm interested to see what the supporter line is going to be. It's the counter catcher. I would love to see the counter catcher onto the Minccino here. So we're just taking out threats left and right here. And I think a lot of the times players say, oh, well, I could go for a 2-prize knockout instead of just a 1 prize. But the real threat for Charizard in this deck are the Mincinos and the Cincinos here. So I'm really liking Brent's line here, plus the Iono to just add the cherry on top of a turn full of pain.
Yeah, and you actually saw Kieran kind of pause for a moment and take a look at his hand just to see what cards are going to go to the bottom of the deck and what resources you kind of have available. There is that knockout, and getting rid of both Mincinos in play in 1 turn, that's what you want to see when you're Charizard EX.
Absolutely. Great stuff coming out from Kieran, but Kieran already has a plan. Already going to that Primal Turbo here. See how we can go on ahead and power up Lugia V-Star that we still have. There are still routes that we have, Jeremy, but the routes are just a little bit different now. We have to go for more of this traditional play. I think it's also important to note out now that Hero's Cape is on that Lumineon, Amp you very much for 3 prizes doesn't work. Amp you very much with a double turbo energy attached to Iron Hands also doesn't knock out Pidgeot either. So we'll see what Kieran has up the sleeves here. Has a boss's orders. Do we just go for an Amp you very much on a Charmander?
Yeah, maybe, honestly. Do that, and then you can hopefully clean up one of these Pokemon with a combination of Lugia V-Star and Weirdeer or Blood Moon or Saluna. We do see boss's orders in hand, but it's also along with that Professor's Research, but boss's orders is the option, Charmander, to the active.
I really like this play too because you can see how Kieran is kind of safeguarding the board at this point because we are setting up for that Weirdeer play, right? We were talking about this. Frontier Road, once during your turn, when Weirdeer moves into the active, Weirdeer gets to take all of that energy with Weirdeer. And if we have tons of energy out on the board already, hitting Charizard, a full HP Charizard for 330 hit points is not a tough task. So Iron Hand's doing a lot of the work in this matchup. It's been an excellent game so far.
Yeah, Weirdeer loading up the sleigh when it goes to the active spot. dealing out a lot of presence of pain.
It's very true. So, though, checking out the discard here. Honestly, if you're Brent, what is the line that you go for here? Because Ampy very much is not too dangerous, right? So we could leave the Iron Hands. Do we take one of the Archeops with Counter Catcher so it doesn't hurt that bad? Or what would you do in this situation?
It's a little bit awkward. Maybe even Lugia V-Star could be the option, but again, you're leaving so much energy in play. But any of those 3 Pokemon that you knock out in the 2 Archeops and the Iron Hands EX all have gift energy on it. So if you knock it out by damage, Kieran's going to draw until he has 7 cards in hand. So Iono's not really an option this turn unless you do take a knockout on that Lugia V-Star. Does have access to a counter catcher still in the deck. And grabbing the Charmander here means I think we're going to see, I don't know, it's a liability on the bench, but there is the Iono.
Yeah, so going to shuffle all of those cards to the bottom of the deck. And Kieran is just going to draw 1 big card. Brent is going to draw 4 and see what we got. There's the counter catcher in hand. No quick draw required for that one.
We still see the quick search here for potentially something. Looks like the Turo maybe for next turn. But drawing the counter catcher, we're going to see that Lugia V-Star get knocked out, leave just those 3 Pokemon in play, 2 cards in hand after the turn, draw for turn. This will be essentially the next few turns of the game.
Yeah. I like the grabbing of the Professor Turos as well. Still, though, counter catcher, like we said, on to Lugia V-Star here. So it is just going to be the retreat and the knockout with that Burning Darkness.
We have a capturing Aroma here. If it's a Tails, that is just game over. Oh, it was a heads.
So close.
We do have a Professor's Research in hand, though, for Kieran. So pretty easy draw there off the Iono to 1, being able to draw 7 new cards and hopefully get it. We're going to see the Primal Turbos here just extend more energy in play. That way you don't draw into them. And all of this energy is really relying on this Weird Year from these 7 cards.
This is definitely the most interesting way I've seen thinning, quite possibly ever. But as they say, thinning is winning. And as long as we're able to thin our deck enough, we can just find that Weird Year. I do believe a lot of our ball search is also down too. I do believe Ultra Ball is down. So we really kind of have to hit, Blood Moon or Weird Year, excuse me, just straight through. Professor's Research. This could be it right here, Jeremy.
Big 7 cards. Ultra Ball. You just have the Weird Year V anyway, and we're going to a game 3, Emily.
Yeah, super exciting game. Really great stuff from both players, but we love to see Kieran come back. We are going to be seeing a game number 3. Like we said, as long as you thin all the way down and you're very careful with your resources, Kieran not only did draw the Weird Year V, but he also drew the Ultra Ball anyway to grab it. So really good stuff, great resource management. But Brent definitely had the right idea with the Hero's Cape onto Luminion because Iron Hands was doing a lot of work that match.
Yeah, it was using Ampy very effectively, being able to really kind of steal the game where normally you wouldn't kind of get there with the prize mapping. And now just under 10 minutes left to go. Let's take a look at game 2 yet again. That Ampy taking out that Cleffa. And that was the start of the craziness that went on in this game. Now you have Cursed Blast getting rid of that Minccino, along with a counter catcher to get rid of the other one. And then Boss's Orders, 2 more prizes for Kieran here off that Charmander. And of course, doing as much as you can, Brent could not avoid the Weird Year V off of that Professor's Research on the Iono to 1. And we have a pretty exciting game 3 here. Maybe just enough time to actually finish it.
I was about to say, I mean, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, 50 minutes goes by a lot faster than you think, especially when you're thinking so much here. But I'm looking at Kieran's hand right now, not my favorite. We'll see what Brent has ready to go here, but we did see a mulligan, so Brent will be able to draw an extra card here. That's kind of crucial, giving your Charizard opponent in game number 3 another card, and they already have Buddy Poffin in hand too.
All right, we got a game 3 here for y'all, and it is going to be a doozy. Now, looking at the prize cards for these players, going to be a little bit rough. Kieran did prize 4 energy.
Still has 13 in deck, but still in a in a deck that requires usage of a lot of energy to take down Charizard EX. Not exactly what you want to see here. I think it's really important to note out that I believe one of the counter catchers is prized, but also the Defiance Band that we were talking about that has played a crucial part in the math has also been prized. I mean, Defiance Band, a great tool. It does 30 more damage if you're behind on prizes. That's not bad at all, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah, thankfully, Brent hasn't really found a good use for it, has had other stuff, you know, just by Kieran taking more prize cards, deal more damage with that Burning Darkness from Charizard. Does look like the Squawk and Seize discards the hero of last game, Weird Ear Veer. We're not going to see that play going forward, but you got to do what you got to do to get those Archeops in the discard, get a Lugia V-Star for next turn, and Brent starting off nice with that Buddy Buddy popping.
I would love to talk about Brent's turn, but I also just have to note Kieran's amazing hand. Has Lugia V-Star and 2 Ultra Balls as well for next turn. But, I mean, Brent bringing his own heat with 2 Buddy Buddy Poppins. You love to see it that way. Oh, and going to be able to go on in and grab Cleffa and Duskull here, too. So it looks like both of our players are going to get rather set up super, super quickly. Looking in the hand, I see a Charmeleon. I see a Rare Candy. There's a lot that we can work with here for Brent. It's just a matter of, do we have time to put it all together?
Does seem like both players are aware of the time remaining, and their pace of play has increased a little bit. We do see the energy to retreat the Charmander and a grasping draw here. Always good from Brent. Didn't actually use a supporter in hand. Had the Iono, but maybe hoping Kieran goes for something like an Ampu very much to take a couple prize cards. Maybe you can stick Kieran with a little bit less cards in hand.
Well, if you're Kieran, you'd love to see a turn like this, right? Lugia V-Star, Archeops ready to go, but like you said, Jeremy, here comes Iron Hands. And I think we're going to be seeing the same exact play that we saw last time, where Iron Hands is just going to be going full force here. The boss's orders here onto the Pidgey. I actually super agree with this. We have to understand that Charizard EX is going to come no matter what, but the thing is, you get rid of Quick Search, and Quick Search, like we've been talking about, is a key part of this. So, are going to be moving Cleffa back up into the active, and like you said, Jeremy, the pace of play has 100% changed.
Yeah, who needs Quick Search when you're just quick playing?
Very true. Speed Pokemon, if you will.
Just need a chess clock, and then we're good.
Goodness. I see that argument almost every day. Knowing me, I'm gonna forget about it at that point. Still though, back on over to Brent's side. We have a couple ways that we want to go about this. I definitely see Rare Candy Zard. We have it thanks to Ultra Ball, but what else could we do at this point? I mean, you have Legacy Energy on Iron Hand, so it won't go to the Chinchino, but we have 2 Archeops and a Minchino ready to go. So honestly, I'm liking Kieran's odds right now.
Yeah, I mean, when there's 5 minutes left in the game and you already took 2 prizes, I like those odds no matter what. But Pheasantipity EX is going to be able to flip the script, draw a few more cards for Brent to try to find what he needs to couple together a big turn. But Rare Candy Charizard is where you kind of need to start.
Definitely always just a good thing to kind of achieve, especially when we're like down below. But the problem is we're offsetting our prize race, like we talked about. Legacy Energy only going to be counting for 1 prize card here, and then we can just safely assume Chinchino just going to come in and smack for all that energy. And even though 4 energy were in the prizes, we got some of it out already too, so we can actually use some of it. But do have Counter Catcher in hand, so we can figure out a way that we can, you know, potentially just take out the Chinchino. But the problem is, Jeremy, Iron Hands is still here.
It is for sure. Ultra Ball could find something like Dusknoir, or even just, Lumineon V to find a supporter for the turn or for next turn. Yeah, it looks like Arven here, Rare Candy. We could see the Dusknoir still. Wow, yeah.
Yeah. And
going fast.
Yeah, we got to go fast at this point, right? But it is going to be that Dusknoir, like you mentioned, Cursed Blast. going to throw some damage counters on the other side, and I think that's what we're willing to do at this point, right? We're willing to just give up a prize card just so we can mitigate one of the threats here on the bench.
Yeah, I think for the turn, we're going to see this Dusknoir take out the Minccino on the bench, the Charizard take out the active Iron Hands, and it leave Kieran with basically just Tempest Dive as the sole attack to really deal good chunks of damage because that Weird Ear V is in the discard.
Still though, Brent going to be taking just 2 prizes there. Going back on over into Kieran's side here, draws the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I don't know if we're going to be able to use too much of it, but the problem is, Jeremy, when you pull your special energy off the prizes, they're in your hand. Archeops does not accelerate special energy from the hand here, so we'll see what exactly Kieran's thinking. Another Minccino potentially, which I like the odds of that because there is no more Dusknoir to get it out of there. But this Lugia is going to have to start swinging this turn, otherwise we're in danger.
Capturing Aroma does get Tails, so maybe something like Blood Moon Ursaluna, Lumineon V for boss's orders could be the option. Again, it might just be a boss play here to try to finish things off, just avoid this Charizard EX at all cost. And it seems like, yeah, just a lot of shortcutting, but Lumineon V gets searched with that Capturing Aroma, played to the bench, got the boss's orders, then you Primal Turbo for the energy on the Lugia in the active spot, and we're going to see a big knockout.
A big knockout indeed here. The thing is, though, if we boss that Lumineon, that is all fine and good. That's a flip the script if I've ever seen it. So let's see what is going to happen here. The gift energy onto Lumineon, I like that as well. So we're still going on ahead and safeguarding our board here. Kieran is setting up for an amazing checkmate next turn, potentially.
Instead, swapping to that Minccino on the bench, maybe still just, yeah, well, if I can knock out the active Charizard EX, I'm going to win anyway, so might as well. Energy from the hand. Boss's orders, that Lumineon V. And Kieran's going to go down to 1 prize card left with 1:30 to go. Brent, with 4, needs to take 2 knockouts in a row to be able to close things out.
And if we even go to time here, it just feels like Kieran just has an answer for next turn. I think at this point, Jeremy, we just need to Iono and just hope that nothing, works out here, but that's so hard to say. There's the counter catcher. So we're throwing it onto Lumineon here. We're going for the 2-2-2 prize race at this point here. So manual attach onto the Charmeleon and the Iono here. So we're going to be sending Kieran down to 1 singular card. Brent going to have 4 to work with, but the moment that this game hits time, and it will be hitting time in about 45 seconds, everything's about to change.
Now, was that another Professor's Research off this 1 card? I think it was, and that's just insane for Kieran. Brent is doing everything he can to try to just kind of seal up this game, but when your opponent draws out of that hand disruption, you really can't do anything about it.
Those are the times where you see the memes on social media where it's when my opponent Ionos me to 1 and like they're sitting there with the straight face here, but getting close here to time and the end of the game. We'll see what's going to happen. Ultra Ball to probably grab another Charizard at this point. I mean, there's so much on the line here. Like we said, this is technically the win and I know both of these players do not want to feel the pressure of going on more into rounds where their runs can potentially end, but it just feels like Kieran has so many answers just on the board right now.
Yeah, it's going to be coming down to these last couple turns. Time's already called, but it doesn't matter. The game's either ending on Kieran's next turn or Brent's next turn.
See what is going to happen here. It just feels like this game just went so fast compared to our other 2 games. Both of our competitors just so diligent in a lot of their text searches, but we'll see what is going to happen here. Just going to go on ahead, bench the Pidgey, move Cleffa out of the active Burning Darkness. Let's see what's going to happen. Like we said, it is just a Professor's Research, a Lugia V-Star draw. So, listen, you can't ask for a better card right now. Primal Turbo on to Minccino, and we're just going to hope that we see Chinchino after this Professor's Research. It really does come all down to this, Jeremy.
Yeah, the Chinchino does 70 per energy card attached to it, so 5 is the number you're hoping to get. Kieran's going to have 6 on there, so more than enough to be able to take the knockout with special roll.
Could you imagine if we're unable to draw the Chinchino and then it comes down to Mesa Goza to do it, or a capturing roll?
Don't put that evil on me.
I'm sorry. I have to just kind of call out our lines here. There's tons here, but it is just going to come down to the cut here onto the professor's research. It could go either way. It's either Brent winning this turn, or it's Kieran winning this, or it's either Kieran winning this turn, or it's Brent winning this turn. We'll see what this professor's research is going to do. It is going to be Brent shuffling the deck. Not a judge cut for this one. Let's go. 7 cards. Do we hit Chinchino? We whiffed.
Oh.
We whiffed?
Yeah, there is some Lugia pieces. There's Nest Ball. There's the Jacques that you can't play. This is heartbreaking for Lugia fans out there watching at home.
What do you even do at this point, right? The Nest Ball, just checking to see what the top deck was here.
This is where the Weird Ear V could have been the hero,
And
but it is in the discard.
Yeah, this is why we said that there's just not much recovery that comes out of Lugia. That's why every single turn counts. But if we're Kieran, this is a strange situation we're throwing ourselves in. We can't put Blood Moon Ursaluna up there, but that's a 2-prizer. And Kieran has taken 5 prize cards, so that Charizard EX will just eat that one for breakfast.
So Brent does need another counter catcher or boss's orders to be able to win the game on the next turn. He was turn 0, does have the counter catcher, and just like that, Brent Tonneson, 7-0, one of our first players to make it into day 2.
With Charizard EX, nonetheless, with the Hero's Cape too as the chosen ace spec. It all came down to just one professor's research and no sign of Chinchino anywhere. Taking a nap in the deck. Unfortunate, because I do believe we saw a Mesa Goza that we could have flipped for it, or even a Capturing Aroma. We just couldn't find it, but unfortunate for Kieran. But Brent Tonneson gonna play masterfully with Charizard Dusknoir. We're finally gonna see a win for it on stream.
Listen, there's a reason he finished #1 in the points last season and is trying to start off this season doing the exact same thing, but hopefully with a regional win. 7-0 with Charizard EX and is looking pretty dominant against the field.
Things are looking great if you're Brent right now. You definitely feel really good. It's good to see the fist bumps all the way around too. Shout outs to our judges also on the table, keeping everything fair in play. But we got to check out the replays because, Jeremy, this one was a heartbreaker.
Oh yeah, great back and forth throughout the entire match. The first game, a little slow out of the gate, but that is because just the prize cards putting in a ton of damage for both players. You have Kieran getting ahead early with that Chinchino, but Brent trying to claw back with the Charizard EX, with that Hero's Cape, forcing Kieran to really just attack with suboptimal Pokemon and did not have the game on this last turn, and Professor Turo Scenario able to help Brent take that game 1.
It was an amazing display of what both of these decks are able to accomplish. And in what seems like kind of a poor matchup for Charizard, and it feels like Dusknoir starts to fix the math, right? Dusknoir comes down and then you're able to just get rid of the Chinchinos before they even come up and start swinging here. But a masterful display of both of these decks at great power by both of our players. But it will be Brent Tonneson going 7-0, locking into day 2.
Yeah, Iron Hands EX tried to put in a ton of work game 2 and game 3 for Kieran, but unfortunately not able to really close things out. Brent really playing to the best of his outs. Iono not even sticking Kieran with a just unusable hand. Professor's research giving him the most outs possible to try to find the KO in that Chinchino. A lot of Pokemon search in the deck, but just unfortunately not able to find it. And the last counter catcher just sealing the victory for Charizard EX.
And honestly, Kieran did the right thing, right? Just Primal Turbo, all of the energy out at that point. There's no way we don't draw into anything that we need, and we didn't.
That's Lugia for you.
And yes, now all of the Lugia people on social media are gonna be like, well, it's a pile. We told you. But honestly, a really great match. I really enjoyed watching it. Like we said, 2 amazing decks piloted by 2 amazing players. You cannot ask for a better showing.
Yeah, well, we are gonna have a little chat with Brent Tonneson. So let's take it away. Go ahead, Skarzik.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge. Adam Skarzik Watson here with the winner you just saw on stream, Brent Tonneson, Mr. Worldwide himself. Welcome back to America. Good win on stream. How's Charizard doing?
Surprisingly well.
You seemed pretty nervous up on the stage, if you don't mind me saying. Has it just been a long day? It's pretty chilly in here. I can see you're wearing the hoodie. But how's the tournament been for you? The vibes are good?
It's been okay.
Just okay.
I mean, it's a pretty good run. I haven't had a strong run in NA in a while. So I guess I'm pretty excited to have a pretty good start in NA.
I see. So that was just the adrenaline pumping, you know, finally getting a really strong start, putting your best foot forward, especially for this competitive season. Are you planning to do a repeat of what you did last season, traveling all over the place, playing in all of the regionals? Or are you just going to play, I think the casters were saying that the numbers like 5 or 6 do well, and get on the leaderboard and go from there?
So I've mapped out quite a lot of them. So usually I look at the schedule and then I'm like, okay, well, where can I go? And I think I've mapped out a large chunk. I've mapped out more in Europe. I think less in NA, but more in Europe.
Okay.
And I believe I will at least try to go to Mexico.
Ooh, that's exciting. They get a taste down there to figure out, you know, if Australia really is cracked. So tell me about your pick for Charizard. Was this something that you already knew was strong heading into Worlds, or did you, after seeing the way that meta shaped up, adapt and pivot here for Baltimore?
So my biggest problem with Charizard at Worlds was mostly the Regidrago matchup. Overall, it's quite strong, but there was also a bunch of other issues. Like I wasn't sure how much lax there would be, and Thorns was another deck that I knew would be big at Worlds. After Worlds, looking at the results there, my idea is that Thorns and lax were not going to be that common today.
Okay, just had to make the hard read. We know that it didn't do too well, lax specifically, went to Worlds and didn't do too well, and then Thorns maybe just either A, being targeted, B, being written off as a gimmick, but still, Regidrago, how did you figure out that aspect of your deck's matchup? Try to dodge or what?
So I have the Hero's Cape, which gives me it helps a lot compared to the other A specs in that matchup. It's not the best into a lot of the other matchups, but also another thing to note was the amount of tool removal, like jamming towers and vacuums, at Worlds was quite low.
Okay.
And so Hero's Cape is getting more value with the less tool removal. It's generally the best A spec as long as there's no tool removal in their deck if they're playing at least Drago. And even in the mirror, if they don't have it, it's really strong. So I was expecting that there wouldn't be that much tool removal. I expected that there wouldn't be much Thorns, mostly because it won. Winning was really going to tank it. And you saw with the play rate, I think it was 1.7% in the end.
Yeah, very low. I think there's only like 60-something players, I think, on Iron Thorn. So there's still some believers out there, but it's just, are players going to, you know, play into that deck the same way they did at Worlds? And now they're prepared. They know, at the very least, they have practiced a strategy against it. Speaking of which, we speculated that Dust Noir was a line that needed a little bit more practice to really take off. Did you feel that the Dust Noir specifically was maybe just a little bit undercooked heading into Worlds, and that's why it didn't show up? Or now the meta has shifted just enough to where Cursed Blast really does fix the math that everybody said it was supposed to?
So I think for Charizard, there wasn't really that much development. The only real big one was the Cape edition. I heard about it before Worlds, but I don't think anyone really picked it up in time. There are a bunch of other Dusknoir decks on the rise though. Like there's the Henry Brand's deck from Worlds.
Yeah.
The Banette Dusknoir. There's also a bunch of other turbo ones, and especially if you're looking at the new format, there's the new Terrapagos Dusknoir deck.
Oh,
that's
no.
pretty exciting.
Yeah, so we're still going to be seeing plenty more Dusknoir in the future, certainly plenty more Charizard in the future as well. I guess before I let you go, do you have any shout outs you want to give to people who helped you practice, or maybe just make traveling the world a little bit more tolerable and fun?
Yes, I would like to shout out my friends. especially Charlie, because Charlie let me stay at his place for this one.
Oh, nice.
And then, of course, my team, Team TDG.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty exciting. I'm on a team now. And also, like, of course, my family. My family helps a lot.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. So you've got a great team supporting you, some friends that allow you to visit their cities and play in these tournaments, and also your family. I think that that is a perfect trifecta to have as a player that wants to continue to travel and play at all these events. And yeah, you're guaranteed day 2, right? So
yes.
Bada boom, there you go. And we're going to see more of you hopefully tomorrow and at future tournaments. So thank you for providing some strong Charizard gameplay for our stream. And we're going to kick things back over to the casting desk, but don't go anywhere because we've got more Pokemon action coming soon.
Thank you so much, Adam, for that awesome interview with Brent. Honestly, it goes to show. I mean, what was the win-loss record? Like 40, I think Brent has lost 46 games of Pokemon Lifetime or something like that.
No, the last season. Last season with like 162 wins, 40-something losses, 40-something ties. It is insane to think about. And honestly, that's probably the best match we've had this weekend. And honestly, I like that a lot better than some of the matches we had at Worlds so far. That was pretty back and forth, crazy action with 2 of the best players that we have in the Pokemon TCG. We're going to see Brent more tomorrow maybe, but Kieran still has 1 more win to go. I think he's going to be able to make it there. The deck is very strong.
Absolutely, but if it's one thing that we definitely want to check out, it's just, let's just revisit what we started with the day, and that is going to be our meta share for today. Both Charizard and Lugia are on this graphic, but you gotta say, Jeremy, this has been certainly a very interesting day, and I think for one deck in particular, Ancient Box has just fallen away at the side.
Yeah, it is one of those things where you gotta hit those right matchups, and if you don't, it's going to be rough, and even if you do, you still need to hit those Professor Sada's Vitality, and that's not an easy thing to do in some of those games. Biggest deck for me, unclassified. You know, always coming in with something that you'll just never really expect. There's a lot of control at the top. I know toward Reklev, 7-0 with Pidgeot control. There is a 4 cornerstone Ogerpon sitting at 7-0, along with a few other things, but that's really what I care about, you know?
I was about to say, I think some people in the crowd owe you an apology for that one for our caster picks. It's somewhat correct now, and I really love how you kind of pointed it out. That control is still here. I know it's technically not on this graphic that's right in front of us, but the unclassified deck, now for those of you who may be watching for the first time, that is not Unknown and Unknown V-Star, because I did get a text along the line of, is that Unknown V-Star? And like, no. That is just decks that don't really, you know, fit in any type of category. They are just what they are. And I know there's one deck that definitely does not fit a type of category that's still performing extremely well. And I believe it's Palkia, V-Star, Greninja, EX, a Dusknoir line, and a lot of other stuff in it. And I still think it's in the running for day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. There's plenty of decks out in the field that can really shape up this meta for kind of the last hurrah of Shrouded Fables before Stellar Crown comes out. Now, we have a little bit of time before our next round. Let's go ahead and take a look at some social media posts that y'all have shared with us and have you get included in the broadcast today.
Yeah, absolutely. I love these tweets. Usually they give us everything here. Santa Claus has apparently been spotted at Baltimore. It's good to know that Santa does play Pokemon. That's super great to see. But the sweaters too, like
probably a big Weird Ear fan.
Yeah, you know what? You got that one. We'd love to see it. So shout out to Santa, who's apparently playing at Baltimore Regionals this weekend. You know, they don't prep us on what social media posts are coming up, so it really is kind of like a box of chocolates, and I definitely was not expecting this one.
Maybe a box of cookies and some milk.
Yeah, you know what? I'll leave that out tonight in my hotel room for room service. But the Paldea gang is ready for the 2025 Baltimore Regionals, and Harry's resting up. We love cats here. We love pets, honestly. If you guys want me to love your social media posts, please post your pets. Honestly, not much else to do during the loading screen of regionals than take a nap. And honestly, Harry's just getting ready to go for when broadcast goes live.
Yeah, big Frank Powell fan. met the owners here.
Yes, they are here.
This weekend, so always love to see it. And ooh, that's a nice map.
I was about to say, another TSS member, Gem, beyond hyped to play Pokemon. I think they were having a pretty good run so far. It's been a while since we've been out on the floor. I'm sure the room has definitely kind of quieted down, if you will, on that side since the last time we were kind of roaming the aisles. But I love good play mats, and that's certainly a really, really good one. Has all of our friends here. Oh, it's Poke-Tools and Mama Tools. I have to say, I love a good parent-child combo here at Pokemon Regionals, whether it be support or just like actually in the same division going for it. Poke-Duels and Mama Duels are one. Of course, Diane Schmansky and Alex Schmansky are the other. There are tons of people that just play Pokemon. It's a family thing. Mama Duels has been grinding the online tournaments too, and she's definitely playing. I think she was either playing Gardevoir or Lost Box. I'm not quite sure, but big shout outs to her. She's a big supporter, so we love to see just families play Pokemon together.
Yeah, I mean, I just love to see Pokemon being played in general. But for right now, we're going to have to throw to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we have 2 more rounds of Pokemon in our Swiss, so stay tuned.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, you know, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, you know, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I don't know, I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, you know, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerfs, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game, and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EYC London.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikru. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance. And then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Welcome back into Baltimore, Maryland. We're here for our trading card game regional championship. It is our first regional championship of the entire 2025 season, and we're starting off strong. Almost 2,300 players here gathered to play, and we are getting to the end of our day one. We're about to take you into another round. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, I know we took a little break there from the desk.
Yep.
We ate some grilled cheese. How you feeling?
I mean, nothing like grilled cheese to get you ready for round 8, right?
Exactly. I was talking about it so much with the Reggie Drago deck. I was like, all right, I'm ready for some grilled cheese now. Let's get some.
Well, we'll see if any of these players can summon up a win for themselves here in this next round, as you were able to do with your grilled cheese.
Yeah, that's a W if I've ever heard one. Yes, it has been a fantastic tournament so far. Let's take a look at our standings for where our players are sitting right now, because we have quite the update.
Yeah, is this the first time where we're not featuring all people X and O on this graphic? It just goes to show how dominant we have of a field here. So many players in contention to make it into this next day 2, and sure enough, what is it? At least 10 of them now. 9 players already locked in here for day 2 now. Congratulations to some big names, especially #1 player in the world in points, Brent Tonneson, with that big win on stream, and maybe a couple people you've heard of before.
Just a couple, you know, sitting at 7-0 right now. I mean, Tord Reklev, not a name we've really dropped besides the players to watch at the start of the day. And guess what? We're not even going to get to watch him because he's already locked in here for day 2. Tord Reklev with a Pidgeot control deck as well. Rahul Reddy sitting at the top there, fresh off a 9th place at the World Championships, bringing it back with Lugia here and taking it far into our day 2, locking up a 7-0 so far here. I mean, this is just incredible here, all the way down to the 9th spot on this list, all 7-0 gamers.
Well, I'm sure we'll see a couple of these names here as our notable players as we feature one big match, but plenty of them going on in this tournament. Looky there, some big names going to be facing off. I'm really excited for Grafton Roll down there. He's bringing absolute spice to this tournament. Him and a few other Florida gamers came up with a nice little home brew, and he's got an opportunity at 6-1 to potentially make it into day 2 here.
Yeah, we have some incredible names here. If you're walking around, definitely go check out these matches that are going down in the field right now. But here for the stream, you're tuning in for our featured stream match, and we're going to have Ryan Antonucci facing off against Riley McKay coming up for our stream. Our players are all set up and ready to go. Ryan Antonucci bringing it back here with that block. Snorlax has day 2'd the last 2 events with this deck, played it at the World Championships, and now is bringing it here and trying to get a day 2 in Baltimore.
the big Nooch, bringing the Snorlax. He's ready to go, and he did play this before at the World Championships. Decided to run it back one more time. Strategy can be a little sad, but boy, does he play it well.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, a regional champion from last season in Knoxville, Ryan Antonucci, hoping to make that happen again here in our 2025 season. Of course, Riley McKay standing in Ryan's way with, as you saw, a Regidrago V-Star deck, but this is quite the list.
Yeah.
It's some interesting text here, but pretty Regidrago things I'm looking at, Kyle.
We do like to see a little bit of mixing it up, and I feel like these techs are actually going to be a little beneficial here in this matchup. So excited to see how that works for Riley. Riley, known for playing a bit of Arceus back in the day.
Oh, a bit?
Was a full-on Arc gamer for the entirety of the
season.
season, 2023. Has to mix it up now. I suppose there are some, maybe if you follow Aiden Koos, you'd see Arceus isn't gone just yet.
Yeah, I was about to say, definitely could have taken an Arceus deck into Baltimore. There's actually quite a few out there that are seeing success here in Maryland, but Riley McKay has joined the Drago side here for Baltimore. Regidrago V-Star gonna do some things here, but gonna have to face off against Snorlax, a matchup so many players that I'm sure watching are familiar with. They've gone against it. They maybe dread it unless they know exactly what the method of play is into this match coming up, but I hope that Riley knows what's going on. Our players do have to take their headsets off, so we can't discuss deck lists while they don't have them on, maybe fixing up some technical difficulties.
Oh man, they heard us talking about them. They know we're talking crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Absolutely, yeah. We're saying, Ryan, hello. How are you doing?
Well,
Ryan
we can mention some cool things. Obviously, we've seen Ryan Antonucci on stream a few times before. I remember
like winning.
Yeah, he's a good gamer. He's definitely done that a few times. He had one match where he made the most ridiculous 6-1 comeback I had ever seen. I think it was in Brazil or something like that, and I was blown away watching him. Every time I see him, he goes, "Hey, I liked what you said about that game." He's like, he remembers how excited I got about it. It wasn't even on stream. It was just backstage. I was just losing my marbles.
Oh, nice. That is sweet. Well, I'm hoping you bring this energy into this match, Kyle. I mean,
it's Snorlax.
Might be a grindy one.
Look at him play that flute.
Listen. We can get jiggy with it with the flute music, all right? That's a cool card.
Ryan did play the clarinet. We could bring him over here.
Oh, actually?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's actually cool.
Well, my brother Ryan, not Ryan.
Oh, I was going to say, wait, that's so fitting, though. That's a lot more.
All right, if I knew that about Ryan Antonucci, this would be a whole nother game. What if he role-played the flute for us mid-game?
That would be epic. You play it down and then you just do the actual flute.
Your opponent just does the 5 cards for you as you play the flute.
Oh, that would be.
You're just ripping hot cross buns for all the fans at home.
Oh yeah, that is gonna be epic. Well, there's definitely a lot of cards to see here from Ryan Antonucci. Of course, 47 trainers in this deck. Yeah, there's a lot to see here. Riley McKay gonna hopefully have an ironed out strategy going against this stall deck. What do you think about those prize cards, Kyle?
One strategy is prize the Pokemon you don't want stuck in the active spot. And Cleffa, great job. Hang out in there all time.
Yeah, right at the top there, looking cute. That is fantastic there. So not too bad here for either of our players. Of course, this is our Swiss round 8. There's a lot on the line here. Both of these players looking to make it into our day 2 and advance throughout this tournament. So if this is it for these players in this matchup, they're going to have to give it their all here. And we are starting out with the, what was it called, Kyle? The Mimicry?
The Mimicry.
Mimicry here.
Unfortunately, the rest of the Mimicry is in the prize cards.
Yes, that's true.
So
yeah, they're not going to be buddies this time around, but Mimikyu in the active spot here.
Me. All by himself.
Mimikyu. I don't know. In the active here, Riley McKay starting off with that Regidrago V here, and just sees a Mimikyu there. So gonna have some thoughts about that, I'm sure, as we kick off this turn here, starting with this Mew EX coming out onto the field as well as a Nest Ball going back into the deck.
Well, Mimikyu can be pretty disrupting to see on the other side, as you can't really work your way through it. And once you get a look at your prizes, you'll realize that you've lost your Giratina V-Star to the prize cards. So working your way through that with any V-Star shenanigans is gone too.
Oh, no. Yeah, that could be an uphill battle here for Riley McKay as we see cards hit in the discard pile here. So that is tough, but Ultra Ball at least going to get us some cards out of the deck here for Riley.
Of course, just getting a little bit of information, trying to understand what you're working against. We do see a little bit of a peak there. Iron Bundle is featured in this list.
Bundle?
Can be pretty sneaky.
I like that.
A lot of opponents are not prepared to see that Pokemon, and if you can incorporate it, maybe you do retreat at the right time, attack into a Pokemon that's unexpecting of this damage, and it's a fun surprise.
Yeah, that is definitely true. That gusting effect on the Iron Bundle has come in so clutch on our stream before, and we could see that maybe pop up. Who knows? I definitely think that is a cool inclusion to have here for Riley. All right, we're turning through this turn here. We're going to see the restart now off this Mew ability, drawing an additional card from the deck, but it's just going to be discards. Wow, I have seen so many dragons hit that discard pile here for Riley. We're going to draw into a fresh set of cards here off this Squawk and Seize. Squawk! Let's go. That's 6 cards right here for Riley McKay.
We are squawking indeed. And
we're squawking. We're seizing, Kyle.
I hope we're not seizing.
Yeah, that's true. In a good way.
These lights are crazy.
We have the grass energy, of course, allowing Riley to get some more draw into the hand off that teal dance. All these abilities have been utilized on the bench here. You see these support Pokemon pulling some weights. The Pikachu coin, very cute as well. They're sitting on the teal dance. Ogerpon.
We saw the top deck. It is the flute.
So
there's potential here with the bench space here for Riley, filling up pretty nicely, but of course a couple spaces. And there are some Pokemon you don't want to see on the board.
Yes, exactly.
If we see Kyurem, I'm going to lose it.
Oh my gosh, that would be so bad. That would be so bad. We're going to have to see what happens here for Ryan. So if you're unfamiliar with this deck has been around for a while here. As we said, Ryan Antonucci, very familiar with the block Snorlax deck. It plays these Snorlax, and the Mimikyu as well, that have these abilities that stop you from participating in your own game plan against your opponent. So we're seeing the disruption there, but then you have, like I said, 47 trainer cards to mess around with as well. And mess around is definitely the key word here, as we see 5 cards now from Ryan Antonucci, flipping them over. Basic Pokemon can be forced onto Riley's bench here from Ryan.
The decision now is both these Pokemon still have some potential to attack you.
Yeah.
And you're like,
not really.
Yeah, I guess.
The optimal ones, I suppose.
You could have locked in some cooler stuff for sure.
Yes, cooler stuff, but hey, now the bench is full there on Riley's side. So that is one of those flutes. We're playing it back here. You can't see us, but we're doing it. That accompanying flute.
Can confirm.
Getting some Pokemon out on the field there for Riley, but we have a lot more up the sleeve here from Ryan as far as disruption cards that we're going to see. Do you want to go into a little bit of the strategy we might see from Ryan in this specific matchup, Kyle?
Yeah, for sure. For Ryan, he's got plenty of opportunities to stall and wall off his opponent and play down some Pokemon that are going to be difficult to knock out, or at least force your opponent to have a unique answer at a certain time to take out a specific Pokemon, like this Mimikyu, like the cornerstone mask Ogerpon potentially as well. Sure, Riley may have the answer to 1 or 2 of these Pokemon, but eventually resources are used. Snorlax locks in a Pokemon, perhaps like the Squawk ability, and at that point, once that Pokemon's locked in the active spot, dealing 20 damage a turn, that gives Ryan 8 turns, 9 turns, whatever it is, to find a penny and just keep on walling.
Keep on walling. That is the name of the game here for this deck for Ryan Antonucci. And so it is going to be a long match. These are the decks that have alternate win conditions where you just run your opponent out of resources or you know, you just trap them forever, really.
What a beautiful flex there from Ryan. As long as I can keep drawing the cards every turn, I'm going to be good. Mist Energy, Hero's Cape. No way are you removing this Rotom V from play.
I was about to say, that is a protected Rotom V here, taking away the effects of attacks of that Mist Energy, as well as getting very beefy HP number there as well. Riley McKay over here on the right side of the field, kicking off this second turn. We have the full bench, of course, thanks to that nice little flute, but Earthen Vessel is going to be played to bring out some energy. Here now, 2 basic energy cards from the deck for Riley to play with here in this turn.
And now you try to incorporate a strategy to at least put some pressure on your opponent. That's the main thing that you're looking for in a spot like this. Maybe if you can work in a Prime Catcher, start to target down that Rotom V. Even if you can't knock this Pokemon out, just put pressure on it. Potentially, you can limit Ryan's draw power in the future.
Yeah, exactly. We see the switch here now into the Mew EX from Riley before we see a lot of discard for this Ultra Ball as well. Wait, is that what we're seeing? Oh, no, we're seeing Legacy V-Star? What am I seeing here, Kyle?
That would require a button to be flipped, but yeah, maybe.
No, I don't.
Look, but that's probably Professor's research. I don't know.
What? Oh, it's got to be, because that was a large stack of cards that just went to the discard pile. That's got to be a research here. Fresh 7 cards. Now, oh, it's just going to be a pass here, that Mew EX. Of course, this safeguard ability on this Mimikyu, it is protecting it right now. It blocks all the damage from attacks from EX and V Pokemon, including Vs, V-Stars. They're all under the same category there, and EXs. So Ryan Antonucci chilling with that up in the front. We're drawing cards off this instant charge Rotom V here. So Riley just passing things over to Ryan Antonucci now to take the reins in this match so far. We have a pretty hefty hand here that we can play some cards from. What are you seeing, Kyle? Anything spicy?
Yeah, no, not particularly from Ryan's side just yet, but you saw what Riley was going for in that situation. With the energy attached to the Mew, maybe you can use a genome hacking, copy the Mimikyu, and use that Ghost Eye on your opponent. And just, it cleans up Mimikyus pretty well.
Yeah, 7 damage counters on your opponent's active. That's true. 70 HP is exactly what it has. There's nothing buffing that HP there for that little Mimikyu. And there's no Mimikru either. The other Mimikyu is in the prize cards for Ryan, so that's the lone Mimikyu carrying at the moment here as we see this Snorlax come down onto the bench.
Certainly plenty of cards in the hand still. At this point, maybe you can find some disruption with your supporters of choice. See the Eerie found, and certainly that's going to be a pretty strong card.
Pretty strong indeed. I mean, a lot of these cards disrupt your opponent, but this is one of the strongest. I mean, there was so much debate about if this card should even exist or not.
Double Rod? Woof.
Oh, no. So, I mean, I was leading up to it, but you just discard your opponent's item cards. And as we just saw there from Kyle pointing out, that's double Super Rod. We're talking about getting your resources down for your opponent.
Is over.
That's it. The double Super Rod to the discard pile. That's it, Kyle.
That is a way to win. Ryan Antonucci is closing out games with supporter cards on turn 2 and turn 3.
I literally was just saying people were debating if this card should even exist here because it does feel so bad when it's played against you, and you can see it is a game-ending card there. What?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that Riley can do from that spot. If you don't have your resources, you can't win.
Exactly.
Let's go check out the replay.
Yeah, let's check the replay. I want to see the hand
and
reveal,
it's over.
The discard. Yes, exactly. Hey, we had some flute playing here. Ryan Antonucci getting some Pokemon out onto the bench from Riley's side. Add in a couple of things. Riley trying to, like you said, get that Ghost Eye off of copying the Mimikyu potentially, but just had to leave it in the active here from that Mew EX. And Ryan, yeah, I mean, 2 double Super Rod from the hand into the discard pile thanks to that Eerie supporter card being played on that turn for Ryan Antonucci, and it was off of a Pokegear as well. So it was a Pokegear, top 7 cards, find the Eerie, end the game, Kyle. Ryan Antonucci taking things down 1-0 here in our Swiss Round 8 in Baltimore. Nice and smooth.
That is the way to do things here. 6-1, of course, so looking to close out these next 2 matches. Really put yourself as a standout player, but you gotta do it one at a time, and what a great spot here. 10 minutes down, 1 game up.
I was about to say, well, that went a lot faster than we thought, huh, Kyle?
I mean, it went as fast as I thought it would. It just depends if Riley picks it up.
That is very true. That is very true.
That's typically how this game works. You'll see what the strategy is within the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And if either Riley finds a pop-off turn or we're in trouble.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Well, let's see if we could see one of those pop-off turns here.
Mask, cornerstone.
That fist bump and a little part of the strategy here being revealed in that. Wait, did you say teal? Oh, wait, this is Ogerpon versus Ogerpon.
It's Halloween.
This is, we're wearing the mask here. It's the cornerstone Ogerpon versus teal mask Ogerpon. Is that just a pass, though? Not even a card played there from Ryan Antonucci. 2 accompanying flutes in the prize cards, as well as that penny and the Rotom.
Yep.
Oh, that's brutal.
I mean, there's 2 Rotom.
Yeah,
Trust me,
That's
Ryan
true.
knows how important that card is.
Yeah,
but
we got
that is
doubles.
difficult to see, and for Riley McKay, this is pretty solid to at least have this opener and build on your opponent not drawing additional resources.
Yep, we have a couple of Pokemon in the prize cards there for Riley, as well as one of the Energy Switch, Iono, Collapse Stadium, and Ultra Ball, but Dragapult and Goodra in the prize cards there. But this is maybe a little bit differentiation that we see in this deck list. There's actually 2 Dragapults. Actually, we saw that in the last game, too, because they're both discarded at the same time.
The 2 Dragapults become a little more standard. It's really been the Hisui and Goodra slot that we've seen players starting to fade away
Shift out from, yeah.
It's still holding on to that. This is not a matchup where that's going to be terribly relevant, however.
Yeah, it's all right, I guess, in the prize cards then, huh?
Yeah, we'll leave it there. I mean, honestly, you just want to see all those bad basic Pokemon that get fluted.
Yeah,
is fluted a thing?
Fluted? Yeah, it sounds all right.
Don't flute me.
Well, we're seeing a bunch of cards being discarded here, thanks to that professor's research. Now that I understand this is how Riley plays it. It was a little confusing the first time around, but we got a fresh 7 cards here for Riley McKay. Just that teal mask Ogerpon so far on the board here. Does have that teal dance already activated to draw into a couple cards in that previous hand. Now we're seeing the nest ball to establish some Pokemon out here now. Let's talk about this cornerstone Ogerpon. Why is this in the deck, Kyle? Walk us through it.
I mean, just the fact that you're walling off more Pokemon for your that's exactly what you're looking for. You have all of the V's covered by the Mimikyu, and then you have all the abilities covered by the Cornerstone.
And the EXs for the Mimikyu.
Exactly. So whichever ones are still remaining.
Yes, that's true.
they're barely hanging on at this point.
Yes, exactly. So this is just another one of those disruption Pokemon there in that Cornerstone. Ogerpon, not one of the most popular, but definitely popping up a lot more often in our decks here with that Cornerstone stance ability. But Riley McKay.
Wow, risky.
Ooh,
okay.
Just a hard retreat?
Yeah, I mean, this has to be Celestial Roar, you'd think, if you're going to retreat at this point. Doesn't feel comfortable with the Snorlax potentially locking up the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but honestly, that's a Pokemon that you can work through. You can attach Grass Energies and knock out Snorlaxes in one shot, so I'm a little hesitant about that.
That is very true. Well, that's just gonna be it for Riley. Now we're over to Ryan Antonucci's turn. Starting off with an Arven here. Is gonna take a quick look through the deck since I believe this is our first card that's even being played here now for Ryan. So gonna search out as well, of course, a tool card and an item card.
Well, I like Nest Ball personally.
That's a nice one.
That's a pretty good one
We
there.
see those in a couple of decks, you know.
Maybe even that cape one more time for the Rotom. We've seen obviously players with the 4 Seal Stones and whatnot in many other decks. At this point, Ryan's just wants to stay around for as long as possible. Put a nice big cape on your boy and draw a bunch of cards.
You have to think that Ryan is pretty comfortable going into the Regidrago matchup, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, this is exactly why you play this style of deck. You understand that if your opponents are going to play these streamlined builds that only feature certain Pokemon, you know exactly what to expect. And sure enough, they have weaknesses. You can use that flute, steal ridiculous Pokemon, and put them in really bad spots. And even if all that fails, it's hard to get through the wall sometimes.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I feel like sometimes Regidrago already struggles with its resources, especially the resource management as well. So if you're having to work through all of these additional obstacles going off against this Snorlax deck or a control-style deck, that could be quite tough.
You try to preserve your resources with the Regidrago V-Star Legacy. You pull them back in, and then they eerie them away.
Yeah, it's like, what am I even doing here? How do I play against this? Yeah, that can be very, very difficult. But we're seeing all these tool cards getting thrown down here. We got a nice cool cape there. That's going on to that Ogre Pawn, as well as a Bravery Charm, protecting that Rotom V as well.
I think
Plus
Ryan
40.
just drew the most annoying hand I've ever seen.
What is it?
He's got a counter catcher, an Eerie, and a Misfortune Sisters off the top 3 of Rotom. He can do whatever he wants next turn.
Oh my goodness. This might be just as brutal as the game one, huh, Kyle? That could be quite dicey here. Riley shuffling up here now after playing that Earthen Vessel, discarding one of those Teal Mask Ogre Pawns to get those 2 Grass Energy out into the hands. Now we're going to start dancing.
Rightfully so. An opportunity for Riley to potentially work in some damage at this point. You have the Regidrago V, which has the ability to attack through because it doesn't have a real ability on there.
Yes.
But sure enough, there's no energy switch. And we're going to get a little more information. This hand stinks.
Oh, yeah. That's
a pink card.
Yeah, that is a pink card, and that is not one that you want to see really hitting the discard pile unless you're about to get it back out again, I suppose.
I don't think we're getting anything out with this hand. Riley can play hands down at this point. There's nothing going on.
Oh, the ace spec here. You see them both featured on the board, but one's in the discard pile. One's a giant Hero's Cape protecting that Ogre Pawn there for Ryan Antonucci's side. We are churning through this match here so far in this game, and Ryan just using Pal Pad there to shuffle up some supporters back into the deck.
Yeah, Rotom continues to just draw every turn. That is your attack to end your turn every time. Just 3 cards, do whatever you want next turn.
Yep, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Instant charge, charging up those 3 cards into the hands, ending the turn. Riley McKay starting off this next turn here. Regidrago V is still in the active here, does have 2 energy attached to it, and that's going to be the 3rd here in that Grass Energy from the hands.
Yeah, the Grass Energy helps at this point. You need to just start doing something. And
anything.
This is pressure. As small as it feels at this time, it starts to accumulate. Maybe you force your opponent to go digging a little deeper for a card like Penny to help out in spots like this, but there is some pressure mounting, and we need to see Accompanying Flute at some point to get one of these 2 Pokemon away from the active spot, maybe something that doesn't have a relevant attack.
Yes, that is the case. You want to put as much useless stuff onto your opponent's board as possible. Riley McKay, of course, going through this deck with these professors' research. Dragon Laser?
We got all sorts of lasers.
Yeah, I was about to say Dragon Laser. I mean, that's applicable, I suppose. Getting some damage there onto that cornerstone Ogre Pawn here from Riley McKay. At least get some damage, and this 30 on the Rotom here as well, that Rotom V on the bench.
Yeah, it starts to add up, and Ryan hasn't shown us anything too impressive just yet. This hand does not have an additional resource to add Pokemon onto the bench for Riley.
Yep.
Instead, it is just that Mimikyu, which right now is actually going to be pretty impactful. You can wait on using it in the active until next turn. Maybe you incorporate a Penny after your opponent has attacked him twice, but ultimately just having this Pokemon down brings a lot of comfort.
Yes, it does indeed. A safeguard, as you could say, huh, Kyle?
Yes.
Feeling safe, you're feeling guarded here. That Mimikyu is pulling a lot of weight here. That's why there's multiple in this deck there for Ryan Antonucci because of that safeguard ability. It was very powerful there. Arvin, of course, another powerful card to help Ryan piece together what is maybe missing from these giant hands that the Rotom V has been accumulating over time with those instant charges. Pokegear going to be played once again here. Top 7 cards to get a supporter is going to be that Eerie, drawn out of the deck now for Ryan.
Yeah, and this is a pretty solid turn for your opponent. Just played, I believe, Professor's Research on the following turn, so they have a fresh hand. You get to not only get that information, but potentially steal some of those valuable item cards from your opponent.
Get them out of there.
That's a card that Ryan's looking for in this spot. Either that or Misfortune Sisters really plays a big impact here.
Discard from the deck, discard from the hand. Either way, it's not looking good if you're Riley McKay there. Miss Energy going down onto that Mimikyu as well. We are going to see the Eerie here now. Going to be able to discard these item cards from Riley's hand. There's a couple in there. Looks
Get
like
that energy switch out of here.
trying to maybe, no, there's nothing to see here, Kyle.
He's just hiding it under the Mew. You don't like this.
Don't look at that. Energy switch as well as an Ultra Ball, the 2 item cards being discarded into the pile here, but they're not from Riley's own V-Star power. It's just Ryan Antonucci's disruption here.
Yeah, great understanding, obviously, from Ryan to realize there's a lot of potential from your opponent from that Mew. If they get to attack in, obviously you've got that shred attack on the cornerstone that you could potentially copy. The Mimikyu protecting itself with the Mist Energy now, worried about seeing its attack used on itself. So don't let the genome hacking take over in a spot like this. You can see this now. It's all predicted at this point, and Ryan's got plenty of strategies around that.
Yeah, you want to stop any hacks from happening here, Kyle, that's for sure. Genome hacking into your system, exactly. Mew EX, definitely a threat on the field, and Ryan, as you said, definitely understands that there. And Riley does too. Oh my gosh, look at this damage. That's so many dice.
It looks like he's playing Hangman. Yeah. Got like a little guy made out of.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute. That's so true.
Here comes the flute.
Oh,
it's Cleffa.
Oh, the Girl as well. That accompanying flute hitting those basic Pokemon you do not want to see. I mean, those are probably the 2 most that you don't want to see go down onto the bench. And Riley's like, that's cool. Okay.
Guess I'm going for the
bench now.
Good thing I play these waters and metals for the manual Trifrost.
Oh my goodness.
That's so bad.
That's so brutal. How did that just happen? That has got to be one of the best accompanying flutes. Are you sure Ryan Antonucci does not play the flute?
He might play the flute. Maybe that's what he did ever since he got back.
Like
everyone else is strumming their ukuleles. He's just been playing the flute for a month.
Absolutely. Hey, and it's been paying off for him. Ryan Antonucci getting some incredible hits there and just looking unfazed, going through this flawlessly as far as he's got this game under control here completely. No pun intended there, Kyle, with that control fun. Making a little hangman on that cornerstone. Ogerpon that's been hanging out with a ton of damage on it from all of those lasers on that Regidrago V. But now we just have a regular Regidrago V. No energies attached in the active position for Riley.
Put Riley in a spot where maybe they commit energies to the active, just burn resources, continue to build towards some future that doesn't exist. It's so difficult as Riley. You can see it's just a demoralizing situation to be in, knowing that all your resources are numbered tenfold at this point, because not only are you using them, your opponent is discarding them every stinking turn.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a deck that really needs to keep track of resources, and then when it's completely out of your hands, what's happening to them, and you're having to readjust your strategy every single turn that happens. I mean, that is just really difficult there for Riley. So 100% correct on that, Kyle. But hey, well, at least we get some energy down on the field happening here. That teal mask doing its little dance here, drawing into some cards, as well as the restart for an additional card as well. Interesting.
And certainly this is a turn for Riley to get aggressive. Use that Legacy V-Star that you have and set up some semblance of an attack, maybe even take a knockout in this spot. But that's what Ryan is looking for in this game. Just throw away all your resources. Take some prize cards. I'm going to give you Iono at some point, and when your hand starts to play a little bit slower and you don't have those resources, that's exactly when I attack with Misfortune Sisters, with the Eries. And I am going to know every single move you have for the next 10 turns.
Exactly. You pretty much know that their deck is so slim, and it's slim for the pickings pretty much, because you know it's in their discard pile, you know what they have left, and that can be a very dangerous position to be in. But this Regidrago V-Star now in the active position here from Riley, as well as the Rotom V being brought up.
Okay, well, math says some cool things could potentially be going on here. the Dragapult EX with the Phantom Dive not only dealing a knockout to the Rotom, but looks like there's enough damage to deal a knockout to that Cornerstone on the bench as well. So a huge turn.
Yeah,
it's going to be on Ryan to find the resources, and through Iono, how do you do that?
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say a huge turn coming up here, but the Iono is going to add even more to it as well from Riley. I mean, that's some disruption there. Giant hand that Ryan had, now limited down to just 6 cards. I mean, they might be pretty good here from what we're seeing, at least some cards to work with, but Riley definitely making moves here on the right side of our field.
It'd be nice to have a count of what's going on in the discard pile from Riley. Obviously, we saw the Prime Catcher played this turn, but
exactly.
What's going on with those switches? If we see any bit of that, that would really give us a good hint as to if this Snorlax has the potential to close out in a spot like this. Play Arven for counter catcher, bring up that Kyurem, and hold on for dear life.
Yeah, that's what we call the double knockout here, Kyle. 2 Pokemon going down at once. Those are both 2 prize card Pokemon as well. Riley McKay has mapped out these turns to take a 4 prize card turn. Now just has 2 left to take, but Ryan Antonucci is going to do everything possible to stop that from happening. Definitely going to make sure to take a look at all the resources left in deck for Ryan and also on Riley's side of things too, to know exactly what cards are the optimal play for this turn coming up.
Yeah, the Arven is going to be the key piece of this turn, likely searching out that counter catcher. Nestball gets a little bit of information of what's going on. We know that the Rotom V is in the prize card, so finding additional draw is going to be difficult. But honestly, at this point, is that even a strategy you want to go for? Because we're a little worried at this stage. Any of these Pokemon, 2 prize knockout out of nowhere, and you're going to game 3.
Could be hurting, that is for sure. Could be going to game 3 indeed. Pidgeot V is going to join us, though, on the board here. That Mimikyu still there in the back. Now the Snorlax was the Pokemon put into the active after those double knockouts there that we saw.
Looks like Ryan signifies going back in there with the Arven, and that's pretty solid. You just need to move this Regidrago V-Star out of the active spot at this point. And we also see the handheld fan, which some players have incorporated into this list. It can be beneficial at times, just a little more disruption.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, it adds a little bit disruption there. You kind of pick and choose where the energy are spread around on your opponent's side, so it makes them have to deal with more than what they are doing with their own board. So that's about as good as it gets for Pokemon TCG interaction here.
Well, Ryan almost did us a favor and gave us a little more information, but it looks like the play, regardless, is wall off.
Wall off. When in doubt, wall off here. Snorlax, of course, Riley only 2 prize cards left to take, but this is when Ryan Antonucci can strike that Kyurem being brought up with the counter catcher that was sought out off that Arven.
Switch! Golly! That's tough.
Well, that's what you want to see for Ryan on the side. I mean,
what do you want to see? Yeah, if you want to see us leave, look what you did.
Hey, I mean, that's the conclusion of the game, I suppose there, Kyle. Not much left to do here. Ryan Antonucci, once again, playing flawlessly with Snorlax stall, taking things down 1 card at a time, 1 discard at a time, I should say. 2-0 victory here in our Swiss round 8. Ryan Antonucci locking up a day 2.
You can see how this match could have gone the other way very quickly. If the switch is at hand, maybe Boss's Orders is there. Maybe a Pidgeot is knocked out of nowhere, and you get a surprise Game 3 situation. Instead, the Misfortune Sisters finds that switch, and that is devastating to see.
I know.
There was maybe even a chance. There were 6 cards there in deck.
That's true. Yeah, that is what we potentially could have seen, but yeah, Ryan Antonucci did everything. I mean, Riley even took 4 prize cards at one point, trying to work around.
Yeah, we have a replay this time.
Counter catch. Yeah, that's true. It's not over instantly here. We actually did see some gameplay between these players here. As we can see, one of the most brutal parts. Oh, we're not even there yet.
I mean, Riley just kept this face the entire game, and
yeah,
rightfully
actually.
so. It is so difficult to maneuver a map through this game, but he found the strategy in game 2. It's use the laser, attack through, set up a relevant path to victory with the Reggie Drago V-Star, copying the Dragapult there and taking those 4 prize cards. A huge turn. If Ryan does not have a way to move the active Pokemon, game is basically locked out.
Yep, and we saw there those the nest ball as well as the most important switch being discarded off of that Misfortune Sisters, and that was a misfortune indeed, unfortunately, there for Riley McKay. Not gonna get the win there in that matchup, but still a very formidable opponent with a strong deck in that Regidrago, and hopefully can wrap things up in this next round, the last round for our day 1 here that we're gonna be featuring. So there's still a chance there, but Ryan Antonucci, I'm sure, feeling good heading into a day 2 with Snorlax.
Yeah, it lines up great for him to find one of the other Regidragos that are flying around here at some of the top tables. But it's been a lot of Lugia that's been out there, and that is a dangerous matchup for Ryan. He can find himself in some difficult spots when the Jet energies come to play and start to surprise his Snorlaxes out of nowhere left and right. Some Pokemon that don't care about abilities or Vs are the little Chinchinos.
Hey, the sushi rolls. Yes, they're working hard, rolling the sushi and rolling into some wins as well for our Lugia players. I mean, when we say it is seeing success out there, it is seeing success. It was difficult for us to even pick matches because we were saying, well, I mean, we just saw a Lugia, and this one's a Lugia, and this one's a Lugia, so let's work around that a little bit.
It definitely makes our job a little bit harder. It ends up with some matchups like this. We want to feature all the variety that we have going on in this tournament, but sure enough, some matchups are pretty one-sided.
Yeah, that is true. Some of them a little bit one-sided. I'm curious to hear how those matchups have been going throughout the day for Ryan Antonucci. We have an interview lined up. Skarzik, let us know what's going on.
Welcome back to the lounge, everybody. Adam Skarzik Watson here, and I'm joined by Ryan Antonucci playing Snorlax Control. Just got a big win on stream. And we talked a little bit before they threw over to us that you were a little about the matchup. Tell us about how you navigated Regidrago.
I think the miss makes the matchup pretty good. I'm taking the auto loss to Lugia, took out the temples, got the miss for that matchup. It's working out so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to target certain matchups and lose others. Did you feel that there was going to be a really big shift to this tournament from Worlds, or it was more of a building a better Snorlax deck than what was shown at Worlds?
I'd say
Is there a specific way to practice a deck like Snorlax? How do you go about that?
just the same as every other deck. Just play the matchups.
Oh, okay.
See what techs beat you. See how the meta happened the last tournament. See if those techs will be played.
Okay, so no secret sauce. It's just you got to do the same thing. Eat your vegetables as always. Practice, practice, practice. Indeed. Is there anybody that you want to give a shout out to that did help you practice Snorlax, or maybe put you onto the deck?
I've been playing it with the crew for a couple other tournaments. Azul, Grant, Caleb.
Ah, I see.
I am playing Reagan Retzloff's list for this one. So messaged him at like 1 a.m. playing his list because I wasn't too sure about the list.
Okay.
But yeah, pretty good.
And when it came to getting that list from Reagan, did he like that you were playing the list? Did he feel it was a good idea as well? Were there any last-minute changes that you felt needed to be made to Reagan's list, or is it a straight 60?
I was a little iffy on some of the cards, but I kind of just feel like, all right, I'll just trust it. I'll just trust the list.
Okay. Yeah, if you have a player like Reagan in your corner that you can trust, you know is good, grabbing their deck certainly does just save you a lot of time. So that's another great upside of having such great friends to play the game with and help you practice. And when we were showing your game on stream, Reggie Drago, you navigated it very well with the accompanying flute, and you said you were figuring out the matchup a little bit on the fly. Was it just an oddball situation that made you need to think on your feet, or is Reggie Drago still kind of considered 50-50 into control?
I think it's favored. The miss makes it favored for sure.
Okay.
Also, I don't think he had cologne. I didn't see cologne. I wasn't sure if he scooped early to like hide the cologne, or hide the no cologne. I'm not really sure. But yeah, it's really good with no cologne. I didn't even see a temple, I don't think. Was there a temple?
True. Yeah. And we talked earlier with a couple Drago players who said that the list is really, really tight. So that maybe with the performance at Worlds, S-tier ranking from a lot of top players heading into this tournament, maybe they got greedy, right? Maybe they aren't running those techs the way they should be, and that's what Snorlax is there for, to keep everybody honest. And yeah, you showed it that it has a lot of threat potential here in this metagame, and it seemed like your games are actually going quite quickly. Has that been the norm for your tournament so far, that people are just getting locked up and scooping immediately so you aren't worried about going to ties?
I think I've actually 2-0'd everyone except for the Lugia that beat me right away. So that's an auto loss, but I think I've 2-0'd everyone.
Very impressive then, that Snorlax control deck. Certainly I was, worried that it would be prone to taking too many ties. You wouldn't be able to make day 2 or top cut, but you're cruising right along, Mr. Ryan. So any final thoughts I can get from you before I let you go?
No, I almost threw that game though. I should have Arven for that switch card, so that 4 prize turn couldn't happen, but still got lucky, so.
Yeah, and I know there's probably a lot of people in the chat who play Snorlax, and they're like, oh, actually, you should have. So,
yeah, definitely.
Throw them a bone, and yep, you were right all along, viewer. I see you. You're valid.
Backseaters were right. I don't know if they said
the backseaters are always right. The collective power of Twitch chat helps me play my decks as well. So shout out to you, audience at home, but don't go anywhere because we've got a little bit more Pokemon action ready to go. Back to the casting desk for now.
I love Ryan Antonucci. So true. Leave it to our own Pokemon players to be criticizing themselves in their own winner's interview.
I'm a scrub.
Actually, I should have done this better, but hey, worked out.
Yep.
I'm 2-0'd everybody.
Punished.
I'm 2-0'd everybody except for the auto-lose Lugia. And Ryan, I do have some bad news. We've been talking about all the Lugias flying high here in Baltimore, so hopefully he's able to dodge those going into tomorrow. But yeah, awesome to hear from our previous regional winner in Knoxville. Excited to see if he's able to maybe take a win here in Baltimore, or if not, still starting off the season very strong here in 2025.
Yeah, what a great start here. And I mean, maybe it's not everyone's favorite deck, but you have to respect the way that he plays it. He knows exactly what he wants to do in those situations. Even when you're in those unique spots, maybe you haven't exactly seen with the accompanied flute, when you aren't putting down the perfect Pokemon on board, you still have enough there to get the job done. Was able to disrupt his opponent, really put Riley in the blender.
Yeah, exactly. Really disrupt, really blend up, double super rod scoop. I mean, you love to see it. I could see why the 2 O's makes a little bit more sense here now for Ryan.
Demoralizing 2 O's as well.
I know.
They're not that close.
No, absolutely not. Anytime I go against control, it is always a bad day for me. I mean, I just feel like you have to play it so different from your usual strategy. It almost takes you out of like your normal mental state. You got to jump into a brand new game that is difficult to pilot, especially when you're sitting across the table from the player who knows his deck very well, knows every single optimal line that could potentially happen, and has all the 47 item cards to make it happen as well. It could be quite difficult.
Well, why do you think I liked Giratina so much? Obviously, I just wanted to turn to shred into all of the random stuff that could wall me off and get me in trouble.
That's true.
Maybe that should be my trainer's Pokemon that we feature, but it's going to be a different one this time around. Let's check out our matchup that we have going into our next edition.
Oh, yes.
And we've got a doozy for you.
Out here. We're going to have another small debate here on the Pokemon TCG stream. This is our Trainers Pokemon Caster Edition brackets. And guess what? Kyle, it's your turn.
Yeah, that's
to
right.
represent. You're
Please.
going to be representing Mudkip here. I got to do right by Pablo. Pablo chose Froakie going into this, and Pablo, I'll do my best here. Would you like me to go first?
I would love for you to start things off, Pablo.
Yeah, that's my new name now. Okay, all right. Tell me when to go, Kyle.
Cool.
Tell me when to go. Let's go. I'll try to do my best Pablo
2,
accent.
1.
No, that's
Pablo.
All right, Kyle. I feel like I could just say Greninja checkmate here, but I won't. I won't because I can defend Froakie. Did you know Froakie can actually produce bubbles from its own body? They call them frubbles, Froakie bubbles. And do you know what it can do with those bubbles, Kyle? It can make itself invisible, go incognito under the table, if you will. And on top of that, it can also hits you like a ton of bricks with those bubbles, Kyle, and it'll be your best friend. The bond it has with its trainer.
No, what are you doing?
It's so strong.
Calm down. My goodness.
Take that, Mudkip.
Why are we going under the table? That's suspect.
All right, Kyle, beat that.
I think I'm going to do just fine.
3, 2, 1, take it away. No way, this is your strategy. Okay.
I'm not worried.
I'll give you that 20 seconds.
Really? Froakie? It lost the World Championships in 10 minutes. It was one of the most embarrassing things we've ever seen. It was so unfortunate. I haven't seen Cody Walensky in years. Also, the best meme in the world is right there for you. I like Mudkips.
It's blue, it's orange. What else?
That's all you need. The world revolves around memes. Ever since we discovered them and how beautiful they are, for the last, 20 years it's been, this has been the one that we've revolved around, always.
There's no way.
It goes back to Mudkip. I like Mudkip. You like Mudkip.
We all
Can't
like
fight
Mudkip.
it. You love Mudkip. That's right. Of course you don't like it. That'd be silly. You love Mudkip.
Oh, Kyle.
So do you.
Hey,
Don't fight it.
Hey, listen. Pablo's not here to defend himself. I did my best, okay? And Froakie deserves this win, chat, okay? Deserves the win.
Greninja was the most annoying thing we have dealt with for such a long time.
There's been plenty
and it
of
all
Greninjas.
started with that little Froakie guy.
There's been plenty of them.
Yeah,
you know?
and they've been annoying, and they keep getting printed
so
over and over
cool.
again.
He's so cool.
Why does he keep getting a chance?
Why does he have a tongue that looks like a scarf? I don't know. I have no idea.
Rules. That's how we discovered him, okay?
Yeah, well, I just think Froakie's cool. You know he's 15 pounds?
Oh, I thought, okay, cool. Look, what is he, 15 feet tall, please? Like, my God, what's that boy eating?
That is, yeah, based off
15
a
pounds
tree
is
frog.
not that.
What kind of tree frog is that?
I'm not terribly surprised by 15 pounds. That's not an astounding number.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool.
That's just a big baby.
How big do you think he is? Yeah, that's big baby Froakie deserves your vote here in the community poll. I feel like the only way you win this, Kyle, is if the entire chat is just Mudkip fans.
Yes, which is true, and we will find out shortly after this break. Don't go anywhere. Mudkip coming at you.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends, and just playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for new players to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
Hello everyone and welcome out to the floor of the Baltimore Regional Championships. My name is Adam Watson. I'm joined by Dre Alderetti. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling pretty good. It's been a long day. We're going into the last round. Feels good. Yeah, but it feels pretty good so far. We're still in it. We just have a win in the next, so pretty good day so far.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you've been really hitting the competitive scene hard, preparing for this tournament, trying to put your best foot forward. And I know that you've been kind of liking Charizard lately. What other decks, I want to hear from you, what other decks were you considering? Especially as like a longtime Mew player, you were kind of soul searching for a bit to find a deck to land on. So how'd you land on Charizard?
I've kind of discovered that after starting with a deck like Mew, where I'm just like drawing and dumping, that I switched over, played with Lost Box, had some success with Lost Box, played Guardy, got day 2 with Guardy. I kind of liked putting the pieces together and having a little bit more control over my game with those decks. And so coming into this meta, a lot of the decks were just dump and draw. I'm like, I could do that. Bolt is just Dragon type Mew. I was kind of like, I could just, go boom. But, I decided to stick to Zard because I've kind of become accustomed to being able to, like, as long as I can play the game, I want to be in control of my game. And it feels like that's the deck that lets me do that the most.
Yeah, so having that consistency, having the ability to quick search for the exact card you need for a situation, plan several turns ahead, is something I know a lot of our high-level players really do like. And Charizard has a lot of different builds. Is this, would you say, a more classical build, a more aggressive build, or maybe some new control build that we've been seeing recently?
I would say mine is more of an aggressive build. I do like taking prize cards still. I like going fast. So my build plays the Norline. And that just allows me to be a little bit more aggressive. But there are some cards in there that have allowed me to make like some really like insane plays, especially with all the decks out here that are doing some donking. I'm able to like do some donking myself, or even recover from being donked. Like if my Lone Mander goes down. So yeah, the list itself, I would say overall it's Zard. It's probably like 50 of the same. But those 10 cards, they're pretty good.
It's always nice when you can tech out a deck and kind of put your own mark on it. When you were picking up Charizard, kind of getting familiar with it, was there anybody in specific that you maybe used their deck as a foundation, or maybe a player that helped you really understand the list at that next level you needed for a tournament like this?
Yeah, I mean, my whole testing group has been awesome with like letting me know, like, 'cause a lot of us have like played Zard, and like I said, it's just standard pretty 50, but like I think all of us, our individual lists are probably off by 2 or 3 cards. So I mean, Josh Frank, Cal Connor, Nick Moffitt, those are guys I've been testing with lately, the Gamillas. And so we've been doing a lot of just Zard playing and bouncing back and forth. Is it Drago, Zard, maybe we just play Bolt? And I stuck true to the Zard. I felt like the 2 cards that I was off of the rest of their list was like probably the best play for this tournament. And so far I feel kind of, proven right. 6-2 is Zard. The rest of them didn't play Zard, so and I'm still in contention for day 2. So I think we made the right decision with the 60.
Yeah, I know. I loved you getting vindicated on a deck choice, certainly. And now you are 6-2. Were the 2 losses, just like bad matchup auto losses, or were they pretty close? How are you feeling about those?
Yeah, so I mean, I hit Shemansky, Alex Shemansky, my teammate, on the last round, and you guys saw his deck on stream. He basically just wiped my board, and that was scary. The other loss I had was Quad Thorns, which is actually really kind of like disheartening because I did play a tech for it. But I went through a turn where I got my abilities for a turn, went through 15 cards and didn't hit a Zard somehow. And yeah, we just scooped it up because the first game went so long, there was no way I was winning 2 and 3.
And that's part of the magic too, right? Knowing when to scoop, knowing when you need to save your mental for these upcoming rounds. And I certainly appreciate you taking the extra time to share some of your experience here at the biggest regional ever before you head to your next round, because you need to win this to make day 2, right?
Yeah, so now remember guys, don't ID this last round. We need to win. It's 7-2. It's 21 match points. Don't let anyone talk you into an ID. But yeah, one more and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Right, I'm certainly rooting for you. My man Charizard is one of my caster picks for this weekend, so you got to do me proud. And we're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get down to brass tacks.
Thank you so much, Adam, and shout outs to Dre. Honestly, if you have been in the Pokemon TCG community for a long time, you know that just Dre's a homie. Dre's always saying hi to everybody. He is one of the nicest people I've definitely met over the past couple years that I've been playing. He's always just, you know, coming out with some really sick rap verses.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a thing when you got the talent, you got to show it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But Jeremy, we are here at the end of the day. It is round 9 where dreams are made of or nightmares come to full fruition here. It has certainly been a full day of Swiss, and dare I say that the tournament fatigue, I think for a lot of people, are starting to set in.
Yeah, well, I also think that just the tournament fatigue in general is something that players really need to watch out for.
Absolutely.
These tournaments, while they're very fun and very competitive, they go pretty long, especially for the TCG. Oh, Go and VGC are done for the day. We are the only ones here, and we're still filling out the hall. It's pretty crazy to see.
I think when it comes to battling tournament fatigue, because it's definitely something that you have to realize you're going through, always drinking water, always taking a bathroom break, and also just having a snack. Doesn't necessarily have to be a big meal, right? But definitely something to like keep you going throughout the day. I'll never forget at San Antonio Regionals last season, I was on my winning in at, I believe, I was at 5-0. I was like, oh man, all I need to do is win one more, and then I could just ID in, right? And then I was like, you know what? I'm not going to take the lunch break. And if you have been in the Pokemon TCG community for a long time, those lunch breaks are now very rare. I was like, nope, I'm going to play through the lunch break. I'm going to stay hot. I entered that regional 5-3-1. But still, heartbreaker. You want to make sure you definitely keep yourself hydrated throughout the day too. It's a lot of walking. I think I've definitely like clocked in probably 7K steps today or something crazy, just going back and forth, going down the aisles and everything. So make sure you watch out for your tournament fatigue. But honestly, we're at round 9. We're all the way here at the end.
Yeah, we also have to watch out for our partner Pokemon bracket, you know? Kyle and Boo got to arguing a little bit ago after the last round. We can go ahead and pay off and see what y'all thought.
Honestly, I have to say, I'm not shocked here.
I heard the chat likes Mudkip.
Yeah, honestly, Kyle was really, really persuasive there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really
first 10 seconds for sure.
Honestly, that was just. How could you say no at that point? I would not be surprised if Kyle's Mudkip won the entire thing. But we do have one of those slots left to go. We'll see if we do that now or a little bit later. But like we said, it's round 9 all the way through the end of the day. The other games have filed out for the day. I know we are on at least like 4 projectors in the main hall right now. So it's super good to see, you know, crowds filling in to see how day 1 ends.
Yeah, a lot of our players are trying to make it into that ever so elusive day 2. And again, it's a lot harder. The interview with Trey and Skarzig did mention it a little bit, where 21 match points is the threshold to try to make it into day 2. And a lot of our players have been doing it, but there's bound to be a lot of heartbreak as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's never easy to go through the whole entire day. Sometimes people would rather just like be out earlier in the day, so either A, they can go enjoy the city of Baltimore, or B, not have to go through a whole entire day getting your hopes back up, getting to that last round, and then just being like, nope, and you whiff. But I mean, with our new point breakdown, I do believe top 512 does get something for, you know, coming all the way out here and playing out your rounds. I always like to say, if you're not going for that invite, you should always play until you don't want to anymore. Yeah. Like you don't want to push yourself all 9 rounds. And it's just like, well, you know, I'm 007 or something, and it's just like every match has been hard. You definitely want to play until you just don't want to play anymore.
I mean, if you have 7 ties, I'm pretty sure you try to go for the 9 ties just to make it.
We'll see somebody at LAIC doing that. You got my seal of approval on that one for sure.
Yeah, it is basically play until it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes, unfortunately, where you get a matchup like Snorlax, sometimes it's not so fun. But you got to stick it out, especially if you're still in the thick of things for day 2.
Absolutely. You always just want to make sure, once again, that you're also having a good time. I think that's just such a key part of competition, too, is that if you just keep throwing yourself at it, you're not going to have a good time. Then you've spent all this money to come here, and then you're not going to enjoy it. You definitely want to hang out with your friends,
you know, take a step outside, get some air, you know what I mean? The rooms, once again, I mean, we haven't seen, have you seen sunlight today other than going here this morning?
No.
I sure haven't, so I can't wait to go outside and see the moon at this point. But yeah, you want to make sure that you're just always having fun. That's just a key part of the competition, always learning.
Yeah, well, I think we can learn some info here. I think standings are updated for going into our round 9. Go ahead and take a look and see who's doing well.
Yeah, let's go on ahead and check it out. Rahul ready, 8-0 at the top of the leaderboard right now. So I think a lot of people have just decided, especially in the, you know, at least 7 wins, to just take the ID and tie and go into just guarantee and just, you know, be comfortable here. I definitely don't hate the idea of it, but we still have, honestly, this graphic has not changed up since the first couple times that we've actually seen it. But Rahul being 8-0, I believe, with Lugia V-Star that we saw a little bit earlier, definitely a fun one.
Yeah, really trying to make that run back from the 9th place at Worlds, hoping to turn that into something better. And of course, going down the list, there's also a lot of names that we don't really have the chance to feature too much, and it's pretty great to see. And then of course, down at the bottom, there's Tord Reklev, Brent Tonneson. We always see those guys doing well, and I'm sure we'll see more of them tomorrow. Lance Bradshaw we had on stream earlier, still sticking it out, 701. And Aaron, of course, we had on stream as well, 701. It's really great to see.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see where Lost Zone Dragapult EX kind of goes in this meta. I mean, it's sitting right now in that 3rd position. We'll see how it performs tomorrow, too. That's a whole nother thing. You have to take yourself out of that, you know, competitive mindset, go to sleep, right? You actually have to sleep, wake up, and then kind of do it again for another couple rounds here and see where you place. I think it's also very important to note that I think for our top 16 players that we're seeing, at least right here, there's a lot of decks, right? It's not just one deck kind of dominating the format. There's different types of control. There's Lugia, there's Charizard, there's Lost Zone, which I was not expecting at all. There's still Gardevoir here. So I'm excited to see how we are going to start day 2, because I think how we start is definitely going to be something that could be meta shifting, if you will.
Yeah, that day 2 meta breakdown is going to go hard for sure. Just a lot of different decks, maybe at like 9%. It'll be interesting to see, especially just interesting to see how many players will make day 2. We kind of saw it a little bit at the World Championships with this structure that we've had, but going forward, there's just many more players here in Baltimore than there was at Worlds.
Yeah, about 2,300, dare I say. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, table 1,138 all the way down there. There's tons of people from all over the world, as we saw here, competing to, you know, take home the first regional title, and honestly could, you know, not even compete for the rest of the season after taking that first one. So we'll see how exactly that one's going to go. But I know since the you were talking about Worlds, since the invite structure has technically changed, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to determine their season just off of this regional right here, right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the notable matches we have for our round 9, our last round of Swiss 4, day 1. We are going to have Hunter versus Ari up for our main stage here, but looking down the list, you got Kobe Kawasaki versus Gibson Archer Tang. That's going to be a great one. Vance Kelly, former world champion, up against Nicholas Moffitt. JW Krewald against Parker Greenwald. Andrew Kennett on the winning end. It is pretty great to see Isaiah Williams, a old name that I haven't seen in a while, trying to make it back here into day 2. Travis Beckwith versus Kevin.
I was about to say, Travis, definitely one of the younger players going into maybe a 2nd or 3rd season in Masters, too.
3rd season now.
Yeah, 3rd season now in Masters. Boy, do they just grow up so fast. But Travis, definitely a very talented player from the St. Louis region, I believe. So shout-outs to him. Shout-outs to his very supportive mom, probably watching at home, too. We love, like we talked about, supportive parents.
Yeah, I mean, when you get started, there's no one really to drive you to your local league other than your parents.
Mom,
so
please. I need those play packs. You don't understand.
I mean, hey, getting started in card games, my excuse was always, hey, I'm learning math here. I'm learning reading comprehension.
Good.
It's basically school, you know? Just Pokemon.
How well did that work? I'm so curious.
I mean, I'm here now.
Okay,
right?
you know what? You got it.
Yeah.
Foolproof method, everybody, by Jeremy John here. But yeah, as you said, notable matches. Everybody here just deserves to be in day number 2, but only 50% of the players that we see on screen might or might not be. But dare I say, everybody, that we have such a treat for your round 9 coming in here. We have certainly the deck list of all time, if you will.
Yeah. Again, our players are still being courted onto the stage, getting set up for our round 9. So we can't talk about anything just yet, other than you know who we're going to be watching for round 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited, though. Once again, just to see day 2. I think in past day 2s have been, you know, what would you say, like 200-300 people at, you know, at
basically it's like 10% of the players at the tournament end up making day 2. It'll be interesting to see how things shape up here.
Absolutely. And then, you know, we go into that single elimination top 8 bracket, which is always just so intense. I'm excited to see how the rest of the season is going to play out from here, too, because like we said, this is the last regional in our not Stellar Crown, in our Shrouded Fable format, as then we will move into Stellar Crown. I'm excited to see because we know people are already cooking some good stuff.
Yeah, and then we just have a bunch of tournaments in the Stellar Crown format, so I hope y'all love that format because we're going to be seeing it a lot in the future.
Sure. And you know people are already, like, they have their decks ready to go. I was walking around during the last round, getting out from the booth, and just seeing people playing Stellar Crown format. They have all the cards. I mean, the set's officially released, and I'm seeing Terapagos EX everywhere.
I mean, if you think about it, what's the best thing for Pokemon players after competing a full day of Pokemon TCG other than to go back to the hotel and play more Pokemon?
Personally, I wish I was there with them. Like, I really want to play next format too. I know it's actually out right now on Pokemon TCG Live, and I know it was updated like right on Thursday too. So it was like, hey, get ready to go play old format. But by the way, here's just the teaser of what's to come next. I'm excited to see where everything goes, especially with, you know, such exciting, you know, cards that are technically back, new ways to play this game. I mean, 8 Pokemon on a bench again, Jeremy.
Yeah, we were talking about Skyfield.
That's true.
Area 0 could be pretty cool, you know.
Very true. Area 0 under depths. I'm just super stoked to see where we can go from it. I've been mentally cooking like Hydrapple EX and Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, just because the
sounds like it tastes bad.
Yeah, it does. Definitely not in a somewhat of a Radiant Charizard meta, if you will. So we'll see how that one goes. But honestly, I'm just super stoked.
Yeah, for this weekend, I've actually been excited about the innovation a lot of players have been bringing into this new-ish meta still, because granted, the first meta with Shrouded Fables, it was a mini set, but it showed up for Worlds, changed a little bit. It made Drago V-Star one of the best decks just with the inclusion of Kyurem.
Yep.
It also made Lost Zone one of the worst decks because of the inclusion of Kyurem.
So many decks just rendered just unusable anymore just because of one card.
Gardevoir started the downshift because Pheasantipede EX just is very good against Iono.
Yep.
Its Unfair Stamp became one of the best ace specs. Now it's almost just not played anymore because of Pheasantipede EX.
Yep. Like I said, that's why it's in my caster predictions for just going all the way, because it's just such a good card. Like we said, flip the script, a great ability where you can just draw, and that is the power of card games. Like, the more you can just see your hand on a turn, just the better I think your paths to victory are.
All right, well, we're not going to stall any longer here for y'all. We have our round 9 ready. Our players are down at the stage, shuffling up. Let's go ahead and take it down to the table and get this round 9 started.
One's going to be super exciting. I cannot personally wait for this one. Yes, everybody, that's Origin Form Palkia V-Star paired alongside Dusknoir, but something you guys might not be seeing that we are, there's one copy of Greninja EX in there.
Yeah, it's not Stellar Crown format just yet, but Origin Form Palkia V-Star is looking to make a comeback a little bit earlier than it's supposed to. Hunter Butler on the winning end with this unique take on the Pokestop Dusknoir Night Stretcher engine. Doing it pretty well here, sitting at X2 up against Gardevoir. which there's already a couple that have made it into day 2, starting 7-0. Ari here is looking to do again what they can, and it is his first regional here, and to do it with a deck like Gardevoir, that's pretty cool.
And you were talking about Kyurem a little bit earlier. To be doing it with a deck like Gardevoir with Kyurem in the format, wow, what a performance. Nevertheless, this is such an accomplishment for Ari. I'm so excited to see what he's got in store against what we could probably say is pretty unconventional of a deck this format. But like you said, it's definitely Origin Form Palkia V-Star stocks about to skyrocket.
Yeah, I mean, I brought one complete Pokemon TCG deck with me this weekend. I was missing a few cards for the other ones. The complete one was Origin Form Palkia V-Star Dusknoir. I love this deck. It is so fun to play, and honestly, some of the most fun I've had playing Pokemon in a while.
Yeah, it goes to show that you should also just never get rid of your bulk. I know we haven't seen Palkia for quite some time, but I know for me, the moment I started seeing kind of the whispers that it's back, I definitely went back in my little binder and I was like, all right, how many Palkias do I have? Okay, I have this amount. We are getting ready to go. That is going to be a mulligan on Hunter Butler over to Ari. And here's the thing, you're giving Gardevoir more cards? I don't know how I feel about that one, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? You're not drawing that basic Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG. You have to mulligan your hand away to try to find one of those. And for every mulligan you do that your opponent doesn't also mulligan, you're going to give them extra cards.
To see it. Love to see it if you're Ari, right? You want to just see as many options as possible. I think while I was glancing at the hand, I was able to see a Buddy Puff, and that's all that you could really ask for here. But we'll see how this one is going to go. I do believe I see a Duskull in the hand. I believe we have multiple choices, though. Really want to see if Hunter is going to prioritize getting out the Dusknoir line as fast as possible, or, you know, finding that one of Greninja EX. There's so many routes.
Yeah, so essentially the way this Palkia V-Star deck works, which, by the way, you calling Palkia bulk is still really hurtful. It was so dominant.
I know, it
for
was
so long.
What regional was it where it was all 8 top 8 spots?
Oh, it had to be like a Melbourne regional or
Yeah,
something like
something.
that. But here, you basically use that star portal to power up your attackers in Palkia V-Star, that Radiant Greninja, and even Froakie, which you can then rare candy into that Greninja EX that we see in the prize cards. You've got a lot of versatility in the deck, and then when you throw the Pokestop, Night Stretcher, Dusknoir engine into this deck, you can take a knockout on a Pheasantipity with a Moonlight Shuriken in one turn, thanks to that Curse Blast.
Well, we might not be able to see it this game, Jeremy, as it will be at the tippy top of our prizes, but we are going to jump in to our round 9 winning in between Hunter Butler and Ari. Here we go. It is going to be on the side, I believe, of Hunter Butler first. We have a Radiant Greninja in the active with a Water Energy, so we can already concealed cards. We're seeing a lot of cards this game from both players.
Always risky to start a Radiant Greninja against a deck like Gardevoir just because it plays multiple copies of cards like Fluttermane and Klefki to shut off those abilities, especially if it's in the active spot. Kind of dodged a bullet there, and having a Nest Ball to go grab something like that Origin Form Palkia V could be good to just establish a good early game attacker.
What I love about Hunter Butler is I think this was the fastest deck search I think I've ever seen, right? You could see the Pokemon already at the top of the deck, like, all right, I have this, this, this. All right, we'll keep going. I have to say, though, the inclusion of Rotom V has been surprising me in a lot of decks. I think for the second highest placing Miraidon list that Ryan Harris showed off at Worlds, I was like, okay, you know what? A lightning Pokemon in Miraidon like Rotom V just kind of makes sense for another Forest Seal target, so you can use Raikou V and Raichu V to give them like a Bravery Charm or a Skateboard. That makes something, or that makes sense of that, but to see Rotom in Palkia? Interesting.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to draw more cards, and that's really the best thing in Pokemon is drawing cards. I mean, when you have your player like Ari, you want to draw a lot of cards with Refinement, Kirlias. You get those in play as fast as possible.
Doing the due diligence of writing down prize cards too. We like to see this as well. You're at the end of the day. You can't afford to make any mistakes here. So Hunter just taking times on this first deck search here. Do not blame him at all. But from that nest ball is just going to have, I believe that is a Squawkabilly EX hitting the bench. And this is what we want to see turn one every single time, right? We want to use as much of the hand as possible, get it going. There's that Duskull hitting the bench as well. Dare I say, as long as we get a Palkia going here too, Jeremy, this is a great start.
Yeah, and honestly, to speak on your fastest deck search, fastest prize check kind of thing, that's what happens when you've been playing for 17 years for Hunter. Regional champion in the expanded format for Dallas Regionals, 2 top 16s from last season, and again, just trying to get another big win in the books up against a first-time regional participant in Ari Sproul.
I have to say, a first-time regional participant on stream on their winning end. Like, this is a great run from Ari. But I have to say, just looking at the hand right now, there were a couple ball search cards, right? So we saw the Ultra Ball, but then again, there were also a lot of Night Stretchers here. I feel like this deck and the Dusknoir line in particular can be very reliant at certain points on getting those Pokemon back. So when we see a lot of Night Stretchers going down, I get a little bit nervous there just because we can get a Pokemon or a basic energy back. And that doesn't have to be a basic Pokemon. It does have to be a basic energy, though.
Yeah, a little bit different from, per se, Alex Szymanski's list that we saw earlier, where you have the Darkrai V-Star to get back those item cards if you need them later on. You're trying to utilize the Star Portal to get those energies in play instead.
Okay, heading on over to Ari's turn here. You love to see it if you're Ari, right? You got your Arven, you have Earthen Vessel, and of course you have that Buddy Pop, and we're able to go out and find our 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, throw them onto the bench. But as we could see from our prize cards, 1 copy of Ralts, not a big deal. Heroes game, you know, it's at the bottom, it's fine, but 1 copy of your Gardevoir EX in there, you definitely have to keep note of that.
Yeah, we even see the inclusion of a Gallade in this list, the Buddy Catch, to be able to search for a supporter every turn. Could come in handy as the game goes along. But Heroes Cape is an interesting inclusion. Again, I was talking about it before, where Vezinipity EX kind of just made Unfair Stamp not really good anymore. And even in a Gardevoir EX, Heroes Cape could put in a lot of work thanks to that Drifloon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Springtail.
Yeah, I was about to say the
There's no Drifloon in the list.
Oh, okay. So we've just left the Drifloon at home. There is a Klefki, like you said, in a little bit earlier, and the Fluttermane as well. So other than just no balloons, it's no free balloon on free balloon day. It is just going to have to be very interesting, though. 3 Monkey Dories.
Yeah, really going in on Monkey Dory in this list. And honestly, I love the evolution that Gardevoir has taken as a deck throughout its time in Pokemon. Really just focusing on, I want to go first, and then like rare candies for Gardevoir. You just get a lot of Curlia set up and kind of go about the game plan there. Now it is, I want to go second. I want to Arven. I want to Buddy Poffin. I want a Technical Machine Evolution. Get those Curlias in play. That way next turn I can still evolve into a Gardevoir.
Yeah, and honestly, this hand for Ari right now is amazing here. Already has a lot of the resources, has a Curlia in hand already, but we are going to see that Technical Machine Evolution where we are able to evolve 2 of our Pokemon. Usually this is played in Gardevoir here just to get those Curlias ready to go, but I think it's very important to note out, Jeremy, that our main attacker is Palkia in this deck, and we can't really just be filling our bench all just the way we want to here, because Palkia, when it evolves into Palkia V-Star, has that subspace swell attack that scales based off of how many Pokemon are benched on each side.
See, you say it's the main attacker of the deck, but with this board state, the way I see it, the main attacker is Radiant Greninja.
Oh, true.
We could see a very explosive turn where Rare Candy Dusknoir hits the board, you Curse Blast, take a knockout on that Manaphy, and then you Star Portal to charge up the Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken, bolt the Curlia away. And it's looking like it could get there. Trekking Shoe is going to be pretty big.
I was about to say there's one piece of the puzzle right there with that Prime Catcher, right? We do also have the ability to knock the Manaphy out with just Cursed Blast, too. Like, there's a lot of lines here. Very interesting. And honestly, for a single prize deck like Gardevoir that we were saying, you know, could be good in the meta just in general as a single prize deck, but maybe not around certain decks, Dusclops is going to come down it's very interesting, but it will be the prime catcher up here. Palkia, see what we got going on here.
Yeah, I think we're missing the third energy. Hunter's going to have to settle for just 2 off this star portal. It will net the knockout thanks to the prime catcher bringing up that Curlia, but it's not really what you want to see. Was really relying on the restart from the Mew EX to draw into a supporter. The deck is not playing too many supporters, right? It's 4 Iono and an Irida, I think, is literally the only counts. So you're really relying on cards like Pokestop. So when you don't get it, you're a little bit slower.
Not necessarily the worst thing in the world to lose a Vault or a Curlia when we have another one in the hand, if you will. But Earthen Vessel, great sequencing here from Ari, just getting all of that psychic energy out of the deck now onto our board here. And we can already see that we could be seeing a Monkey Dory very soon. We're getting it ready to go, but there is Artisan. We are going to go on ahead and play it. Grab a Pokemon without a rule box out of the decks. Just a little stage 1, or just a baby basic for this one. We'll see how it goes, though.
Yeah, again, Gardevoir is just trying to set up, try to thin out as much as possible with your refinements. Get those psychic energies in the discard so you can psychic embrace to your attackers as needed. One thing that's been kind of missing from Ari for this first turn was something like Flutter Mane or Klefki to maybe slow Hunter down a little bit. But seeing only 2 energies and not seeing the big Curse Blast, Moonlight Shuriken play has to be refreshing for Ari.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can handle the Palkia as it comes because the Palkia only really takes just 1 prize card at a time. So we do have time to set up. And Gardevoir is one of those decks that can just take all the time that it needs. Well, you were talking about Flutter Mane, Jeremy, and there it is, just right off of the first refinement here. We have a ton of Pokemon to really kind of work with. We have an Arven. We are going to evolve our active Ralts into that Curlia. We are going to activate our second refinement. We're going to get rid of that Flutter Mane, I believe, and we will, and draw 2 more cards. There's the Klefki and the Buddy Poffin. So honestly, Jeremy, we're finding everything just like 1 turn too late.
Yeah, and you do see Arven in the hand that's useful to search out for an item and a tool. But again, you have your one of your Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. So you're going to be forced to use something like Ultra Ball to find that Gardevoir, maybe to save that Curlia around for another, or just save it in play, because it is a pretty good target for something like a Curse Blast on Hunter's side.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. We are going to be grabbing Ultra Ball and then just using the Technical Machine Evolution just as kind of a way to get there a little bit faster. Going to discard the Klefki here, and like you said, probably just going to be grabbing the only Gardevoir EX that we are able to grab here. I'm very interested to see what we're attacking with, what the line is, and how we want to make sure that our board state isn't going to just get blown up next turn.
Now, I do believe there is a Screamtail in hand for Ari. Now, a Screamtail with 4 energies does 160 damage, which is enough to take a knockout on that Squawkabilly EX if you want, or even just taking a knockout on the Dusclops, because it could become a Dust Snore on the following turn. You also have options to attack with the Monkey Dory, just confusing the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, hopefully buying another turn, and just rely on the flips.
Well, it is going to be the attach from hand onto the Monkey Dory like we talked about, and even benching a second one too. So we'll see where this one is going to go. Oh, yep, that one was evolved this turn. Good catch by Hunter too. Going to go to the one onto the bench. So that actually does change a few things. Now we have to count how much energy we have. Like you said, I think the correct play is to go for somewhat of a, quote, stall, I guess, with Monkey Dory. You can also use Adrenabrain to move some of those damage counters over to the other side, too, which would be great, but we'll see what the line actually is.
Well, we Psychic Embraced to the active Curlia, 20 damage on there, and now you got to think about Counter Catcher. Is a very big card in this matchup. Both players are playing a couple copies at least. I guess 1 for Hunter, which is surprising, but you got to fit some of the cards in the deck, you know.
I mean, why play 1 Counter Catcher when you could play 3 Trekking Shoes and just dig, right? We're just digging it through the deck all the way. Ari making a tough decision here, but like you said, there is a Screamtail here that we could really work with. So going to be the hard retreat into the Screamtail. Like you said, 4 energy right there is going to be just enough to Roaring Scream onto that bench. Probably just take out the squad.
Well, there is a play. You can Adrenabrain the 20 damage to the Mew EX and then 160 to the Mew. That actually gets rid of the draw power for Hunter Butler's deck. Essentially just right there. You know that Hunter did not have a supporter last turn, so being able to get rid of that is huge.
And still, though, has the draw a little bit with the Radiant Greninja. Do have at least one water energy in the hand. But like you said, taking out the draw engine, super key here. But it is going to be Hunter going on over to his side to actually use the Artisan himself. But could just be for a deck search. You can always just deck search and not take anything. But still, I mean, we have that trekking shoes. We can dig a little bit earlier. We have the Ultra Ball. So we'll see what Hunter's line is. But I have to say, great play by Ari.
Yeah, Hunter's eyeing down that Pheasantipity EX. Could be a great card to come back in the game, just drawing 3 after a big knockout, but opts to get the Duskull. That means we're going to see at least a water energy discarded for that concealed cards, along with that trekking shoes to try to get a big Iono here.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive. But it is just going to be the Curse Blast right away on to Screamtail here, getting rid of the threat right there. So Ari is going to take 1 prize here. Hunter not going to be able to find the Greninja like he probably hopes for off of the prizes. It is just going to be a water energy.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool here, just the Curse Blast opening up the bench, so Hunter still has access to the Pheasantipity EX with the Ultra Ball in hand. Now, granted, you'll probably want to use the Trekking Shoes and the Concealed cards just to find more cards, but being able to clear that attacker out that easily, Dusclops putting in a ton of work in this matchup, especially when your opponent is damaging their own attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Pheasantipity could come down. There was an Ultra Ball in hand. Do also have concealed cards, like you said, so there are plenty of ways to kind of get Hunter's hand just like back to where we need to be. But there's the Irida, and we can grab a water Pokemon and an item here, so we could just Nest Ball for Pheasantipity.
Well, no, it was actually discarded with the Trekking Shoes, and then the Trekking Shoes found the Nest Ball.
Oh, okay.
So either way, you still get there. But now you don't have to discard more resources with that Ultra Ball in hand. You can maybe even save it for a Dusknoir later this turn.
Flipping the script. Pokemon's knocked out last turn. You can just go on ahead, draw 3. It's one of my favorite cards, I think, in the format. Some say it ruins the format, but still, nevertheless, is just you see cards, looks pretty good. We'll see what the concealed cards gives us. Like you said, I think we are just trying to find like an Iono. That's one of the dangerous things about playing a deck like Gardevoir. You just constantly are kind of being aimed to have your hand disrupted at any moment.
Now, Ultra Ball did find the Dusknoir. Hunter has access to a Rare Candy in hand, so you can Rare Candy, get that in play. Potentially Curse Blast yet again, but that's going to put Ari down to 2 prize cards left for this game 1.
Yeah, and honestly, nothing is really stopping anything like what could be finding a Super Rod just to get our Screamtail back, and then using something like Hero's Cape to get that damage all the way up and just knocking out that Squawkabilly or even the Palkia itself. So this is a very dangerous game that Hunter's about to play, but Subspace Swell going to bring us down to 2 prizes apiece.
Well, listen, one thing it also does is it limits your opponent's Ionos.
Very
So Iono from Ari now, which is in hand, is only going to net him 2 cards. So it is kind of playing around that as well. You take out the Curlia for that extra draw power.
It's so interesting because I think Hunter has played this matchup right by just getting rid of all of the draw power from Curlia as fast as possible, right? Using the Curse Blast. I think we saw this a little bit earlier during our Charizard and Lugia matchup where we were just able to KO the Chinchinos just the moment they hit the bench. But one of Gardevoir's strong suits is really using all of the refinements to draw as many cards that we can find as possible. But I personally am just loving the way that Hunter is just using the Dusknoir line to do just that.
Yeah, now it is up to Ari to try to counter back the big knockout that Hunter did. It's 2-2 prizes, and that's all thanks to Dusclops and Dusknoir in the same turn. Now, with less bench Pokemon on Ari's side, that means this Origin Form Palkia V-Star is going to have a little bit more trouble to take down that Gardevoir EX, which is probably going to be one of the big attackers later on for Ari. But right now, I think it's just a Monkey Dory all the way.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, you can just go on ahead and play a little bit of the stall game, if you will. I didn't keep track of how many Super Rods were down, but I see I see Arvin, I see Iono. There's a bunch of different lines here, but waving the Arven potentially. I know we do see the Hero's Cape, so like we said, big damage output is possible here, so it is going to be the Arven. And if we do have that Super Rod, we could potentially get back that Screamtail, but it will be the Earthen Vessel?
Yeah, Arven's kind of rough, at least with the way Ari has built this deck, because you can, he has Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand, right? Usually that searches for something like a Drifloon. You can pair with the Hero's Cape to take a big knockout. But the main attackers for Ari, at least the way that he chose to build the deck, is 2 Fluttermanes and a Screamtail. You can't search those with Buddy Buddy Poffin. So you would have to find the Super Rod and something like a Nest Ball.
He has the Nest Ball in hand.
That's the one-of copy? That's insane.
Yeah, that's why I kept bringing up, if we have Super Rod, then we can go back and hit the Screamtail off the Nest Ball into the Hero's Cape, but it doesn't look like we're going to go that route, so we actually have to take something like a different route here. But like I said, yeah, one of Nest Ball. It's definitely a list that works for Ari, and like we were talking about kind of like all day, you can tweak your list to work however you want to, but then it comes into plays like this, where a Drifloon would go absolutely great here and just win us this game, but we're not seeing it.
You got the regular attachment of the Dark Energy on that Bench Monkey Dory, and we are going to see it attack here. Mind Bend, after moving some damage counters, it's going to confuse that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. No, we're going to attack with the Gardevoir. Okay.
It's definitely an interesting play here, but I mean, I definitely don't disagree with it, right? I mean, if Palkia were to just go on ahead and take out a single prizer, at least we're throwing in something a little bit more bulky right now, and then there's the Hero Cape as well.
Speaking of bulky.
Yeah, I was about to say. That Gardevoir looks so beautiful with her little cape on.
Moving the 6 damage counters, thanks to both of the Adrenabrains from the Monkey Dories. Now you got a lot of damage on that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. It's the only attacker for Hunter. Can he pull together the victory here? Could have taken a knockout on the Duskull, but we're going to do some counting. I believe it is 220. That Gardevoir has 410 health. Even a Dusknoir Curse Blast is not going to be able to get there.
That's kind of the hard part here, right? Because the moment, if Hunter doesn't win on this term, it seems like Ari just has everything to go to, but got to talk about it. I mean, Hunter is playing one of my favorite cards, a Lost Vacuum. So we are also playing a Pokestop as well, so maybe we could just roll into it. I mean, there are 3 just in the deck. We got to get that Artisan out of there, though. So honestly, I have to say Ari going for the Mew EX was a massive, massive play.
Yeah, it really changed the pressure of this game onto Hunter. And granted, we don't even know if the Lost Vacuum is still in the deck. Could have been discarded early, but we have not really seen it. Checking Shoes Digging. That's a Dusknoir. That helps the first part. You can Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Curse Blast, get damage on that Gardevoir EX. But if there's no other way to draw cards to find that Lost Vacuum, this could be just game over.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's so funny how, like you said, Unfair Stamp is just out of the format, and you know what's in? Hero's Cape. But we've seen it in both Charizard and Gardevoir, but it is just going to be the scoop from Hunter Butler. He cannot get around Gardevoir with a cape on. Ari, 1 game away from locking in his first day 2 at his first regional.
Yeah, usually the saying is no capes. But Ari here is saying yes capes. It's going to help me win the game and 1 step closer to punching a ticket into day 2.
It just felt like some of the pieces just were not there. I think I also just heard Hunter in my ear saying, I just don't want to tie. And that's the thing, right? From last season, we were talking about how players were like, you know what, I'll make it this far and then I'll tie or I'll ID and I'll just get into day 2. But with the new tournament structure with 21 match points to make it there, you just cannot do it like that anymore. Let's check out the replay really quickly before we hop into our next game. Got to talk about it. I mean, Jeremy, you called it perfectly here on the Mew play. Going after it, it just seemed so perfect, and it really did just kind of put a weird kind of tempo that Hunter had to play to.
Yeah, well, Ari just kind of sensed that the hand was weak from Hunter and went after the one kind of draw support that Hunter's deck has available, and he fought back with a pretty good turn of just double Curse Blast and taking a knockout on the active, but Gardevoir EX with a Hero's Cape is just too much for Origin Form Palkia V-Star to be able to take.
You know what's unfortunate, though, is that we have the one card in deck that actually just like mitigates that, right, completely. And that is going to be that Lost Vacuum. We just didn't see it before, but it is going to be Hunter starting us off. But you hate to see it. Both Palkia and Duskull going down. Blood Moon, Ursaluna in the active. I don't know how much I like this hand coming out from Hunter. I do believe I see a Nest Ball there, but we are going to keep digging with these trekking shoes. But Hunter needs a lot of answers because things are already flying off the rails here.
Yeah, this is the first time we actually seen Pokestop in this match. Hunter plays, 3 copies of it, and it is the vital engine of the deck. Now, hopefully, he can get things going and go through the deck even fast. But again, the piece of the Greninja EX is in the prize cards. You hate to see it if you're a Froakie fan.
And honestly, no way to go get it either because the one of Irida is in the prizes, the one of Hisui and Heavy Ball is in the prizes, the one of Froakie is in the prizes, and the one of Squawkabilly is in the prizes too. These prize cards are not benefiting Hunter at all, especially when he's already discarded 1 Duskull and 1 Origin Form Palkia V.
Yeah, along with a Night Stretcher. Also, the one of Countercatcher is in the prize cards as well. So 5 one-ofs in the prize cards for Hunter in this very important game 2 here. Night Stretcher is going to at least bring an attacker into play that can get things going. But one thing that's missing, energy.
Yeah, not seeing any of it here. I have to say this deck only does play 2 Earthen Vessels too. So, I mean, when you lose your Irida that searches out an item to your prize cards, maybe not our favorite thing, especially when Pokestop's not helping you either. But maybe the instant charge will. So heading on over into Ari's turn. Got a Buddy Poffin. Honestly, the prizes on Ari's side are just not that bad. I mean, we have a TM Evolution in there, which is not terrible when you play 2 of them, so it's still searchable by Arvid. You have Fluttermane in there too. A Countercatcher, I think now, but that's just not that bad compared to all of your one-ups just being absolutely off the table for this game.
Yeah, Ari could not be happier with the way this Game 2 has turned out after that Game 1 victory. Really hoping to make his first ever Day 2 here to start the season in Baltimore. And starting off with a Buddy Poffin is the best thing to do for Gardevoir.
Honestly, you can't ask for anything more, Jeremy. And we could even play it a little bit more aggressive too. There's a Klefki in the hand. We have Monkey Dory. And I mean, the only tough part is that I'm not seeing the Arvid in hand at this angle to go on ahead and get the TM Evolution. We might have to work for it just a little bit. But honestly, I mean, you have Fluttermane, you have Klefki. There's the Hero's Cape, and we have TMD Evolution, which, you know, stages us down, but we wanted TM Evolution for this turn. That would have just been the perfect turn here, but we could be just seeing Attach Retreat, and there we go. It is going to be Klefki going into the active, turning off so many, if not all, of those abilities with Mischievous Lock.
Yeah, you were saying there's not much else you could ask for here for Ari's hand. There's a lot. Maybe a supporter could be pretty good. You know, It's not very good of a hand, and Hunter, if he was thinking about Iono, maybe not doing it now.
Still, though, I mean, what options do we have if not the Iono? There's the Lost Vacuum, though. So, honestly, this is kind of the hard part here is like, oh, man, like, I don't have much to really work with, but I guess, like, I don't want to give my opponent more cards because we know it's not that great, but let's see what the Pokestop brings us. So there's the Iono that goes, but I have to say there's 3 out of 4 stretchers already down here, and we haven't even seen a Curse Blast from a single line here.
Yeah, a little bit of a kind of missequence there where I feel like you kind of want to Pokestop first before using that Night Stretcher, especially down 2 already. It worked out for Hunter here. Going to be able to get a little bit more set up with another Duskull in play. But resources are running very thin for Hunter and has only discarded 1 Water Energy. Doesn't have another one in hand. You got 2 Rare Candy. I don't know if you really want to Iono those to the bottom, especially if your opponent didn't do anything. And yeah, just a pass of the turn.
And still, though, it is going to just be the Psychic Energy here. Pokestop here. Going to find the Buddy Buddy Pop and the Monkey Dory and the Earthen Vessel. Maybe not exactly what we need, but we can at least start getting some of the Psychic Energy into the discard when our deck allows for us to find a Curlia. But like we said, a big turn 1 miss onto the Arven here. So it might just be a Joust for 10.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe set that Dark Energy on that Monkey Dory, or even stack an energy on that Fluttermane on the bench. You really just have to survive at this point if you're Ari, and you already won game 1. There's 23 minutes left to go in the match. This one's going to be a little bit longer. Maybe we do see the Joust. All right.
Come on, man.
10
It's
damage, discard all tools from the active Pokemon. So right now it's going to be 10 damage.
I was about to say, I bet Hunter Butler wish he had it just like that one attack just to get the Hero's Cape off. But it is going to be Joust is announced for 10. No tools on the board, so we're good. Going back on over to Hunter's board. I just love how the layout was just like, ooh, 110, just 10 damage. But my goodness, double rare candy into the Dusknoir line. And now we're going to see a lot of Curse Blast going on. Oh, but I have to say, the Hero's Cape has been attached to the Ralt on the bench.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And also, I might be wrong because I did read off some of the Baltimore City facts, but I do believe jousting is their state sport.
They did it for you, actually.
So, yeah. Klefki is getting in there. It's funny that Curse Blast is not able to take a knockout thanks to that Hero's Cape on that one Ralt, but one is still going to get knocked out. It will give cards to Ari, but this is where you're going to see the Iono, because Iono can just force Ari to go down to 4 cards instead of the full 6.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. You get the Pokestop off the prizes and the Squawk, but then again, you've now given Ari a supporter to kind of work with. But my goodness, there it is, the Lost Vacuum that we needed last game, but we are going to use Squawk ability to just get it out of play. And there is the Iono, so we're actually going to just take the supporter once again out of Ari's hand. And now Hunter is absolutely cooking this game.
I mean, we're boiling water at least.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're setting up for the instant noodles.
Well, I do see Nest Ball, I think, in Hunter's hand. So that could be Nest Ball, Radiant Greninja, and then Concealed cards. So we're starting to kind of work the magic here, especially when that Palkia has been sitting there for a little bit. So we could go on ahead and grab Origin Form Palkia V. V-Star, I should say, and then we could start swinging for all of the damage on the bench here. But there's the Radiant Greninja. I'm going to get a little bit of a deck cut here. Okay, Pokestop first here. Going to be the Mew, the Water Energy, and the Iono. Don't get to keep any of that. That one hurts.
Yeah, one of the rare, just discard all the cards with Pokestop. Granted, the Water Energy, probably good here, but just a pass of the turn. No switch card for Hunter. No Palkia V-Star. And now we're going to take a look at Ari's hand. Looks like a bunch of Pokemon, a Professor Turo scenario, a boss's orders. Not really much. And yeah, Pokestop gets another Earthen Vessel. This has been an awkward game for both players.
Yeah, and Gardevoir EX also now in the discard pile. Honestly, what Hunter did of just getting rid of the 2 Ralts is just did himself a ton of favors here. So Earthen Vessel away, the Professor Turos. Honestly, at this point, right, it's the pace of the game has just slowed down so much. We saw something starting to happen, and then all of a sudden the Iono just didn't do anybody any favors here. So it will just be the Earthen Vessel for the 2 Psychic Energies, and honestly, they just kind of have to stay there. That's the crazy part. We don't have refinement to start getting them into the discard. They're just kind of stuck.
We do see the Manaphy, though, which is great at countering that Moonlight Shuriken from Greninja, especially that Hunter does not have a Duskull in play. So no worry about a Curse Blast taking a knockout on that bench barrier.
Got to talk about it. This Klefki is getting some spotlight this round. 2 jousts in a row, but look at Hunter playing so quickly at this point. Pokestop again, my goodness, what a great hit there. 2 Ultra Balls and a Buddy Buddy Poffin. We are seeing Palkia V-Star this turn for sure.
Yeah, and that is something that can actually use its ability, since it's not a basic Pokemon with that Mischievous Lock from Klefki, shutting down that Concealed cards and the instant charge from the Rotom V. Energy from hand, that means this Palkia will be able to attack. Do we see Prime Catcher maybe switch? No. wow.
Certainly the round 9 of all time, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I gotta say, this is definitely the winning in that I totally expected to cast in my first regional. Pokestop again. It is just going to be the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but the counter catcher. I can't say though we want anything else in the active other than this Blood Moon Ursaluna. So I guess we'll keep that in the pocket and we'll save it for later. But there's the Buddy Buddy Poffin coming back down again. Can go on ahead and find a Ralts at this point. We definitely need to just see Curlia at some point in this game for Ari, because honestly, you got to look at it right now, Jeremy. The clock is ticking down.
Yeah, it is doing what clocks do, and this game is doing what some Pokemon do by just not really much. This hand is
this hurts.
just nothing from Ari and passing the turn, but thankfully, that Blood Moon Ursaluna is just a beefy Pokemon in the active spot. There is a lot of retreat on that thing, and maybe we'll get 24 turns of Joust. Who knows?
Listen, I would never sleep on it, but still, though, are going to Ultra Ball in for the Duskull here. We're going to get those Crisp Blast lines just set up again. This is the most I've seen Klefki attack, I think, ever, dare I say. I'm just going to pass again. Oh, there's the Pokestop, but finds the Night Stretcher. I believe that is our final one, dare I say. But still, I mean, you got to look at Ari's hand. A whole lot of nothing going on there.
This is so awkward for Hunter. Just cannot find one of the two switch outs.
We found
in the deck.
Arvin. It's about time we found a good buddy Arvin here. We will be finding the Technical Machine evolution, so I have great news for us, Jeremy. We will be seeing some refinements, at least next turn, unless there could be a Dusknoir that comes down and just has something to say about that, and then maybe we only get one. But
there's very much a possibility that that happens from Hunter's next turn. Just Rare Candy Dusknoir, finally find something like a Prime Catcher, and eventually you're going to discard enough energy with Pokestop that you can Star Portal the Moonlight Shuriken, and if we do see both the Curlia go down, that is going to mean we're going to go straight to a Game 3.
there it is, bumping the Pokestop though, so requiring Hunter to take a couple more extra steps here. But got to talk about it. I mean, the Hero's Cape is out of here, so these Raltses, like you said, and now these Curlias are a little bit more susceptible to anything. Pokestop goes down. We're going stadium for stadium right now.
No.
But there's the Nest Ball and the Earthen Vessel. I think that is the last Pokestop in the deck that just went down.
There's 5 cards in the deck for Hunter. There is a Switch and a Prime Catcher. Has to pass the turn back. Now Ari's going to finally start doing what Gardevoir does best, and that is drawing cards with refinement. And maybe Ari finally turned the corner here in this game too.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you might need, right? There's just a way for you to draw a lot of cards, start moving damage around too, looking very, very comfortable right now. But still, this Blood Moon Ursaluna is just stuck in the active. The thing is, though, do we swing with Gardevoir EX? How do we even go about this line?
All right, hear me out.
All right, I'm hearing.
Flutter Mane.
Okay, tell me why.
Pretty good. Does
Thank
damage
you.
on the
That's
bench.
it. No, damage on the bench too. That definitely can make it easier for that Screamtail to come down and make easy work of the Palkia a little bit later here. I totally agree with you there. But look at Ari. I mean, I feel like at this point, right? I definitely don't think that Hex Hurl is a bad idea, right? I mean, like it keeps Blood Moon Ursaluna, I guess, in the active, and I mean it's better than 10 damage. Might as well keep spreading the damage too.
All right, both refinement have been used. Super Odd is going to shuffle back a Gardevoir EX. But again, the bench is kind of full here. Ari can't really get down a Screamtail to, which would be the best option, to snipe around the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. And granted, with each prize card that Ari does take, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is closer and closer to start attacking for less energy. But when you start it, it is the worst card to start in this deck.
Absolutely, especially with, I don't believe, at least from what I can see, there's more switches than just a switch and then Prime Catcher. So you are only working with 2 switches, And here we go, though. It is going to be the Gardevoir EX coming into the active right now. It's not going to do all the damage. Actually, it might with Monkey Dory. Move some of that on over to Blood Moon Ursaluna there. But, man, like, this is such a tough draw from Hunter. We just really haven't been able to see him cook this game.
Yeah, even with the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory, I do believe it's going to be 10 damage short, which is actually perfect.
Right.
For Ari in this situation. It still keeps the Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active spot, forces the switch out from Hunter, which now down to 4 cards left in the deck. Is it even available?
It's got to be one of them, right? A switch? Question mark at this point. See what is going on in the hand, but also the discard pile here too. I mean, with Hunter playing 4 Iono, I believe most of them are already down due to discards off of the Pokestop too. So I don't know how it's going to turn out for Hunter here, especially with a deck that really was just so versatile. We got to see a little of it in game number 1, but we've just kind of seen this standoff here where we've seen Klefki joust 3 times in a row. Blood Moon Ursaluna's been just kind of stuck there. We'll see what the concealed cards does, Jeremy. I mean, it's
all right, we finally found the Prime Catcher. It's okay. Not being able to use concealed cards for like 5 turns there really hurt. Now, the one bad thing about Prime Catcher is you kind of want to knock out the Gardevoir EX. It's not the best right now, especially because it's in the active spot. Could have used Curse Blast and then your Palkia to take the knockout. Now you're going to be forced to switch game plans here. Maybe now we see the Moonlight Shuriken Curse Blast play.
Could, right? Could potentially. Bringing forward the Klefki here, and like you said, bringing up the Greninja, at least for the moment. See how this one is going to go, but like you said, Jeremy, excellent call. It is going to be this Moonlight Shuriken play coming out from Hunter Butler, but there are 2 cards left in deck. I mean, this does something great now, but how sustainable is this
Oh,
option?
no.
There's
He
Manaphy.
forgot about Manaphy.
Hey, you know.
Oh, no, the Klefki. The Mischievous Locket turns off the Manaphy. You don't even need a Curse Blast. This is the best route that Hunter could have taken.
Yeah, but where do you put the next 90? Obviously, you take out the Refinement Curlia, but I guess you just stack on the damage onto that Gardevoir there?
Yeah, you got to do what you can, especially because that Monkey Dory is going to be moving the damage from the Gardevoir to that Blood Moon or Ursaluna maybe to take those prizes. Granted, you can always do that, so you can save it, especially if Ari gets another Monkey Dory down.
Yeah, a crazy, crazy turn of events here with Klefki literally allowing that Moonlight Shuriken to actually happen here. There's the boss. Where are we going
Oh, is this just game right here? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Boss's orders the Rotom V, taking the knockout on the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX with Adrenabrain, and then Gardevoir cleans it up, and just like that, Ari is going on to day 2 here in his first regionals ever.
My goodness, what a run so far, and what an odd game number 3, right? Like, it feels like everyone's kind of like stun-locked of, wow, what actually just happened? We saw so much there, but congratulations to Ari going all the way in the first regional. That is just such a feat. I know I personally went 0-4 at my first regional. How'd you do at your first regional, Jeremy?
It was too long ago. I don't remember.
Oh, man, you don't gotta out yourself like that. Still, though, congratulations to Ari. What a great showing of Gardevoir EX, but honestly, I wish we got to see a little bit more of Hunter's deck, just because I wanted to see something along the lines of Greninja EX, but we're going to go on ahead and check out the replay, see what exactly went on and what was such a strange win in it.
Yeah, this was a great turn 2 for Hunter. Just unfortunately could not find the 3rd energy to really pop off and settled for that subspace swell to take the knockout. But then this was the turning point of the game, right? Scream Tail paired with the Adrenabrain from the Monkey Dory, taking the knockout on the Mew EX, really just kind of stalled Hunter's hand a little bit for a couple turns, and that's exactly what Ari needed with his deck like Gardevoir EX. This is another big turn of Curse Blast, taking a knockout and a knockout, 2-2 prizes, but it just was not enough. Ari able to pull out game 1 here pretty convincingly after that, thanks to that Hero's Cape Gardevoir.
Yeah, really great stuff. And then this game number 2, which was just so interesting the entire time. I mean, the Dusknoir Curse Blast on 2 Raltas was definitely the correct play, and then we even finally got to see the Lost Vacuum come into play too. But it just, Blood Moon Ursaluna was there maybe for 4 or 5 turns, Jeremy. It was just never leaving that spot.
Yeah, it made its home, decided to hibernate for a little bit, and it wasn't until 5 cards left in deck that Hunter found that Prime Catcher, and closing it out with the one of Boss's orders to bring up that Rotom V, taking the 4 prize turn thanks to Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. And there's, what, at least 3 Gardevoir into day 2. Who would have thought?
I'm filling out my apology form to Gardevoir because I really, I came into this regional, I like made a tier list in my head, and really like Gardevoir and Shenpao were really in the Phantom Dive and Trifrost exist. Like, why would you do this to yourself? And here we are, Ari, first regional, day 2 with Gardevoir EX. Out of all decks that you could do it with, Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the classics still come back in this format with how diverse it is. So maybe, just you never hit the Regidrago and you're like, all right, I don't have to worry about Kyurem at all. And I'm still just, a single prize deck until the very end, and it seems to work.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested in hearing from Ari, and I'm sure all of you are too. We are going to head to an interview with our last match's winner.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with our winner, Ari Spruill. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, made day 2 at my first regional. It's awesome.
That is an example that I love to see every time. We talk so much here on the stream about how we want newer players to come and play in these regionals and do well. How much prep did you do for your first regional, or was this kind of a, I'm just going to go and have fun and compete? Were you actually expecting to get this far?
I was hoping to get this far, and I figured that I'd probably crack the list. I spent a long time testing against myself, just dealing out hands for my deck, another deck, figuring out what I need to do in each matchup, figure out how to beat them, and that's how I kind of settled on my list.
Okay, yeah, so you're studying the matchup from both sides, figuring out what's the best play that you can make with Gardevoir, a deck that a lot of people thought was kind of down and out for this metagame. How did you arrive on Gardevoir and at the specific build?
Well, so I was going to play Gardevoir no matter what. No matter what, I was playing Gardevoir. I just love the deck.
So it was just a long-term deck that you've been playing for a while then?
I've been playing it for a year. But so in the Shroud of Fable format, like at Worlds, Gardevoir did not do well. It does not have a good Regidrago matchup. So I did a bunch of testing to figure out how to beat it. And I came across Hero's Cape as a very strong option into that matchup. Gallade is also useful, but Hero's Cape is really the key to the matchup.
Okay, I know that a lot of players have arrived at Hero's Cape as a way to function in this meta. So many decks not having a lot of tool removal, that extra HP being so good to bolster a Gardevoir, protect a Ralts even from getting sniped early. That was very cool to see. And were there any growing pains there when you settled on Hero's Cape? Where you're like, oh man, I really wish I had Unfair Stamp here, or as soon as that cape went in, you knew it was the sauce?
So I wasn't even playing Unfair Stamp. I really don't think Unfair Stamp is that good because Pheasantipity kind of makes it irrelevant.
Right,
I was playing Hyper Roma previously, and putting in the Hero's Cape meant that I did have to change the list. So I had to increase the number of Monkey Dory and Dark Energy and Earthen Vessel so that I could reliably get double Monkey Dory in play.
Okay.
Hyper Roma made the deck way more consistent. I could draw way more cards. But without that, I needed to be able to find the pieces I needed more quickly.
I am really liking your process, Ari. Just changing the A spec forces a cascade of so many other changes to the deck, and you were just in your testing chamber, in your lab, practicing this list just against other theoretical matchups. Were there any other people that you managed to talk to or theory craft with, or was this a purely, would you say, almost a solo effort?
Honestly, it was pretty much a solo effort.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I did do some testing at my local game store with some friends who were also at this tournament. So
did they believe in the Gardevoir, or did you have to let them know that, no, I'm playing it, you can't convince me otherwise?
I don't know how much I convinced them, but...
But hey, you're here, you made day 2 at your first regional, and I think that just goes to show that hard work, study, and just innovating on the metagame pays off. I'm just really impressed that you were able to take a deck that you knew and loved and said, I can find a way to make this deck work. Is there any other final thoughts or any other shout outs you want to give before I let you go?
So I'd like to shout out the Jefferson Gym, which is the gym at my local game store. Great people, love them. I'd also like to shout out my cousin Matthew, who was watching right out there when I was playing the game. Other than that, I think that's it. Oh yeah, and I'd like to shout out all the Pokemon Cubers here this weekend. I love you so much. Pokemon Cube is the best.
Wow, okay, big Cube fan. Okay, I respect it. But that is a great note to send us out on. Congrats making day 2. Hopefully you'll continue to see success tomorrow. But we're going to kick things back to the casting desk, and don't go anywhere before we close out the show. So see you in a sec.
Honestly, I just love the fact that the main takeaway from that is if you play one deck, just play it and then just adjust for what you're going to see that day. Honestly, really great story from Ari. Congratulations on making the day 2 at your first regional. That was crazy.
Yeah, basically Ari just going into the hyperbolic time chamber for a year, coming out with the sauce in Gardevoir and looking to make a splash into day 2 in his first regionals. Very well composed and just talking about the list and his choices as well. Really cool to see, and really just saving all of that for a year to compete in your first regionals and coming out of the gate with a 7-2 record is something really special.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially in a format where nobody's really looking at Gardevoir too. So making the adjustments yourself to say, you know what, it's a deck that I know, it's a deck that I love, it's a deck that I play well. Let me just figure out what goes here and here. And like he said, changing out the A-Spec just to adjust to Pheasantipity EX and say, you know what, Heroescape is going to be what does it. And honestly, we saw what it does best, and that's just protect Ralts, Curlias, give them a little bit of a fashion show.
Yeah, pretty cool to see. And again, it just shows that this format is so wide open that you really don't know what's going to be played by a lot of these players and what can do well. Now, even with Hunter Butler not making day 2, the deck still, I think, has a couple people in day 2, can go very far. And again, it's just one of those decks where if you hit the right matchups or, you know, draw a switch early on, anything could have changed differently.
Or not prize half of your Greninja Froakie line every single time. But you know what? The world may never know about Palkia, Dusknoir, and Greninja EX. Just unfortunate for Hunter, but still, nevertheless, what an amazing day. We still have one last thing to do here, Jeremy, before we close out. We have one last spot on that community bracket that we have to figure out who's going to semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, this is actually, you know, my favorite first partner Pokemon, so we'll get to see if I can argue for it.
I forgot who I'm arguing for here. It is going to be Adam's Totodile. I feel like we should just grab him from the lounge and throw him up there. But I am going to be, I guess, Adam's Totodile here on behalf of my client in the lounge right now. And then the winner of this is going up against Kyle's Mudkip. Honestly,
yeah,
that's a
very
tight
tough matchup.
That's a tough
no matter
match.
what.
Would you like to go first or second?
You know, I'll take first.
You're going to take first?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, what?
3, 2, 1, all you.
All right, Fuecoco stands for Fire Crocodile. Come on. What can't you
Got
not
me.
love? Looks like a pepper.
Okay.
Great, spicy, fire, you know. Laid back and loves food. Like me. You know? Often runs to food at first sight. Also like me. And crocodiles actually release heat through their mouth. So, you know, good like fire breath, flamethrower, or something like that. Also just stares at the sun.
And you're done. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think I understand why that might be your partner in Pokemon
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
You're definitely, if you were in the Pokemon universe yourself, you and Fuecoco would have matching outfits. That's how, like, I think close the pairing is there.
All right, you ready?
Let's see if I can do this one. This one's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, I'm a Gen 2er, but, you know, let's see how well I can do for my client here. Count me down.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Dare I say that Totodile was actually just here first, okay? It's the Battle of the Crocs, and honestly, Gen 2, Totodile was just here first. I gotta talk about it. Totodile's ability is Torrent, which actually boosts the power of water type moves when it hits below 50%. It's actually pretty good of a ability, and once again, you can learn tons of abilities on this, like Ice Fang. Ice is a great typing in VGC, but yeah, still, I was here first, and that is my ruling there.
You do know alligators and crocodiles are different, right?
Nope, now I do.
No.
I'm kidding.
Well, we'll have to see if Twitch chat agrees with you or I, but well, I think they can make the right choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I should have covered this up the entire
yeah.
time. Regardless, so we want to make sure you guys stay updated and connected with us all weekend. We want to see you guys following our social media channels, and especially on YouTube and on Twitch. Make sure you guys also post things on social media with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We do feature you guys on stream if there are some really good and funny tweets. Please just send us your pets, please. I love pet posts. They make me really happy. So once again, make sure you guys keep up connected with everything Pokemon.
Yeah, that does it for us here for Swiss, but we are not finished yet. We're going to take it down to the lounge and have Kyle, Boo, and Adam close us out.
And I'll just wear all green.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into the lounge. Adam Skarzik-Watson here with Kyle and Shelby. You can see that they're having a really good time here. We were chatting it up, talking about our favorite starter Pokemon and how much we love the audience and how much they use the social media to, you know, talk to us and share their experience. But anyway, anyway, Shelby is...
No, I was laughing because literally right as they cut to us, we were talking about Kyle being a Caterpie.
Yeah, I was gonna let her be a bug catcher for Halloween. And I'll be the Caterpie.
Their Halloween costume.
Now it's ruined.
For Cass, yeah. Exactly.
They got Weedle now.
Well, Chad's vetoing that. It's okay. You got to think of a new costume anyway. But that is a really exciting thing to talk about is, you know, the future. You're already thinking about the upcoming months, the upcoming holidays, but we can talk about the upcoming regionals. We can talk about tomorrow, certainly, because we do have some Swiss standings now that our last stream match has concluded. Hopefully they'll get that plugged in. But here are notable Day 2 Swiss players. It is a struggle to make this cut nowadays, Kyle.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the players that we have here. These are a lot of notable names. Rahul Reddy with that opportunity last round to potentially lock in that 9-0. Of course, we were featuring Kieran Farah earlier on. Was able to make that Day 2 spot. Tord Reckliff, Brent Tonneson, Tyler Matthews. These are all names we are very familiar with seeing at the top.
Yeah, Ryan Antonucci. I'm holding a big Snorlax right now. Brought Snorlax to the stream. Always cool to see our alternate win condition decks there. But I mean, the win condition in that match that we saw was just
sadness.
Yeah, force your opponent to scoop after you discard everything they could possibly want for their deck. Yeah.
And I missed it. Did he actually do the flute when he played the accompaniment?
No, but we did it for him.
No, we were doing it on the desk.
I wish they would have
cut. The camera
cut
wasn't even on.
Cut
Yeah.
to it. I know. It's like the way we do Iron Hands and you do accompaniment.
Yes. Yeah, we were like.
But we all love the Snorlax for sure, especially when the game's finished quickly. That was nice.
That's true.
Just players knowing enough to say, yeah, I lost. Okay, fine. We'll go next. I'll try it again. But that's what it comes down to when you're playing at a big regional championship like this. Players are going to show up and they are going to punish your mistakes. They are going to punish your deck choices. And even when I spoke with Ari, you know, he brought Gardevoir, a deck that I thought was down and out, and said, I just tested and thought and found Hero's Cape. And if a meta is allowed to mature a little bit, certainly, right? Especially since this is kind of the extension, Worlds Part 2, you get these beautiful decks kind of rising up through the cracks. Was there anything that really jumped out and surprised you today, Kyle?
I'd say I was interested by the amount of Charizard that we saw. And of course, they're taking that alternate win condition now. They're going for that spicy Radzard opening with the DTE strategy, trying to attack with this Pokemon early and start to manipulate the prize exchange. So you're not dealing that classic 2-2-2 setup. Now you can incorporate this Pokemon into the mix, maybe surprise your opponent. It doesn't always have to be that Dusknoir strategy and try to get the damage spread out, then attack for more damage with your Charizard EX.
Yeah. You got options. We only saw, I think, one Lugia on the stream today, but I'm excited for tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot more Lugia that we're going to be seeing. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how those matches turnout, because those are they're pretty fun to cast and they're fun to watch.
They are reckless, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, we have a good time with those for sure.
It's a deck that gets set up and me hit hard, but it does a lot of cool stuff on the way there, so it keeps you engaged. But speaking of tomorrow, right, make sure you tune in day 2, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:45 a.m. Pacific Time. Set your clocks, jump into the chat bright and early, get settled in with a nice snack and beverage so you don't miss day 2 of the stream, because we got a lot of Lugia to cover, hopefully some Gardevoir, maybe some Charizard, we'll see. There's a lot of fan favorites out there for sure that I know our audience is rooting for. And let us know, of course, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon as always to let us know what decks you are rooting for. I cannot wait to see. And we're going to be pulling those tweets, hashtag #PlayPokemon. And I guess while you're here, follow the channel. If you're watching on Twitch, follow us there. If you're watching on YouTube, because they also broadcast on YouTube, make sure you follow the channel there as well. Turn on those notifications. That way, if you miss a regional, you think that there's not going to be a Pokemon broadcast, they'll notify you. It's pretty convenient technology these days, Kyle.
Technology.
I like it. And of course, don't miss out on the trainers Pokemon showdown that we have going on. A little bit of a heated rivalry now.
Yeah,
will Mudkip prevail? Will some
Yeah,
other
well,
gamers
actually,
sneak
let's see how many people voted for my Totodile here to keep me in the running.
Does he have a chance?
Come on.
Oh,
Skarsig, no.
Doesn't get to defend himself. That's
Not
tough.
enough-
What would you have said?
Yes.
Not enough real ones in the chat. Listen, Totodile, I'm a big Gen tuner as well, but he chomp, he swim, he's a good boy. Listen, Totodile has Bite. Gen 2 was when Bite became a Dark move. She had a pure water starter, but with multi-type coverage. Dark type really good to also beat down on Psychic types. That's what we needed in Gen 2.
We need the asymmetrical top 5. Give you another chance.
It's okay. Lyric did a great job defending Totodile. It's hard to go up against Fuecoco. Battle of the Crocs. They're both good boys, so I can't be mad. I can't be mad.
Now we're going to have all the casters of this event fighting against each other
Physically.
in our own picks. Yeah, tune in.
I'm going right for the glasses. You're done.
Bring a grilled cheese.
I can't defend Pokemon without my glasses. But definitely that is going to be it from us before these two rowdy children start hitting each other. But we'll see you tomorrow, folks. So stay tuned till then.
Team, it's great to be back here.
Fox's
That's
orders.
not what you
That
want to
is
see.
so ridiculous
That
to
is-
close out.
Here for the first time, Emily Foreman.
Yeah.
Thank our audience at home, seriously, because this is the biggest regional ever.
Turns through, does have the counter catcher, and just like that, Brent Tonneson, 7-0.
The best meme in the world is right there for you. I like Mudkips.